Chapter 1, Rebirth at the Beginning, Obtaining the Perfect Life System. Old G, don't sleep. Get up and copy the lesson plan. Hearing the reminder from the person next to him, Ji-Chen couldn't help but frown, slowly raising his head and opening his eyes. And when he opened his eyes, everything in front of him was so overwhelming that he was instantly dumbfounded. Table, textbooks, dormitory, what the hell? Ji-Chen looked at everything in front of him, dumbfounded, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Then, he turned his head to look at the date displayed on the laptop. September 10, 2016. He had traveled from 2037 to 2016. At this time, he had just started his freshman year, and it was the first half of the semester. At this time, a voice came again from the side, Lao Ji, in 3 hours, it will be Professor Bai's class. Wake up! The lesson plan. You haven't copied the lesson plan yet. Huh? Wait a minute, I'm a little confused, wait a minute. Ji-Chen interrupted the other person, and he was stunned for nearly 5 or 6 minutes before he reacted. He had really traveled through time, but the memories of what had happened in the original world in his mind seemed to be a bit confused with the current memories. So, he quickly pulled out his phone and searched for something from his past life memories. Soon, Ji-Chen made a discovery. It turned out that this was a parallel world. Although the people around him had not changed, many of the classic songs, celebrities, and internet celebrities he was familiar with previously did not exist. In that case, this time, for Ji-Chen, this journey through time can be described as a true rebirth. Thinking about this, Ji-Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He never imagined that something like this, something that only happens in fiction, would actually happen to him. Since he has the chance to live again, he will definitely not be as ignorant as he was in his previous life. In his previous life, because of a woman, he became a lickspittle with no principles. In the end, he licked everything up, with nothing left, and with a green grassland above his head, and in the end, he was left with nothing and divorced. Now that he has the opportunity to live again, he will definitely choose a different life. As for women and relationships, even if he, Ji-Chen, jumps off this dormitory on the 7th floor, he will definitely not touch them again. Just then, a synthesized electronic voice instantly sounded in Ji-Chen's head. Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the perfect life system. This system will randomly assign tasks to the host based on the situation. You will receive corresponding rewards upon completing the tasks. Hearing the voice in his head, Ji-Chen was slightly startled. Not only had he time traveled, as in the novels, but he also had a system. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Would you like to receive it now? Receive it. Without the slightest hesitation, Ji-Chen communicated directly with the system in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have gained an 80% increase in appearance value. A 100% increase in charisma. You have gained the ultimate learning skill. In an instant, Ji-Chen felt that there was something different about his body. It was an indescribable feeling, but it was very different from before. Even his entire temperament had undergone a huge change from the inside out. Just as Ji-Chen was still feeling the changes in his body, he suddenly felt someone shake his arm. Ji-Chen immediately came back to his senses, turned his head, and saw a face that was even more beautiful than a girl's. Unfortunately, he was not a girl, but his best friend, Yun Duan. Ji-Chen quickly came to his senses and, in order to prevent the other person from seeing through him, said with a laugh that he had just dozed off a little and was fine now. Ha! Lao Ji, I don't know if I'm just imagining things, but you seem a lot more handsome than you did this morning. Yun Duan looked at Ji-Chen next to him, full of confusion. He even began to wonder if something was wrong with him. How could he feel from the bottom of his heart that Ji-Chen was very handsome and even a little moved? Ji-Chen felt goosebumps rise on his skin as he was looked at so directly by the other person, and he inexplicably felt a chill in a certain part. Damn it, don't look at me like that, I'm not interested in fencing. You make it sound like I'm interested in fencing, but I'm perfectly normal. At that moment, a male voice came from the other side, Anzi, it's okay if you're not normal, with that face of yours, if Lao Ji doesn't want you, I can settle for you. As the guy said this, he kept tapping the keyboard with both hands, typing away. When the others heard what Fanjua said, they all chimed in. Me too. Add me. Too bad I already have a girlfriend, ha ha ha. TSK, only sissies like women, real men are just men. Screw all of you, I'm straight. After giving Fan Zhuo a dirty look, Yun Duanan seemed to suddenly remember something and leaned back over to Ji Chen, looking at him with a beguiling expression. Ji, have you thought about what I asked you this morning? Can you help me with something before I continue copying the teaching plan? Ji Chen turned his head to look at Yun Duanan and thought about it for a moment. Write you a love letter to confess your feelings to the representative of the elective class? It's been a while since I came here, and Ji Chen's memories have completely merged with his in this world, so he quickly remembered this matter. Yun Duan, seeing that Ji Chen had remembered, quickly nodded, saying, yes, I think that girl likes me. This time, I'll be a little more romantic and write her a love letter to confess my feelings. But as you know, my handwriting is terrible, so if you write me a letter, it will definitely work. You know, your handwriting is the best in the whole Jiangbei region. I'm so handsome, and with your help in writing a great love letter, I'm sure I can confess my love successfully. Ji Chen looked at Yun Duan, who was smiling like a scoundrel, and frowned slightly. Do you really want to do this? I don't recommend it. You shouldn't do this. 1 month's breakfast? I still don't think it's a good idea. 2 months. Deal. Fan Zhui, holy cow. Old Ji is full of it, and he's got 2 months' breakfast. Zhao Qian, I'm not jealous, Ji, don't write him a letter, I'm counting on sleeping with him. Get out of here. Idiot. Don't bother me with women. Bring me the paper for the love letter. Okay. Right away. After all, Ji Chen and Yun Duan had been best friends for 4 years at university, and it was only natural that he should help him woo a girl. However, Ji Chen also remembered that in his previous life, it seemed that Yun Duan had never asked him to help write a love letter. After all, a guy like him would have plenty of girls throwing themselves at him without having to do anything. But it could also be that because this world was missing something compared to the world before he traveled back in time, a butterfly effect was triggered. Besides, it was just a love letter, and as long as he had a hand to write it, there was no need to be so entangled. Anyway, in this life, he would never fall in love again. Chapter 2, The Master Flirt is right by their side. Soon, Ji Chen began to help Yun Duanan write love letters, but when he heard Yun Duanan's rigid and boring love confessions, he could hardly hold back his laughter. It wasn't Yun Duanan's fault, after all, the development of culture and entertainment in this world was lagging behind, and those love confessions that had gone viral on Douyin had not been passed down. For the sake of his best friend's future, and so that his best friend can bring him breakfast every day in the future, Ji Chen helped him write the letter and even added in a lot of romantic phrases, which made Yun Duan and his roommates in the entire dormitory exclaim, he's the expert. The censor is smoking purple smoke in the sun, and the master of flirting is right by their side. No girl can resist such a deeply affectionate love letter. Even when they read it, they want to marry Ji Chen right there and then. However, if it were that beautiful young lady Bai Lianwan, I'm afraid she could resist completely. No one could imagine it, like Bai Lianwan, a genius girl who can only be admired from afar, not to be touched, simply too beautiful to be true. What kind of man would be qualified to have a chance with her? But it's also a coincidence that the girl Yun Duan wanted to confess to this time is in the same class as the young lady, and she is also the class representative. Although she is far inferior to Bai Lianwan in every way. But she is also a class flower. Yun Duan did not dare to pay attention to Bai Lianwan, but this class representative is completely fine. In less than 10 minutes, Ji Chen finished writing Yun Duan's love letter. Yun Duan read the love letter, which was nearly hundreds of words, again, and was simply moved to pieces. Today's confession has definitely succeeded. Lao Ji, if Yi and I become a couple, I will definitely not forget you, the matchmaker. Yun Duan was moved after reading the love letter. Ji Chen gave him a meaningful look, then waved his hand and told him to hurry up and copy the lesson plan. Shit. Hearing Ji Chen's reminder, Yun Duan hurriedly returned to his desk and began to copy the lesson plan in a panic. He still had dozens of lesson plans to copy. Ji Chen also wanted to advise Yun Chuan as someone who had been there before, but now he was at the age when young people are full of expectations for love. Unlike himself, he was already an old netizen who had been hurt. After finishing the love letter, the two quickly copied the lesson plan. The day before, they were caught chatting during an elective class, and Bai Lianwan punished them by making them copy the lesson plan 100 times. They had to go to her class at 4 p.m. that afternoon and had to hurry to complete the remaining tasks. Even though many years have passed, Ji Chen can still clearly picture this domineering professor in his mind. Although she was just a young girl, she was indeed very impressive. And later he also heard that she never got married and remained alone. But none of this is his business. His goal now is to make money, make money, make money. But before making money, he has to finish copying the remaining lesson plans. After all, he still has 99 more times to go. While copying the lesson plans, Ji-Chen also happened to enter the ultimate learning state. Although this course is an elective, it will be very useful in the future, so he still needs to study it carefully. After entering the ultimate learning state and copying the lesson plan once, Ji-Chen found that the effect was immediate. The detailed explanations of topics that he previously hardly understood have now completely sunk in. This is amazing. Considering that the remaining 98 lesson plans were all repetitive, in order not to waste any more time, Ji-Chen simply turned off the ultimate learning mode and continued writing furiously. With this skill, he will definitely study hard and make progress every day in the future. Yun Duanan, who was also writing furiously nearby, saw Ji-Chen next door writing the lesson plan with astonishing speed, and his eyes widened. He got up and ran over to him. When he saw that what Ji-Chen had written down was almost exactly the same as the lesson plan, he was even more shocked. Holy shit, Lao Ji, did you memorize the entire lesson plan? And just write it down? Ji-Chen didn't stop moving his hands, and he laughed. It's okay, the questions in here aren't hard, I can remember them all after just one glance. Yun Duan. I'm the one who's a loser. Ji-Chen and Yun Duan in the dormitory copied directly until 3:30 p.m. During this time, the two of them did not even drink a single sip of water. Their roommates in the same dormitory were all masturbating like crazy. It was a League of Legends. Ji-Chen barely finished the remaining 99 questions. Fortunately, Yun Duan had relatively few remaining tasks before, and he also managed to finish them. 4 p.m. Ji-Chen and a group of classmates have already arrived in the classroom. It is also because the professor of the elective course is Bai Lianhuan, so almost all of Ji-Chen's roommates in the dormitory have signed up for her class. In addition to them, the other students in the classroom also arrived very promptly, early. There are still 10 minutes before class starts, and the class representative Li Yi begins to collect the lesson plans that the previous professor left for several students in the class to copy. Yun Duanan saw that Li Yi was almost at his side, so he quickly took the lesson plan that Ji-Chen had copied and put it with his own. Seeing that Li Yi was walking towards him, Yun Duanan, with a trembling hand and an excited heart, quickly slipped his love letter into the lesson plan and then stood up to give it to Li Yi. "Yi, there's something in my homework that you must read." Yun Duanan whispered excitedly to Li Yi. Li Yi, who already had some feelings for Yun Duan, blushed when she heard Yun Duan's words. "What's there to see?" Li Yi said to Yun Duan, and then took Yun Duan's homework book out separately, before continuing to collect the homework of the other students. However, the moment she left, she subconsciously glanced at Ji-Chen next to Yun Duan, and couldn't help but let out a gasp. Although she felt strange and shocked, Li Yi continued to collect the homework. After collecting the homework, Li Yi returned to her seat and, while no one was looking, opened Yun Chuan's homework book and flipped through it. There was nothing in it? This guy? Is he teasing her? However, before she had a chance to question Yun Chuan, a graceful figure walked into the classroom, instantly stealing the attention of all the students in the classroom. The girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and even the rigid lady suit could not hide her graceful figure at all. She had fair skin and a beautiful appearance, but what spoiled the mood a bit was that although this young girl was beautiful beyond the law, she had a pair of cold, bone-chilling eyes. Bai Lianhuan, the famous little professor of icebergs at Zhongbei University. He is also a legendary figure in Jiangcheng. At the age of 14, he took the college entrance exam and was admitted to Qingbei University with a perfect score of 750. At the age of 16, he graduated from Qingbei and went to the United States to study, where he obtained a master's and doctoral degree. Now he has returned to his hometown of Jiangcheng and, at just 18 years old, has become a professor at Zhongbei University. Chapter 3, The System is Open for Business. With everyone's eyes glued to the scene, Bai Lianhuan walked to the podium, put down the lesson plan, swept the classroom with her gaze, picked up a list, and began calling the roll. Suddenly, a very pleasant voice entered everyone's ears. Zhao Qian. Present. Sun Li. Present. At the same time, class representative Li Yi also placed the students' homework on the podium, and Bai Lianhua would check it on the spot later. Yun Duan, who was sitting in his seat, had been looking at Li Yi uneasily for a while. What's going on? Li Yi's behavior today seems no different from usual. In theory, she should have already read his love letter and be moved to pieces, shouldn't she? Lao Ji, I feel that Yi's reaction is a bit abnormal. Does she not like me? Yun Duan felt more and more that something was wrong, so he touched Ji Chen's arm and asked in a low voice. Ji Chen looked at Li Yi, who had already returned to her seat, and was also a little puzzled. How come Li Yi didn't seem to react at all after reading the love letter? I don't know either. At this time, Bai Lianwan on the podium had already finished calling the roll. Then, she looked at the lesson plans that the students had copied on the desk, placed her white, slender fingers on them, picked up one, and checked it. There were still 5 or 6 minutes before the official start of the class, so it was enough to check the homework of a few people. The students in their seats were also surprisingly quiet, quietly admiring the beautiful Bai Lianwan on the podium, who was so beautiful that she was almost a violation of the rules. Even Yin Chuan couldn't hold himself back, and for a brief moment, he forgot about the person he had been thinking about, Li Yi. Of course, except for Ji Chen. Because he had copied his homework so hastily today, the first 1 or 2 pieces behind him were a bit sloppy. If Bai Lianwan sees it, he might even be made to rewrite it. This inexplicable fear of Bai Lianwan also made Ji Chen a little unable to laugh or cry. Clearly, he is now the soul of a 40-year-old uncle, so why would he be afraid of this 18 or 19-year-old girl? Soon, Bai Lianwan had already checked the lesson plans of 3 or 4 people, and picked up the next one to flip through. When she turned to the second page of the lesson plan in her hands, she saw an envelope stuck in the lesson plan, but her movements suddenly froze. What is this? A love letter? Feeling that something was wrong, Bai Lianwan looked again at the student's name on the lesson plan. Upon seeing the name, she immediately looked at Ji Chen in his seat, her eyes full of pressure. Bai Lianwan, who always had an excellent memory, still had some impression of this boy. Especially since he was quite good-looking. But what is this guy doing today, slipping a love letter into the lesson plan? Is he looking for death? And Ji Chen, who was already feeling guilty, felt inexplicably flustered when Bai Lianwan looked at him like that. Does this girl really want him to rewrite it? No way. No matter how sloppy he is, it's still better than the standard writing of Yun Chuan. And Bai Lianwan on the podium looked at Ji Chen, who looked serious and guilty, and her heart suddenly became clear. This guy really wants to write a love letter to her. He usually seems serious and he is also quite serious in class, but he is so bold as to put the love letter in the teaching plan. This is really lawless. Pop. Bai Lianwan directly placed the teaching plan in her hands on the desk and immediately raised her eyes and stared at Ji Chen in her seat. Her pleasant voice carried a hint of anger. Ji Chen, come to my office after class. Huh? Ji Chen was a little confused. Even if there were problems with the copying, it didn't warrant a private interview in the office, did it? Yun Duan, who was sitting next to Ji Chen, and the other students in the classroom were also puzzled. What had Ji Chen done to anger Professor Bai so badly that he had to be interviewed in the office? Bai Lianwan narrowed her beautiful eyes at Ji Chen's reaction and spoke in a cold tone, "What? You have a problem with that?" Ji Chen was very dissatisfied at the moment and immediately said with justification, "No." Then let's start the class. After saying that, Bai Lianwan opened the lesson plan that had already been prepared and officially began the class. Yun Duan really wanted to immediately ask Ji Chen what had happened to make Professor Bai so angry. However, in light of the painful experience of being punished to copy the lesson plan 100 times the day before after just a few words with Ji Chen in class, he chose to hold back his curiosity and ask after class. Otherwise, it might be him and Ji Chen who would be called into the office today. Although Ji Chen was a little confused, he quickly adjusted his mentality after the formal start of the class and entered the ultimate learning state to start studying. He couldn't let his mentality collapse and affect his learning just because he was going to be interviewed after class, right? At most, it would just be a matter of rewriting the lesson plan 100 or 2 times, which was not necessary. And once he started the ultimate learning state, whether he was reading the textbook or listening to Bai Lianwan's explanations, he basically understood everything at once. Therefore, he was also exceptionally serious in class today. However, Ji Chen had to admit that although the girl was young, she was very good. In his previous life, as a poor student, he took electives just to get some credits and to see beautiful girls. Now that he can understand Bai Lianwan's class, he can't help but admire her even more. Of course, it's just admiration. Bai Lianwan on the podium, however, always felt that Ji Chen's gaze on her seemed to be ill-intentioned, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Just because she is good-looking, he keeps staring at her. Wasn't her attitude just now obvious enough? She is already angry, and he is still looking at her so blatantly as if nothing had happened. This is really too much. It seems that I have to show this guy a little color right away. Yun Duan also seemed to sense that something was wrong with Bai Lianwan today. Seeing her turn around and start writing on the blackboard, he took the opportunity to ask Ji Chen quietly, "Ji, do you feel that there's something wrong with Professor Bai today?" Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan, who was writing on the blackboard, and frowned slightly. "Is there?" "No. Why do I feel that she seems a little strange?" "Huh? I didn't notice, I was just listening to the lecture." Just finishing talking with Yun Duan, Ji Chen suddenly heard a system prompt in his head. Host detected, learning mode activated for 30 minutes. Random task issued, complete any mathematical modeling problem within 20 minutes. Reward, correct answer to the problem, reward singing talent skill. Huh? The system is finally open for business. Singing talent, that doesn't sound too bad, does it? Although the world's culture in entertainment is backward, and Ji Chen has a lot of songs in his head, he actually doesn't know how to sing. If he has this skill, maybe he can sing and make money. But if he wants to complete a modeling problem within 20 minutes, he has to start looking for problems to do. Ji Chen, what kind of problem did Professor Bai write? Did she say anything about it? Hearing Yun Chuan's voice, Ji Chen looked up at the podium. At this time, Bai Lianwan also finished the problem and turned around, and their eyes met instantly. Bai Lianwan saw that Ji Chen was still looking at her, so she immediately lifted her fair finger and pointed at him, coldly saying, "Ji Chen, come up here and do this problem." This guy kept staring at her like this the whole class, so he must not be here for real. If he can't solve this problem, then I'll show him some professorly authority and scold him. Humph. Ji Chen heard Bai Lianwan's request and looked at the problem on the blackboard, and suddenly his heart leaped with joy. Chapter 4, How can he be so confident when his grades are so average? What a coincidence. This is a ready-made modeling problem. Good. Ji Chen did not hesitate and agreed, getting up from his seat. Bai Lianwan was momentarily taken aback when she saw Ji Chen being so decisive. This guy has such average grades, so why is he so confident? She had just taught a similar topic, but the way she had asked for the solution was indeed a bit tricky. This guy just glanced at it and he knows it? No way. He's not just trying to take this opportunity to get a little closer to her, is he? But if he's already dared to put a love letter in the lesson plan, what else is he not afraid of? But Bai Lianwan was not afraid of Ji Chen coming up and acting like a rascal. After all, she was the winner of the last Huaxia fighting competition. If this guy dares to do something, then she might as well teach him a good lesson about respecting his teachers. Just as Bai Lianwan was pondering what was going on in Ji Chen's mind, the other party had already stood up from his seat and was walking towards the podium. Although this question was a bit difficult for Ji Chen at the moment, it would only take a few more minutes to think about it. Goodbye, Ji Chen. As he watched Ji Chen's departing back, Yun Duan cast a sympathetic glance at him and sighed. But it was really strange. It felt like Professor Bai was paying extra attention to Ji Chen today. No one else knew, but Yun Duan, who was sitting next to Ji Chen, could feel it for real. Several times he thought that Professor Bai was looking at him. Not only Yun Duan, but also most of the students in the classroom cast sympathetic glances at him. After all, Professor Bai's class was very profound, and even if she explained it in great detail, many times the students felt like they were listening to something from heaven. And Ji Chen's grades were not outstanding in general, and he would definitely not be able to do this question 100%. However, when some girls fixed their gaze on Ji Chen, they couldn't look away for some reason. Today's Ji Chen looked more and more handsome the longer they looked at him. The male students saw the infatuated look on their female classmate's face, and then looked at Ji Chen as he walked towards the lectern, and their heart's sympathy instantly disappeared. Someone who was more handsome than them simply didn't deserve their sympathy. Soon, Ji Chen arrived at the lectern, walked up to Bai Lianwan, and smiled, instantly making everything else lose its luster. The female students at the bottom of the podium let out a series of exclamations when they saw Ji Chen smile. Damn! Ji Chen is so handsome when he smiles. What level of handsome is this? Oh my god. With this face, I could lick it for the rest of my life. Holy shit. For some inexplicable reason, Ji Chen and Professor Bai seemed so damn well matched. Even Bai Lianwan, who was standing in front of Ji Chen, couldn't help but stare a little. This guy, up close, seems even more handsome. But soon, Bai Lianwan pulled herself back from the brink of being lost in the male beauty. This guy, smiling at her, is trying to seduce her? Ridiculous. Childish. Boring. However, just then, Ji Chen in front of Bai Lianwan suddenly spoke, "Professor, could you move aside for a moment? I need to get the chalk." "Ah, okay." Hearing Ji Chen's words, Bai Lianwan reacted, blushing slightly and stepping aside. It turned out that the position where she was standing was exactly where the chalk was kept on the lectern. Bai Lianwan stepped aside, and Ji Chen picked up the chalk on the lectern, turned around and walked to the blackboard. After a moment of thought, he started writing on it. Let xk be the number of merchants on this shore before the kth crossing of the river. The number of followers is yk, k equals 1, 2, xk, yk equals 0, 1, 2, 3. Define the two-dimensional vector sk equals xk, yk is the state, and under the condition of safe crossing. We have s equals x, yx equals 0. Note that the number of merchants on the kth ferry is uk, and the number of followers is vk. Define the two-dimensional vector dk equals uk, vk is the decision. The set of allowed decisions is denoted as d. Although Bai Lianwan's question was indeed difficult, it was not difficult in terms of mathematics. Rather, it was difficult in terms of how to abstract the problem into a mathematical problem to solve. However, Ji Chen was able to control all of this very well, and there were no errors in his abstract solution method in thinking. In addition, Ji Chen's writing was very beautiful, as if it had been printed on the blackboard, and combined with the perfect solution steps. For a time, the students in the classroom were stunned. Holy cow! Ji Chen really knows how to do it. Old Ji is full of it. I'm cracking up. I can't even read the question, and Ji Chen actually got it right? Oh, thank goodness. I didn't realize that Ji Chen was such a good student. He's amazing. Wow, I feel like I like him so much. Hey, can you guys hold it together? Just because he wrote it fast doesn't mean his answer is correct. Along with the exclamations of the female classmates, a lot of the boys in the class couldn't help but feel a burst of sourness. It was like having a few 100 pounds of lemons. At this time, Bai Lianwan, who had originally stood with her arms folded, watching Ji Chen solve the problem from the lectern, gradually changed her expression from aloof to shocked. Her eyes were wide open, looking at the solution process Ji Chen wrote down, and she was a little stunned. This guy has almost finished in less than 5 minutes? And the solution process can be said to be very standardized and without any problems. If the students in the class could see the little shocked expression on Bai Lianwan's face, which almost never appeared, they would definitely blow up again. In the shocked gazes of the crowd, Ji Chen finally slowed down his handwriting and wrote down the final answer to the question. After writing down the final answer, Ji Chen turned his head and threw the chalk box directly into the box, smiling and asking Bai Lianwan, "Professor Bai, is my answer in steps correct?" Bai Lianwan's face, which had always been cold, flushed slightly at Ji Chen's question, and she looked up at the answer Ji Chen had written again. Yes, and it's very correct. It seems that this guy didn't just ogle her during class, he actually listened attentively. As Bai Lianwan finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted throughout the classroom. Clap, clap, clap. Ji Chen is amazing. I didn't realize he was so handsome and also such a good student. Professor Bai, may I go down now? Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan on the side and asked with a smile. Bai Lianwan coughed twice in a dry and unnatural manner, but her face inexplicably flushed pink. She still said in a serious tone, "Yes, you are a good student. If you focus on your studies, you should have considerable achievements in the future. Don't think about certain things you shouldn't think about." Ji Chen was a little confused by Bai Lianwan's words, but he nodded and returned to his seat. Yun Duan saw Ji Chen return and gave him a thumbs up. He never imagined that his tablemate was actually a super studious person with hidden talents. As soon as Ji Chen sat back down and greeted Yun Duan, a prompt came from the system. Congratulations, host. Modeling math problem solved. Reward for singing talent. Bonus guitar talent. Holy cow. Extra skills? Upon hearing the voice of the system, Ji Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This system is so uncanny. With the guitar talent and singing talent, he can really start to sing for real money. But he can't neglect his studies. Chapter 5. She hasn't even agreed yet. What is this guy talking about? In the next class, Ji Chen was inexplicably called upon by Bai Lianwan to answer questions several times. However, he had already entered the ultimate learning state, and he answered almost every question with ease, winning the applause of the whole class again and again. Many female students secretly made up their minds. After class, they must get Ji Chen's WeChat number. Such an outstanding man, they must not hesitate to act. By Lianwan, who had been thinking about finding an opportunity to educate Ji Chen to focus on his studies. Not only did she not find the opportunity, but she also unconsciously changed her impression of him. In fact, this guy is already exceptionally talented in the area of learning and comprehension, but he is somewhat lacking in other areas. Even if he likes her, he can't just slip a love letter into her lesson plan and confess to her in front of so many people. This kind of behavior is simply too much. Soon, the class ended. Ji Chen had just risen from his seat when a group of girls who had been unable to contain their excitement any longer swarmed over him. Yun Duan, who was next to Ji Chen, was not spared either, and could only watch as a group of girls exuding youthful vitality swarmed over him and Ji Chen. Seeing the flickering headlights of a few individuals, he suddenly whitened his eyes. So big. So white. Brother Ji Chen, can you scan your WeChat QR code for me? Little brother, can I have your friend request? Classmate Ji Chen, I'm the monitor of Class 3, leave me your contact information, so I can contact you in the future if there's anything. In an instant, one after the other, all kinds of mobile phones, ignoring Yun Xuan, came directly to Ji Chen's side. Some individual girls even intentionally or unintentionally waved their huge headlights, trying to attract Ji Chen's attention and add them as friends first. On the podium, Bai Lianwan, who was about to ask Ji Chen to go to the office with her, also temporarily did not speak, and for the first time, she was a little curious about what Ji Chen would do. After all, so many girls were surrounding him, and at his age, he should be very tempted, right? However, what Bai Lianwan didn't know was that these temptations could be said to have no effect at all on Ji Chen at the moment. After all, in his previous life, it was women who had hurt him the most, so how could he possibly repeat the same mistakes in this life? However, to put an end to these young girls' thoughts, simply rejecting them directly would probably not be very effective. So he had to find an excuse that was both omnipotent and would permanently put an end to their thoughts. After thinking about it for a second or two, Ji Chen instantly had an idea. He calmly got up from his seat, looked around at the pretty girls, smiled, and said, "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. I don't think you'd like it if your boyfriend added a lot of pretty girls, so unless there's something special, I won't add you." Sure enough, as soon as Ji Chen said this, the expressions on the faces of the pretty girls around him instantly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? You already have a girlfriend? That's right, you're handsome and a top student, so your girlfriend must be outstanding. I'm sorry for being rude, and I have to admit that you really love your girlfriend. Most of the girls backed away. A few of the girls who were reluctant to give up were still interested, but they didn't want to be rude and continue to pester Ji Chen in front of so many people. Looking at the girls backing away, Ji Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This trick really worked immediately. Yun Duan, who was standing next to Ji Chen, was dumbfounded. Ji Chen has a girlfriend? How come he didn't know about it? At this moment, Bai Lianwan, who was standing on the podium, also heard what Ji Chen said when he rejected the young ladies just now, and her little face inexplicably turned red. When this guy said girlfriend, could it be her? She hasn't even agreed yet, and this guy is talking nonsense. It seems that he really needs to be taught a lesson. Ji Chen had just finished dealing with the surrounding birds and flowers when a beautiful voice suddenly sounded in the classroom. Ji Chen, come to the office with me immediately. Hearing Bai Lianwan's voice, Ji Chen suddenly remembered that the girl had asked him to come to the office after class. He had almost forgotten about it when he was blocked by these girls. Okay, Professor, I'll be right there. After saying that, Ji Chen packed up his things, greeted Yun Duan, and left the classroom with Bai Lianwan. After leaving the classroom, Ji Chen looked at the graceful figure not far ahead of him, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. This girl seems very angry, I'm afraid it won't be easy later. Although he is already the soul of an old man, the fact is that he is now Professor Bai Lianwan's student. If you do something wrong, there's nothing you can do if someone wants to punish you. And Yun Duan, after watching Ji Chen leave, was stunned for a moment, and also thinking about his own life's biggest event, hurriedly got up from his seat to look for Li Yi's figure. After searching the classroom for a while without finding anyone, he quickly packed up his things, and as he walked out of the classroom, he sent a WeChat message asking Li Yi where she was. Today he had confessed to her, and she didn't even wait for him after class. What a nuisance! It's been more than 10 minutes. Ji Chen followed by Lianwan and arrived at the classroom office, where he closed the door as instructed by the young professor. Ji Chen went to the desk and looked at Bai Lianwan, who looked indifferent behind the desk. He asked, "Professor, what is the reason for calling me to the office?" Bai Lianwan's cold eyes fell on Ji Chen and she said sternly, "Today, I saw that you seemed to be very happy in class. Is there something that made you happy?" Ji Chen frowned slightly. Was this girl meddling in his affairs? Although he had some doubts in his heart, Ji Chen still answered truthfully, I like your class, so it's normal to be a little happier. Ji Chen wasn't lying at all. He was now in the ultimate state, learning things quickly, and he had fallen in love with this feeling. Bai Lianwan looked at Ji Chen, feeling both ashamed and angry. Goodness. He's even gone so far as to say it so bluntly. He's saying that he likes her, so he likes the classes she's taking. Upon thinking this, Bai Lianwan crossed her arms and said coldly, You have a good grasp of things. If you study hard, you will definitely achieve great things in the future, so don't waste your time and energy on trivial matters. Ji Chen was a little confused when he heard Bai Lianwan's words. Professor, where do you think I'm wasting my time and energy? I haven't even added those girls to WeChat. He has stopped dating in order to study and make money, so where has he wasted time and effort? Hearing Ji Chen talk about this, Bai Lianwan was even more angry. This guy. Did he think she was jealous and explained to her on purpose? She didn't even agree to be his girlfriend. Thinking about this, Bai Lianwan suddenly remembered something, and then flipped open Ji Chen's lesson plan on the table, and directly pulled out the love letter in the lesson plan. She held it between her fair, slender fingertips and looked at Ji Chen, coldly saying, Do you think that a childish love letter will make me agree to be your girlfriend? And you put it in the lesson plan. I see that you don't take me, your teacher, seriously. Chapter 6, This girl, is she a little too narcissistic? Ji Chen was shocked when he saw the envelope that Bai Lianwan took out of his lesson plan. Shit. Why was this in his lesson plan? Did Yun Duanan put it in by mistake? He suddenly realized why Li Yi didn't react to Yun Duanan's confession today. She didn't even see it. At the same time, Ji Chen also figured it out. No wonder Bai Lianwan asked him to come to the office. Zhang De is strict about teacher-student relationships, and he even put the love letter in the lesson plan. Isn't this a blatant challenge to authority? And this girl, she's not someone who would let someone challenge her authority so easily. You can tell just by looking at her now, with her fierce and menacing expression. It's over. If Bai Lianwan really pursues this, he's afraid he'll become famous at Zhangde. Or maybe he'll be expelled? Bai Lianwan saw that Ji Chen seemed a little flustered. After a moment of thought, he continued, To make you lose control of yourself and act so outrageously, I actually have my own reasons. I do look better, and I'm good at studying. Ji Chen. This girl, is she a little too narcissistic? Although she is over the top good looking, he really doesn't have any interest in her? Professor, I. However, Bai Lianwan did not intend to give Ji Chen a chance to speak, and continued, You don't need to be nervous. You are a rare and good student, and I don't want to ruin your future. How about this? This will be the last time. This time, you will copy the lesson plan 500 times and give it to me tomorrow night. After all, Ji Chen is only 18 or 19 years old, and she doesn't want to ruin his future because of his momentary impulse. If he copies the lesson plan 500 times, it will punish him, show her attitude, and will not affect his studies. When Ji Chen heard Bai Lianwan's words, he was confused. 500 times the lesson plan in one day, this is going to kill him. Bai Lianwan saw Ji Chen's wrong expression and coldly said, What? Do you still want me to announce the punishment to the whole school and expel you? Hearing the words expelled and famous, Ji Chen suddenly cowered. Now he is preparing to study hard and improve every day. If he is expelled, then what's the point of studying? And when he goes back, his parents will probably have a long-lost mixed doubles. He is already 40 years old, he still needs to be decent, and he can't keep getting beaten up. Plus, in this situation, he can't explain, so he can only grit his teeth and say, I copied the lesson plan. Anyway, it's hard to explain now, so I might as well just admit it. Copying the lesson plan 500 times will be a good way to get past this misunderstanding. Bai Lianwan saw Ji Chen's reaction and nodded with her eyes lowered. Copy it carefully, with clear and neat handwriting front and back, or you'll have to redo it. Ji Chen, okay, I'll go back and copy it right now. I won't have other thoughts about you in the future, and let's just pretend that today never happened. What I did today was really rash. Ji Chen pretended to be contrite and said to Bai Lianwan, I've learned my lesson. Seeing that Ji Chen had admitted his mistake in a good manner, Bai Lianwan then took the lesson plan from today's class and handed it to Ji Chen, saying, You go back, adjust your mood, and then copy the lesson plan for me. Okay. After saying that, Ji Chen reached out and took the lesson plan from Bai Lianwan's hands, turned around and strode away, closing the door behind him. Yun Chuan really messed him up. After Ji Chen left, Bai Lianwan suddenly reached for the unopened love letter on the table, preparing to call out to Ji Chen, who had already gone far away. Then I'll wait until he comes to hand in the lesson plan and give it back to him. Thinking so, Bai Lianwan was about to open the drawer and put the love letter in, but when she looked at the love letter in her hand, she hesitated. Somehow, she suddenly became curious about what was written in the love letter. Thinking about this, she looked up at the direction of the office door, hesitated for a moment, and then opened the love letter in her hands. I'll just take a peek. I'll just put it back in. In fact, Bai Lianwan had never read a boy's love letter before, and she was inexplicably a little nervous. After all, in order to avoid unnecessary harassment, she had always been aloof. There were a few brave boys who had sent her love letters, but she had basically rejected them on the spot. So she had been rightfully single all this time. In no time at all, Bai Lianwan opened the love letter in her hands, and a neat row of comfortable-looking characters came into view. This guy, his handwriting is really good, she muttered, and Bai Lianwan began to read the content of the love letter. As she picked up the pen, her thoughts ran wild, because she wanted to present this long-lost love to you. EW, so mushy. Upon reading the first sentence, she couldn't help but picture Ji Chen's deep and affectionate appearance in her mind. Although her little face looked disgusted, it was slightly flushed. Meanwhile, Yun Duan had already found Li Yi. After hearing what the other party said, he reacted with shock and without hesitation, he left Li Yi and immediately ran to find Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan. However, as soon as he reached the bottom of the teacher's office building, he met Ji Chen, who had already come downstairs. Ji, you're alive. Yun Duan, upon seeing Ji Chen, immediately rushed up to him. Ji Chen, upon seeing the culprit Yun Duan, immediately threw him a dangerous smile and walked over in big strides. Yun Duan, you scoundrel. The latter felt that something was amiss and immediately slipped away. Old Ji, let me explain. Let me beat you up first. Stop right there. In no time at all, the two figures disappeared from under the teaching building, one in front of the other. At this time, in the office, Bai Lianwan's face had turned red from the romantic words in the love letter, and she was both embarrassed and angry, but she wanted to keep reading. 10 miles of spring breeze are not as good as meeting you. A clear sky with no clouds is not as good as having you in my heart. This guy, this is really too mushy. Although she said this, Bai Lianwan did not put the love letter away. I discovered that I really liked you yesterday, and I like you very much today, and I have a feeling that I will like you even more tomorrow. Ah, this. Where did you learn this? I still like you, from night to dawn, from cold winter to warm spring, from 1 second to a lifetime, endless and unceasing. Endless and unceasing. Endless and unceasing. Where did you learn this? The ending. Your eyes are very beautiful because there are mountains and rivers, clouds and mist, rain and shine, flowers and birds in them. But my eyes are even more beautiful because there is only you in them. So, I like you, please go out with me. After reading the last few lines, Bai Lianwan's heartbeat suddenly quickened a little, and an inexplicable feeling grew within her. 6th chapter. Chapter 7, How Backward is the World's Culture and Entertainment? Bai Lianwan never imagined that Ji Chen would have such ardent and deep feelings for her. So did she overdo it today? But she couldn't possibly agree to him. Thinking about this, Bai Lianwan, who had never been in a relationship before, blushed. But soon, she regained her senses. Jiangda University clearly forbade teacher-student relationships. And she had already made her position clear and refused, so this matter would end here. But this guy's feelings are quite sincere. Thinking about this, Bai Lianwan immediately shook her head to keep herself awake and stop daydreaming. Since it's all in the past, she shouldn't dwell on it. Besides, she's only 18, and it's too early for her to be in a relationship. Work. Quickly shoving the love letter into her drawer, Bai Lianwan quickly picked up the teaching materials on the table and started reading them to distract herself, but she didn't even notice that she had the materials upside down. No matter how hard she tried to look away, the romantic words in her head just wouldn't go away, and her heart was pounding with an inexplicable feeling. She was in trouble. She was thinking about a student. How could she? No, she couldn't. It was already 5:30 p.m. Ji Chen and Yun Duan had dinner in the school cafeteria before returning to the dormitory. Although the 500 lesson plans gave him a headache, he had to eat first. After dinner, Yun Duan proposed to go to the canteen to buy some drinks to compensate Ji Chen. Ji Chen gladly accepted. After all, because of this guy's mistake, he almost got reported to the whole school. He also bought some notebooks and pens on the way. However, when the two had just walked halfway, they saw an intermittent singing sound coming from not far ahead. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of young men and women gathered together. Could it be that guy Tang Zio has come out to seduce young girls by singing again? Yin Duan said, and strode over towards the crowded area. Damn it, aren't we going to the store? Why are you making a scene? Ji Chen said, while striding over towards Yun Duan. The main reason was that he was short of money, and his part-time job salary had not yet been paid, so later, Yun Duan would have to pay the bill. Although in high school, Ji Chen was considered a rich kid. However, just after the college entrance examination, his family went bankrupt and was in debt. Therefore, after entering university, he rarely asked his family for money, worked hard and saved money. He also saved money whenever he could and sometimes borrowed from Yun Duanan, paying him back as soon as he got paid. Although he has been reborn now, he can't get money that quickly and can only rely on Yun Duanan for a while. Soon, the two came one after the other to the crowd. A dozen girls and a couple of guys were gathered around a handsome guy with glasses and a guitar, singing. There was also a phone stand in front of him, broadcasting the sound live. This guy, Ji Chen, also had a slight impression. Tang Zio, a third-year senior, was also a popular live streaming host and time management guru. He would usually sing live on the roadside to make some extra money and flirt with girls at the same time. But a few days ago, he was discovered by his girlfriend for having his feet in several boats, and was beaten up by her. I didn't expect him to make a comeback so soon. But the amazing thing is that the girls around him still look lost and infatuated when they hear Tang Zio sing. Wow, Senior Zio really sings well. I feel that he will definitely be a big star in the future. I'll add Senior Zio's WeChat later. It's so good. Someone so talented can't be a scumbag, he just wants to give every girl a home. Ji Chen couldn't help but laugh when he heard the girls' conversation and Tang Zio's song that made him feel so uncomfortable. Is this it? Can this make these girls go crazy like this? At this time, a few girls in the crowd also noticed Ji Chen, and when they saw his handsome face, they exclaimed, "Wow, this little brother is so handsome, do you like listening to songs too? I haven't seen you before, are you a freshman? I'm a junior, let's add each other on WeChat, if you have any questions in the future, you can ask me." Soon, several more enthusiastic girls surrounded Ji Chen and asked for his WeChat. This scene was also noticed by Tang Ziyu, who was singing in the center of the crowd. Especially when he saw Ji Chen's face, which was even more handsome than his expression became a little unnatural. Damn it! When did Jiangda get such a handsome freshman? Ji Chen, on the other hand, was slightly impatient when the girls came up to him, and after rejecting them one by one, he was about to call Yin Chuan and leave. Tang Ziyu on stage had finished singing and received applause from almost everyone in the audience. The nearly 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room also sent wave after wave of small gifts. It's so beautiful, host, sing another song. I like hosts who make a living with their talent. The host really sings well, gift sent. Tang Zio looked at the stream of small gifts in the live broadcast room and the applause from the audience, and a confident smile appeared on his face. Thank you all, your support is the driving force behind my hard work and singing. Now let's have a little interaction. We will randomly select an audience member to come up and sing a song about relationships. If they can move me, I will give her the guitar I'm holding. Tang Zio said, glancing around the crowd and looking at the most beautiful girl in the crowd. How about you, young lady? Would you like to come up and sing a song? Tang Zio said, with a broad smile on his face. If someone sings in a monotonous voice, they won't be very popular on the live broadcast. If you pick some good-looking passers-by to interact with, it will be more interesting. And usually these girls don't sing very well. Just act like you're not impressed, but you still like them, and give the girl your WeChat. You'll make the other person really excited. After all, Tang Zio has a reputation as a talented person, and his singing is also deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. He is confident. However, Tang Zio did not expect that he had miscalculated today. At this time, the girl he had chosen was completely infatuated with Ji Chen's dismal appearance. Hearing that Tang Zio had chosen her as the lucky audience member, she looked directly at Ji Chen without thinking, saying, "Little brother is so good looking, you must sing very well, otherwise let little brother go up and sing a song." When the other girls heard what the girl said, they immediately agreed. Yes, let little brother go and sing. Yes, you can tell that he can sing very well just by looking at him. Tang Zio on stage couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners when he saw what was happening. Although he was very reluctant, he still followed the girl's words without losing his composure and smiled, saying, "Are you interested in coming up and singing a song, Junior?" Pretending to be graceful, this is a must for a scumbag's self-cultivation at all times. And this Junior may not necessarily agree. Generally, handsome men don't sing well. Ji Chen, who was in the audience, heard the request from the girls and Tang Ziyo, and without thinking, he was about to refuse when he heard the prompt from the system. He had to hurry back to copy the lesson plan. Triggered task: sing a love song about unrequited love in public. Reward: 100,000 likes, 1 bad boy character experience card. 100,000 cash. Ha! 100,000 yuan. Ji Chen froze upon hearing this figure. For him now, 100,000 yuan in cash could be considered a super huge sum. It was just that it would be a bit difficult to get 100,000 people to agree. After all, since gaining the singing talent and guitar talent, he had never found the opportunity to sing until now. At this moment, Tang Ziyu saw that Ji Chen had not responded, and his confidence grew even more. This guy is hesitant, he definitely can't sing. However, at this moment, Ji Chen suddenly brightened up his eyes from the audience, became very enthusiastic, and laughed, "Then I'll come up and show off a little." Not to mention that bad youth experience card, just the lure of 100,000 cash is strong enough for him. Not to mention singing 1 song, 10 songs is no problem. It just so happens that this guy is a somewhat famous anchor, and he should have quite a few fans. Singing another popular song from his previous life, coupled with his singing talent and guitar talent, should not be difficult to complete the task. After Ji Chen said that, he strode onto the stage, leaving Yun Duan, who looked dumbfounded, behind. Although he had only spent 10 days with Ji Chen, this guy had also sung in front of him once, and almost sent him away. Why was he so confident, even though he was so bad at singing? 7th update. Chapter 8, Cry for Me All You Want. Tang Ziyo is already a popular host, but he has never shown his face during live broadcasts. After all, his appearance is considered average, and he always uses anime face effects. When Ji Chen walked onto the stage, the netizens in the broadcast room saw that he was almost 2 heads taller than Tang Ziyo when he walked into the frame, and the extremely handsome anime effects that closely resembled his facial features caused an immediate outcry. Wow! Little brother, you look like you came right out of a comic book. Just looking at the special effects makes you look so handsome, and in real life, you must be even more handsome. Little brother, show us your face. It's okay if you don't sing well. Looks can fix everything. Omega. At this time, Tang Ziyo looked at the barrage of comments from the girls in the live broadcast room and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. However, soon, he adjusted his mentality again and looked at Ji Chen, smiling and asking, "Does the junior need accompaniment?" Ji Chen looked at Tang Ziyo, who was hugging a guitar, and laughed, "Yes, but I have to play it myself. Can I borrow your guitar for a while?" The latter was slightly surprised. "You can play the guitar?" Ji Chen nodded, just happened to be a little interested in this area and can play a little. Tang Ziyo cheerfully handed the guitar to Ji Chen, saying, "Okay, I believe you." Ji Chen took the guitar and said, "Thank you. So what song are you going to sing?" Ji Chen thought for a moment and said, "I'll sing an original." Since the system wanted him to sing a song about unrequited love, he would sing the song of his favorite singer from his previous life, Yang Zhongwei's That Man. And compared to other people's songs, Ji Chen was more familiar with his songs. After all, he had listened to them over and over again hundreds of times. When Ji Chen's words were heard by the crowd at the scene and in the broadcast room, almost everyone's expression froze. Holy cow! This little brother can also create his own songs? That's amazing. No way. No way. This can't be a little brother who combines talent and good looks. Cut it out. Can you be more reasonable? It looks like he's bragging no matter how I look at it. Exactly, if he can really play the guitar and write original songs, he must have gone to an art school to debut. He's just bragging. Seeing that the girls are going crazy for Ji Chen, many boys have started to sourly complain. Not only the surrounding male students, but even Ji Chen's best friend, Yun Chuan, watching Ji Chen smile gracefully, couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners. Did he hear it right? This guy obviously can't even carry a tune, and he can write original songs? Tang Ziyo on stage quickly reacted after a brief moment of shock. Although he didn't know if Ji Chen was bragging, he had now been invited onto the stage. Regardless of whether it was bragging or not, he had to continue. However, it was generally difficult to compose original songs that resonated with others. Even he didn't have the confidence to sing his own songs, and this looked like a fledgling junior. What else could he sing? Thinking about this, Tang Ziyu smiled with grace and said, I didn't realize that the junior was so talented, so we'll be listening with rapt attention. Ji Chen had already started adjusting his guitar. Hearing Tang Ziyu's words, he laughed and said, I've only dabbled a little bit. I hope you can bear with me if I don't sing well. Tang Ziyu grinned, thinking that his junior was being humble. Okay, I'm ready to go. I'll start now. Don't boo me if I sing badly. As soon as Ji Chen finished speaking, his slender fingertips began plucking the strings of the guitar, and a beautiful, slightly sad melody flowed from his fingertips. The sound of the guitar is clean, pure, and natural, but it vaguely carries a sense of inexplicable depression. The crowd at the scene and in the broadcast room were instantly immersed in the sound and melody of the guitar. Tang Ziyu, on the other side, was more shocked than immersed. This guitar level is really... Is this really what he meant by just knowing a little bit? Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that this junior's guitar level was already far above his. At this moment, Tang Ziyu suddenly felt a little regret. It was rash of him to let Ji Chen go on stage and sing. After the melody had been going on for a while, Ji Chen's voice came from the microphone in front of him. There's a man who loves you with all his heart. That man loves you completely. He'd rather become a shadow, guarding you and following you. That man loves you, but his heart is crying. The short lyrics of the song, sung with Ji Chen's unique voice, suddenly entered everyone's ears. The lyrics express the singer's innermost feelings, and together with Ji Chen's deep voice, they strike a chord in the hearts of the audience, causing them to feel inexplicably sad and helpless at being unable to love. And then, the guitar melody suddenly changes, and the song's original gentle rhythm changes as well. It immediately becomes more passionate. How much longer will it take before you hear what he didn't say? Being strong is like a lie, just a kind of pretense. He just hopes for a chance to be loved by you. How long does it take to yearn for it? Before you walk towards him and cling to his side. A smile is the least you can pretend to be a lie, tears can only be forced. The chorus ends. Off stage, the audience feels only a tingling scalp and a loss of soul. Is this really a song that a guy like Ji Chen would sing? He is so good looking, would he be so humble in a relationship? But it has to be admitted that when hearing Ji Chen sing this song, everyone can recall that unrequited love in their hearts, and their noses tingle slightly. Although the name of the song is still unknown, both the singing standard and the lyrics are too sad and classic. On stage, Tang Ziyu was completely defeated by the song Ji Chen sang. He also deeply realized a mistake. His previous actions were really playing with a big sword in front of Guan Gong. Yun Duan, who was watching from the audience, looked at Ji Chen, who had been with him for the past 20 days or so, and now felt his knees go weak. This is truly a genuine grovel. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room's popularity also began to skyrocket along with Ji Chen singing, and in just a minute or two, it had already reached almost 200,000 views. Oh my, this young man's singing voice is that of someone with a story. What kind of song is this? It makes me feel so sad, it makes me cry. Mom, Neil. Chapter 9, within 10 minutes, I want all the information on this young man. Otherwise, I'll unfollow the host. On the stage, Ji Chen has already started singing the second verse. No matter how long and how painful it is, he still loves you as usual. It's like a fool, talking to the air, will he ever have a chance to be loved by you? With a soulful singing voice and a hoarse voice. Ji Chen's singing voice seems to have an irresistible magic. With his singing, one's emotions become uncontrollably desperate and lost. One's body trembles uncontrollably, one feels numb, and one can't help but have reddened eyes. And as the emotions build, the climax of the song finally arrives. Ji Chen moves his fingers in unison, and the sad melody once again begins to change key, a few notes higher than the first chorus. All the accumulated emotions are poured out almost instantly. Ji Chen's singing also becomes more intense. That man is me, do you know? Or do you know but pretend not to? You won't answer even if I ask hoarsely. No matter how long, how hurtful it is. I still love you, every minute and every second. It's like a fool, talking to the air, waiting to be loved by you. The last line of the song ended. In the live broadcast room with nearly 300,000 views, there was not a single pop-up comment. The dozens of audience members who had been attracted by the song were so quiet that there wasn't even a hint of a murmur. Until 2 or 3 seconds later. Finally, one audience member couldn't hold back any longer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tears fell from already reddened eyes like strings of beads. Even Tang Ziyo, who was standing nearby, could hardly hide the sadness that had been buried in his heart for many years. He took off his glasses and crouched on the stage, covering his face and sobbing. Back then, if he hadn't been with a girlfriend for more than 5 years and had recklessly fallen in love with a scumbag street singer, how would he have learned to sing so hard, only to finally fail to win back his girlfriend and start being a scumbag in retaliation against those women? Ji-chun, who was standing nearby, looked at Tang Ziyo, who was crying like a 200-pound fat man, as if he saw his former self. However, he did not have so much sympathy that he went up to comfort him. For this kind of thing, you still have to let go on your own. A song called That Man Is For You. Ji-chun took off the guitar from his body and said to the live broadcast room and the audience, glancing at the popularity of the live broadcast room, and he was surprised to see that it had already reached more than 300,000. Clap, 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 clap. Suddenly, the quiet venue was filled with applause, which quickly built up. Damn, I never cry, and I was made to cry by a song. My junior's singing voice is so amazing, I can only say one thing, bravo. It's just outrageous. I wanted to cry as soon as he opened his mouth. At the same time, a barrage of gifts of all kinds went up in the live broadcast room. Green as Can Be rewarded 10 hot air balloons and left a message saying, "This song reminds me of my ex-girlfriend. Back then, the school was cracking down on early romance and found my girlfriend in the act." As a result, the other boy was punished laughs. Death Star Guy Without Headphones rewarded a heart-shaped laser gun and left a message saying, "The host sang very well. I hope I can listen to you sing every day in the future." Grumpy Lori rewarded a helicopter and left a message, "Thank you for your song, it made me cry, and it also made me forget about him and find the man of my dreams. Little brother, I declare you. Let me be your girlfriend, okay?" Holy shit. That helicopter is definitely a rich girl. I'm jealous. Ha! What's so good about those limp-wrist girls? Call Me Your Queen left a gift of a heart of the universe. Holy shit. A heart of the universe. 2,600. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. For a moment, the originally only moderately popular live broadcast room, after Ji-chun finished singing a song, gifts and comments flew all over the place, stunning Ji-chun in front of the screen, as well as Tang Ziyo, who had just finished blowing his nose and wiping away his tears. At the same time, a system prompt also sounded in Ji-chun's head. Congratulations, host. You have completed the song singing task, gained the recognition of 100,000 people, and been rewarded with a juvenile delinquent character experience card. 100,000 yuan in cash. The character experience card has been issued to the host's system backpack, and the 100,000 yuan in cash has been successfully transferred to the host's account through regular channels. Please check it in time. As the system's voice fell, the phone that Ji-chun had placed in his pocket immediately vibrated. He quickly took the phone out of his pocket, and sure enough, it was an account arrival reminder from his only bank card. It really had arrived, 100,000 yuan in full. He had actually received 100,000 yuan in seconds just by singing a song. If he worked part-time, he would have to work for 3,000 yuan a month for almost 3 years without eating or drinking to save that much money. Indeed, having a life with the system is the only way to go. At this time, Tang Ziyo, who was next to Ji-chun, saw the live broadcast audience frantically giving him gifts, and his heart was even more mixed. However, he didn't hesitate too much, and quickly went up and said, "Everyone, I am the host of this live broadcast room, and these are just my fans. If you want to give gifts, go to his live broadcast room and do it. Later, I will give him all the gifts you give him, and I will split the income with the platform." Although he was jealous of Ji-chun's good looks and talent, Tang Ziyo was not someone who took advantage of others. He still has this principle. Ji-chun suddenly didn't find this guy so annoying when he heard Tang Ziyo's words in front of him. After explaining to the netizens in the live broadcast room, Tang Ziyo looked at Ji-chun, scratched his head, sniffed his nose, and said, "Junior, give me your WeChat. I'll transfer you the money later, and you can keep the guitar too." Ji-chun heard Tang Ziyo's words and smiled indifferently. "This live broadcast room is yours, and the gifts you swiped are naturally yours, so you don't need to give them to me." After all, if he can successfully complete the task of getting 100,000 likes and earn 100,000 yuan in cash, it is also thanks to Tang Zio. That money can be considered his agency fee. Tang Zio, who did not know the truth, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth, looking at Ji Chen and telling him the truth. There are at least 3,000, not 30. Ji Chen did not comment, smiling and saying, I know, you don't have to give it to me, including your guitar. After saying this, he threw the guitar into Tang Zio's hands, took large strides off the stage, put his arm around Yun Duan's shoulders, and left, saying, Anzi, let me buy you a drink. Tang Zio, this. Yun Duan, who still looked confused. What the fuck, didn't you say you had no money? Ji Chen grinned, I have it now, what drink would you like? Dongpang special drink? No problem. What the fuck? Has the sun come up in the west? The two of them kept talking as they walked, their figures gradually disappearing from view. Some slow-witted girl suddenly reacted, and immediately gave chase. Younger brother, don't go, leave a WeChat first. I'm good at sucking cock, and if you like to sing, I can accompany you. I majored in dance, I can do all kinds of difficult moves, I can be your backup dancer. Tang Zio watched the back of Ji Chen getting farther and farther away, unable to come back to reality for a long time, and felt even more that he was tall and handsome. This is truly a real man. His previous actions were simply too animal-like. And the hundreds of thousands of viewers in his live broadcast room had already gone crazy. Holy shit. The young man just left like that. He didn't even leave a TikTok number? Oh my god, he's so ruthless and willful. I like it. The host quickly asked the young man for his contact information. Within 10 minutes, I want all the information about this young man, or I'll unfollow the host. Me too. Me too. Tang Ziyu. 9th update. Chapter 10, The Sisters Upstairs, Are They Launching Rockets? After Ji Chen and Yun Duan left, they went straight to the store and bought all the notebooks and pens they would need for the whole semester at once, and they each drank 2 bottles of the most expensive drinks in the store. When he returned to the dormitory, Ji Chen also called home first and transferred 60,000 yuan, telling his parents not to rush to pay off the debt and to buy something delicious to improve their lives. However, he was unable to avoid being earnestly reminded by the two old people not to do anything bad. After all, earning tens of thousands of yuan at once was really unusual for Ji Chen, a college student. After dealing with the two old people and ending the call, Ji Chen then began to write furiously and copy the teaching plan. The culprit, Yun Duanan, kept on trying to serve Ji Chen, but in the end Ji Chen gave him a few kicks and he walked away with his bottom in his hands. The video of Ji Chen playing guitar and singing live during the day was also posted on the internet. After a few hours of fermentation, it was immediately sent to the top of the charts. As of 9:30 p.m., it had already received nearly 900,000 likes and was still climbing at a terrifying rate. The comments section was also growing like crazy. Ah, what kind of immortal song is this? I love it. He's also very tall and handsome, and his voice is so nice. Sisters, I'm going first. Oh my, sister upstairs, is your boyfriend a rocket scientist? Young man, hurry up and make your debut. I'll steal my boyfriend's money to support you. 9:30 p.m. The protagonist, who has already become a popular voice actor, is blissfully unaware of his newfound fame and is still writing furiously, struggling to copy the teaching plan. His roommates are playing video games, and he is the only one left alone, buried in his work. At this moment, the dormitory door suddenly opens from the outside. Yun Xuan, carrying a bag with the Starbucks logo, strides over to Ji Chen. Ji Chen, this is Starbucks coffee. I had someone bring it especially for you. Have a cup to relieve your fatigue. Yun Duanan placed the coffee on Ji Chen's desk, opened the lid, and handed it to him, smiling as he spoke. Ji Chen glanced at the coffee Yun Duanan handed him, hesitated for a second or two, but then put down his pen and reached out to take it. You're not completely heartless. I'm a little tired, and Yun Duanan is being so generous as to treat me to such an expensive cup of coffee, so I can't waste it. Seeing Ji Chen take the coffee, Yun Duanan hurriedly walked behind him and tapped him on the shoulder. This time, it's really my fault. I'll order some late-night snacks for Lao Ji to fill his stomach later. Yun Duanan's attitude of admitting his mistake was very positive. At that moment, a figure dressed in a majestic basketball uniform suddenly approached. Anzi, why don't you treat me to a meal later? The person speaking was Zhao Ran, an unadulterated basketball fanatic. After going to university, if there were no classes, he was either playing basketball or on his way to play basketball. Today was a rare time when he was in the dormitory. However, Yun Chuan did not hesitate to directly reject the other person's request. Fuck you. Buy your own food if you want to eat it. As soon as Yun Chuan finished speaking, a large hand was placed directly on his neck. Are you sure? I'm sure. Good boy. You're being treated differently. Holy shit. Lao Ji, help me. Ji Chen looked at Yun Duan, who was being driven away, and laughed. Lao Ran, don't go too hard, I'm keeping him to buy me breakfast. After Ji Chen said that, he continued to start copying. Okay. Anzi is so beautiful, I'll be gentle, ha ha ha. Holy shit. Help. Meanwhile. Teacher's quarters. Bai Lianwan had just returned from a night run and was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower with bare feet when she happened to see a few unread messages pop up on her phone on the table. She opened her phone and glanced at it. It was a WeChat message from her cousin and best friend, Xingya. There were a few messages with a link to a video. Lianwan, the background in this video looks so familiar. It looks like it's our Jiangbei University. The most important thing is that the guy in this video sings so beautifully and soulfully. It seems to me that he's just broken up with someone. Help me find out if you know him. You know a lot of people in your class, so if you do, I'll go find him and help him improve his emotional intelligence. Ha ha ha. Bai Lianwan looked at her cousin's message and couldn't help but laugh. What kind of man could make her usually abstinent cousin so excited? And he's from Jiangbei? Although she wasn't really interested, since Qingya had sent her the video and asked her to help, she might as well take a look. Bai Lianwan sat on the sofa, crossed her long legs, and clicked on the video link. And when the video played out in a few seconds, Bai Lianwan looked at the figure of the boy holding the guitar in the video and was instantly stunned. Even though the person in the video did not show his face, obscured by an anime face effect that hid his real appearance, Bai Lianwan still recognized him at a glance from his clothes. It was the student who wrote the love letter to her today, Ji Chen. 10 more chapters to come. Those of you who have read this far, remember to give it a 5-star rating. After all, 20,000 views in just one day. Omega, thank you all. Chapter 11, luckily, this girl can't seduce him, or he would be in big trouble. Bai Lianwan was slightly shocked for a second or two when she recognized Ji Chen in the video. She didn't expect that Ji Chen could even sing. But since he is so good looking, he should be able to sing quite well. As this thought flashed through her mind, a strange and somewhat heart-wrenching sound of the piano came from the video. What is this sad melody? Bai Lianwan frowned slightly, and subconsciously muttered, watching the slender fingers on the guitar in the video, listening to the music in my ears, my heart, which had just calmed down in the afternoon, inexplicably began to throb again. After a short melody, the magnetic voice came out. There is a man who loves you with all his heart. That man loves you completely. He would rather become a shadow, guarding you and following you. That man loves you, but his heart is crying. The gentle singing that kept coming into her ears, along with the sad, humble and affectionate lyrics, instantly made Bai Lianwan enchanted. Even though the video was just a cartoon effect, she could seem to see the sadness and depth of feeling on Ji Chen's face. It also made her recall those unforgettable words of love in the love letters, and she was drawn into them. Her breathing became more and more tense as the song progressed, condensing an unusual emotion. This emotion continued to rise until the rhythm of the music suddenly accelerated, and Bai Lianwan's heart was also stirred by the sudden passionate melody and singing, making her heart beat faster. That man is me, do you know? Or do you know but pretend not to know? You won't answer even if I ask hoarsely. Hearing this, Bai Lianwan couldn't help but follow it with red eyes. Her usually cold and indifferent eyes faintly glimmered with a little light. Suddenly, the image of Ji Chen striding away from the office came to mind. Only then did she realize how sad and despondent his back looked at that time. How long, how hurtful it will be. Before you hear what I didn't say. Strength is like a lie, just a kind of disguise. I just hope that I will have a chance to be loved by you. No matter how long it takes, and how hurtful it is. I still love you, every minute and every second. It's like a fool, talking to the air, waiting to be loved by you. The song ended. Bai Lianwan looked at this handsome figure in the video, not knowing when her eyes had been filled with tears. A tear instantly slid down, leaving a shallow tear mark on her pale face. Lost. Regret. A variety of emotions filled her heart. It was as if she could empathize with Ji Chen and feel the way he felt when he sang this song. Could it be that this guy was singing about her in this song? After all, she had resolutely rejected Ji Chen's love letter in the afternoon, and the content was so deep and helpless. It was definitely sung about her. But as soon as this thought came to her, she quickly shook her head. How could she? She was a strict professor, and even if it was sung about her, she could not be swayed because of that. In order to snap out of it, she quickly threw her phone onto the sofa and, barefoot, hurried towards the bathroom. She needed to take a shower to clear her head. After all, she was a girl of 17 or 18, and in the face of this irresistible barrage, her heart was inevitably stirred. 3 steps became 2 as she reached the bathroom door, and Bai Lianwan took off her clothes and entered the bathroom. However, not long after entering, a loud bang accompanied by a young girl's muffled grunt suddenly came from the bathroom. In a moment, Bai Lianwan wrapped herself in a bath towel, clenched her teeth, and endured the severe pain in her ankle before stepping out of the bathroom. She went to the living room, picked up her phone from the sofa, and dialed her cousin Xingya. Soon, the call connected. Lianwan, did you finish watching the video? Do you know this boy? I fell in the shower and sprained my ankle. Come over and help me. What? You fell? I'll be right there. In Lin Xingya's eyes, Bai Lianwan was not the type to be reckless. She was surprised that he had fallen in the shower. Bai Lianwan's face flushed a little when she heard Lin Xingya's words, and she felt a little guilty. If she hadn't been thinking about Ji Chen and her, she wouldn't have been careless and fallen, and she wouldn't have sprained her ankle. Damn it! 10:30. On Douyin. Ji Chen's singing video has already reached nearly 3 million views. A group of netizens who were shocked by the song are searching the entire network for his whereabouts. And Tang Ziyou's Douyin followers have increased at a visible rate, from 300,000 to 700,000. This is something he never expected. He has been broadcasting on Douyin for more than a year, and he has only accumulated 300,000 followers. And Ji Chen, with just one song, in just a few hours, gave him an additional 400,000 followers. The influence was truly terrifying. Seeing his followers continue to grow, Tang Ziyou was inevitably a little excited. But when he saw the private message in the background and the comments in the comments section of his previous videos, his heart instantly cooled. Anchor! Hurry up and send the contact information of the young man who sang in your live broadcast. Anchor, quickly, just wait for you to give us the young man's contact information, so that we can unfollow him in time. Anchor, can you conveniently tell me the contact information of this young man? It seems that he is seriously hurt. I need to fly over there to treat him. I heard that this anchor has my husband's contact information, is that true? Bitch, get out of here, my husband is not someone you can call. Tang Ziyou was at a loss for words as he read the private messages and comments. His followers had increased, but not his fans. But he had to contact Ji Chen tomorrow, otherwise, if things continued like this, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to broadcast properly. After all, the threat from his old followers to unfollow him if he didn't hand over Ji Chen's contact information was still fresh in his mind. Thinking about it, Tang Ziyou regretted it. He really had lost his mind during the day. He thought the guy couldn't sing, and ended up crying like a 200-pound fat man on stage. The most important thing is that his fans have also been sucked away by Ji Chen. Damn it! It's outrageous. However, the protagonist, who has accidentally become a popular hit on TikTok, is still writing furiously, copying the lesson plan. Since tomorrow will be almost full of classes, Ji Chen has to complete the task assigned by Bai Lianwan today. Although he was very tired, he was still relieved at the thought that he could turn over a new leaf tomorrow by handing Bai Lianwan the lesson plan he had been given. It was also a good thing that Bai Lianwan was an iceberg, and her heart could not be warmed, otherwise if he really aroused her interest, he would be in big trouble. Chapter 12, This little brat is really ruthless. 11 p.m. Zhengda Faculty Dormitory. In the simple bedroom, Bai Lianwan is sitting on the bed, letting the girl next to her treat her wound. This is her cousin and best friend, Lin Xingya, the school nurse at Zhengda University. Although Lin Xingya is not as delicate looking as Bai Lianwan, she is already a rare beauty, and her figure is excellent. As she moved, the buttons of her form-fitting shirt seemed ready to burst open. Lianwan, why were you so careless today? You fell pretty hard, dislocating your ankle and seriously injuring your skin. Lin Xingya carefully tended to Bai Lianwan's wound, her brows furrowed with worry. It was just a slip, I didn't notice, it shouldn't have had a big impact, right? Bai Lianwan was a little guilty, but pretended to be unconcerned. After all, she couldn't just confess that she had been distracted by watching Ji Chen's video. After wrapping the last bandage around Bai Lianwan's ankle, Lin Xingya looked at the young girl beside her and said solemnly, "It's had a big impact. At least you can't go to class tomorrow during the day. If there's a class, you have to take leave, otherwise I'll just go to your class and carry you to my infirmary." "I don't have class tomorrow." "That's good," Lin Xingya said, and began to pack up her tools. Then it seemed as if she suddenly remembered something, and she hurriedly sat down next to Bai Lianwan, leaned over and asked her, "Lianwan, you still haven't told me about the boy in that video." Bai Lianwan looked at the injury on her ankle when she heard Lin Xingya's question. Although she felt a little guilty, she still said seriously, "Yes, but it seems like he already has someone he likes." Since that guy likes her so much, Bai Lianwan felt that she had to warn Xingya in advance, otherwise she was afraid that she would be sad when Ji Chen rejected her. However, when the latter heard Bai Lianwan's words, he did not show any sign of backing down, but instead became even more excited, saying, "I know this. I could hear it in his singing. But I feel that he is now trapped in love and must still be single. Maybe I can still heal him and make him forget the woman who hurt him." Having said that, Lin Xingya seemed to feel something was wrong again, and looked at Bai Lianwan. "Ha? Lianwan, how do you know he has someone he likes?" As Bai Lianwan's cousin and best friend, Lin Xingya knows her very well. Apart from studying and teaching, this girl never pays attention to other people's gossip. Especially gossip about men. How would she know that Ji Chen has someone he likes? Bai Lianwan felt a little unnatural when Lin Xingya asked this question. She extended her jade hand and pushed her side of her green hair behind her ear, and said in a cold tone, "No, just today after class, a group of girls confessed their love to him, and he rejected them all, saying that he had a girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lin Xingya's beautiful eyes instantly dimmed. "Ah, who is his girlfriend? From Jiangnan University? It's rare to find a man who can make her heart flutter, but why does he have a girlfriend?" Bai Lianwan felt a little guilty, and slightly shrunk her feet. "I'm not sure, it could also be an excuse for him to reject other people." Although she really wanted to tell Lin Xingya that the person that Ji Chen liked was herself, she had never been in a relationship before and it was a little difficult for her to say it. Hearing this, Lin Xingya was a little disappointed, but she couldn't help but become a little curious. She looked at Bai Lianwan and wondered what kind of girl could make him like her so much. "How would I know?" "Ha, it's not you, is it, Wanwan?" "Xingya, what are you talking about?" "Ah, Lian, you're blushing, fess up, was it you?" "No." "Ha? You've got a hurt foot right now, if you don't fess up, humph." Lin Xingya said, looking at the girl on the bed, whose beauty was already extremely seductive. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she leaned towards the other person. Now that the girl happened to be injured, it was the perfect time to take advantage. Thinking of this, Lin Xingya directly pounced on the girl next to her. However, she still underestimated the other party's abilities. Before she could grab anything, Bai Lianwan rolled over and pounced on the bed. Even though her legs were not as agile as before, she was still more than enough to deal with Lin Xingya. In the end, in less than 2 minutes, Lin Xingya was wrapped in an air conditioning quilt like a caterpillar, with only her head showing, unable to move and squirming weakly on the bed, as she watched Bai Lianwan get up from the bed and step under it. "I was wrong. Let me go quickly," Lin Xingya begged pitifully. Bai Lianwan leisurely took a book, went to the French windows, sat on the lazy sofa, peeled off a lollipop and put it in her mouth, and then started reading. Lin Xingya. This girl is so heartless. She just wants to take advantage of the situation. Oh. 1:30 a.m. Ji Chen finishes the last question and finally puts down his pen, having completed the task of teaching the lesson plan 500 times. After a big stretch, he gets up to get ready for a shower and go to bed. Except for Fan Zhua, who is still struggling to finish typing. Now all of his roommates in the dormitory have gone to bed. Even Yin Xuan, who has been serving Ji Chen, has not been able to hold out and go to sleep and chat with the Lord of the Underworld in his dreams. "Lao Ji, you're done copying?" Fan Zhua asked in a low voice as he watched Ji Chen get up, without stopping what he was doing. "It's done. I'll hand it in after class tomorrow." "Bullshit. But what did you do this time to anger Professor Bai and make you copy the lesson plan 500 times? Can you tell me? Give me some inspiration." "No, it's just a small matter. You take your time writing, I'll go take a shower first," Ji Chen said, and quickly grabbed some clothes to change into and went to the bathroom. After all, the more people who knew about the misdirected love letter, the better. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before he became famous at Jiangda University. While taking a shower, Ji Chen also planned for the future. His family still owed millions of dollars in debt, and if he could pay it back in time, his parents wouldn't have to work so hard. Speaking of which, he remembered that there was a large village called Shika Village near Jiangda University. In a few years, the government would begin to focus on the development of that area and transform it into a new urban area. Right now, the housing prices there are low, so if he could earn enough money as soon as possible, he would definitely consider buying a shop or factory there first. When the policy comes down, I'm afraid the income will multiply several times over. I heard that one family received 10 million yuan in compensation for demolishing a house alone. If you buy it now, I'm afraid you can get it for 2 or 3 million, so there's no time to lose. Strive to earn enough money to invest in buying a house before the news is released, it's definitely a sure win. Now that the crisis of being fired should be resolved, Ji Chen decided that since the world is relatively backward in terms of culture and entertainment, he can start with this aspect first. After he makes his first pot of gold, he will then focus on investing in Shika Village. Chapter 13, What should I do if he ignores me and becomes aloof, and I like him even more? After a night of fermentation. Ji Chen's popular video of singing on Douyin was also posted on the school forum by a student at Jiangda University. Plus, many people at the scene heard him sing at the time, so his true identity was quickly exposed. Overnight, he became a freshman with a small reputation at the school. After inquiring for an entire morning, many female students went to Ji Chen's class one after another to catch a glimpse of the real face of Lushan. Afternoon. In the classroom, class had not yet started. The 5 best friends were sitting in the last row of the classroom, starting today's idle chat. Yun Duanan, why do I feel that there are a lot more pretty girls passing by our classroom door today than before? Fan Shui, yeah, and it seems like they're all looking into our classroom, especially from my position. Could it be that the aura of a great novelist has completely overwhelmed me? Zhao Ran, screw you. Even if these girls want to look, they're definitely looking at Anzi. But I've noticed that Ji has also looked particularly handsome the past 2 days. Ji Chen. Among the few people, Yin Hao, the boy who has always been very quiet, suddenly pushed his glasses up and said seriously, some people will always think they like the opposite sex, but in a relationship with someone of the same sex, they can also develop feelings that go beyond just being friends. This situation can be called homosexuality, and it mostly occurs among young college students, especially the kind who love sports. Zhao Ran looked at Yun Chuan with a dumbfounded expression. Anzi, do you know what Yin Hao is saying? Yun Chuan ran his hand along his chin. Well, I didn't understand that word, but I can tell that Yin Hao's general meaning is that you are gay. Zhao Ran looked dumbfounded. Gay? What does that mean? Fan Zhua grinned. It means gay. Zhao Ran, holy shit. Yin Hao, you idiot, don't give me any nonsense analysis. Zhao Ran said, and grabbed Yin Hao's neck. The latter was not at all moved, pushed his glasses, and said, I'm not talking nonsense, it's all based on scientific evidence. Zhao Ran, die. Yin Chuan, hey, Lao Ran, don't get excited. Do you want a bat here? Fan Shui, holy shit. Aren't we discussing why there are suddenly so many girls outside the classroom? Has this gone off the rails? Classmate A, holy shit, no way, did you guys all lose internet access at the same time? Don't you know that Ji Chen is now a popular celebrity on the school forum? Fan Shui, a celebrity? He spends every day in class or typing away, he doesn't have time to hang out on forums. Zhao Ran, what's going on? He spends every day playing basketball or in class. Yin Hao, you can't usually get useful knowledge from the school forum, so I don't usually read it. Ji Chen was also confused. He hadn't done anything, so how had he become a celebrity? Could it be that the fact that he had sent by Lianwan his love letter had been exposed? Who had leaked the news? Just then, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the entrance to the classroom, attracting the attention of everyone in the classroom. The person who had come was none other than the senior who had helped Ji Chen earn the 100,000 reward the previous day, Tang Ziyu. Tang Ziyu came to the door of the classroom, scanned the room with his eyes, and immediately recognized Ji Chen in the classroom. He immediately grinned and strode into the classroom. Soon, he came to Ji Chen's desk and said with a smile, Junior, I've finally found you. Can I take a few minutes of your time? Hearing Tang Ziyu's words, Ji Chen didn't think about it for too long. He looked at the time on his phone and nodded. I still have 5 minutes before class starts. Let's finish this in 5 minutes. Although this guy tried to make things difficult for him yesterday, he later behaved quite well, and Ji Chen didn't dislike him too much. After all, without Tang Ziyo, he might not have earned the 100,000 yuan yet. The latter nodded and smiled when he saw that Ji Chen agreed. Is it convenient to go out and talk? It's convenient. After saying that, Ji Chen greeted Yun Xuan and a few others, and then left the classroom. After arriving at a relatively quiet location in the corridor, Tang Ziyo gave a general account of Ji Chen's outburst on Douyin and the netizens' questioning of his whereabouts. After hearing Tang Ziyo's words, Ji Chen was simply astonished. What? I casually sang a song and it went viral on Douyin? Tang Ziyo. Listen, is this even human speech? Although a million thoughts were racing through his mind, Tang Ziyo still nodded and continued, That's right, Junior, let's exchange contact information. Later, you can send me your Douyin account, and I'll let your fans know. Right now, he just wanted to quickly resolve Ji Chen's situation, otherwise he didn't dare to open the live broadcast. Ji Chen nodded after a moment of thought, Okay, but I want to create a new account, and I'll send it to you when I have time. He was thinking about running a TikTok account to post songs to gain popularity, and then sell the copyrights and so on, but he didn't expect the opportunity to come so soon. Tang Ziyo quickly nodded, Okay. So the two quickly exchanged contact information. Tang Ziyo also had a class, so he hurriedly said goodbye and left. The girls in the hallway, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, immediately swarmed over to ask for contact information as soon as they saw Ji Chen and Tang Ziyo finish talking. However, no matter how the girls cooed and pouted, Ji Chen was not at all moved. He simply and ruthlessly refused again, citing the reason that he had a girlfriend, and returned to the classroom, leaving the girls, who were full of disappointment and unwillingness, behind. The rejected girls were even more curious, envious, and jealous of Ji Chen's girlfriend, and they stamped their feet as they watched his resolute back. What kind of girl is she that she can make a young man like him so infatuated? Yes, he ignores me, he's so cold, and I like it even more. The fortune teller was right, I really like guys with girlfriends. The next day, many female classmates came to the classroom door to block Ji Chen, which made the male classmates in his class envious. Originally, after class this afternoon, Ji Chen was going to give Bai Lianwan the copied teaching plan, but the other party said on the phone that it was inconvenient to go out, so he kept putting it off until the evening. When the last class was over, Ji Chen looked at the time and it was already 8:30 p.m. After saying hello to a few people, including Yin Duan, Ji Chen left the classroom with a thick stack of lesson plans in his arms, ready to go to the teacher's apartment building and give them to Bai Lianwan. Just as he arrived at the bottom of the building, Ji Chen thought about it for a moment and decided to call Bai Lianwan first to make sure she was in the apartment. Since he needed to find Bai Lianwan during the day, he had asked his homeroom teacher for her phone number, so it was much easier to get in touch now. So, Ji Chen put the lesson plan aside, took out his mobile phone, found Bai Lianwan's phone number, and dialed directly. At this time, Bai Lianwan, who had been recuperating in the apartment for a day, had just left the school gate and was preparing to go to the coffee shop she often visited. After walking past a red traffic light junction, her mobile phone suddenly rang in her hand. Bai Lianwan picked up the phone and looked at it. Although there was no message, she had already spoken on the phone once this noon, so she quickly recognized the incoming number and connected it. Professor Bai, it's me, Ji Chen. Where are you now? I'll bring you the copied teaching plan. I'm outside right now. That's coincidental. I was just about to go out and buy something after I finished delivering the teaching plan to you. I'll be right out. It just so happens that Ji Chen was also going out to buy a guitar. After delivering the teaching plan to Bai Lianwan later, he could buy a guitar and bring it back. In the evening, he would open a Douyin account and record and upload a song. Whatever you want. I'm at the Timo Cafe. Okay. After ending the call, Bai Lianwan continued on to her destination. With her stunning face and perfect figure, she was a beautiful sight to behold and attracted the attention of passers-by. However, after walking for a while, Bai Lianwan suddenly felt as if someone was staring at her with evil intentions from behind, and an ominous feeling arose. She looked back and saw 7 or 8 young men with dyed hair, full of energy, walking towards her with evil grins on their faces. What a pretty little girl, wandering around alone so late at night, it's not safe. That's right, come home with us, we'll protect you. Chapter 14. Ji Chen was afraid that he would be beaten into a pancake in a minute. After ending the call with Bai Lianwan, Ji Chen left school as quickly as he could. After all, it was already past 8 o'clock, and if he waited any longer, he was afraid that the guitar shop would close. The DMO Cafe was located not far from the guitar shop. After handing the lesson plan to Bai Lianwan, he could go directly to buy a guitar. After crossing the traffic lights, Ji Chen walked for a while before his eyes suddenly noticed that under the street lamp not far ahead, there were 7 or 8 teenagers with colorful hair, gathered together. But before he could see anything clearly, a system prompt suddenly came to his mind. Triggered quest, be a hero. You can be rewarded with super memory. Super memory, you can clearly find complete memories of everything you have seen in your mind. Listening to the introduction from the system, Ji Chen couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Super memory? This is a good thing. In his previous life, there were many songs, novels, and other things, which he had liked and read, but now it is almost impossible to remember them completely. He can only sing a few songs that he often listened to, such as the previous That Man. But if he had a super memory, wouldn't he be able to remember all those pop songs he had heard a few times or those masterpieces of novels he had read? However, if he wanted to help people in need, there didn't seem to be anyone around who needed his help. Ji Chen looked back at the traffic lights he had just crossed and didn't see any old grannies who needed a helping hand. When he turned his attention back to the unruly students not far ahead, he vaguely saw a somewhat familiar figure. Was that Professor Bai? At this moment, Bai Lianwan, facing a group of delinquents in front of her, had already clenched her fists and taken a few steps back. After all, she had sprained her ankle, so her usually calm heart was a little panicked. Just now, a few passers-by happened to pass by in the distance, and they didn't dare to take any action. Bai Lianwan was also prepared to ask the passers-by for help, but the other party was obviously very afraid of these delinquents and didn't want to meddle in other people's business, running even faster than a rabbit. And her foot, which had been sprained in a fall yesterday, had not fully recovered today. Even walking caused her pain, let alone dealing with this group of delinquents. If it were her from the day before, these guys would have been dealt with in an instant. Now she could only step back while coldly staring at the few people in front of her, her beautiful eyes releasing a sense of complete pressure. I'm warning you once again, it's best not to do anything illegal, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Although Bai Lianwan's words were extremely intimidating, her entire presence was not in the least bit weak. But in the face of her stunning face and almost perfect figure, this group of delinquents had long since completely lost any sense of reason. Even the leader, the bald guy, was aroused by the absolute desire to conquer this girl with a character like a wild cat. His eyes undisguisedly swept Bai Lianwan from head to toe to her slender, beautiful legs. Seeing the bandage on her pale ankle, he grinned, "Sister, you're hurt. Your brothers will take you back to get some treatment." How is that illegal? Badly said, he took a big step towards Bai Lianwan. The remaining few people also revealed a hideous smile on their faces, almost simultaneously rushing towards Bai Lianwan. This kind of extremely beautiful woman is the best kind of beauty, and it would be a pity to let her go for free. Facing the several people who were walking towards her, Bai Lianwan suddenly felt panicked and scared, and kept backing up. But if she fights, if there is only one person, she might stand a chance. But if there are 7 or 8 people, she definitely has no chance of winning, especially since she just dislocated her ankle yesterday. If she takes out her phone now, she will definitely anger them, and the situation will definitely get even more out of control. What should she do? What should she do? Although Bai Lianwan has always given the impression of being cold and strong, she is ultimately just an 18-year-old girl. Facing this situation, although her face does not lose its imposing air, the tip of her nose has already begun to tingle with fear. This kind of situation, where she felt a strong sense of danger, was something she had never encountered before. Don't be afraid, little sister, your brothers will be gentle. Yes, come here, come into your brother's arms. The more the group of delinquents closed in on Bai Lianwan, the more their smiles became arrogant and menacing. And at that moment, a shout suddenly came from behind the group of men. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Hearing the voice behind them, the 7 or 8 people froze in their tracks. Bai Lianwan's nerves, which had been tensed up, instantly relaxed after hearing this somewhat familiar voice. It was as if she had experienced a near-death experience. At this time, several of the delinquents had already turned their heads, and into their eyes, they saw a boy of about the same age as them, hugging a thick stack of notebooks. And he looks like a model student? How dare an ordinary kid yell at them? Looking for death? Kid, are you tired of living? How dare you meddle in our affairs? The guy with the crew cut turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at Ji Chen with an unhappy face. The other guys were unwilling to be outdone. When they saw Ji Chen, they all turned their heads and shrugged their shoulders, as if they were telling Ji Chen with their actions, "Kid, you've messed with the wrong people." Bai Lianwan also vaguely saw the figure of the person approaching. Her heart, which had just let down, instantly rose to her throat again. It turned out to be Ji Chen. This guy usually looks like a gentle and refined student. If a few thugs really startle him, I'm afraid he will be beaten into a pancake in minutes. Not only did Bai Lianwan think so, even Ji Chen, who was standing in the same place at this time, looked at the 7 or 8 unruly people with a ferocious face, and he felt a little weak. In fact, he has only ever been in a fight once in his life, when he was in kindergarten with a female classmate, and he was even pinned to the ground and hammered. These 7 or 8 guys can be seen to be no good. If they start fighting, he will be pinned to the ground and rubbed in no time. Damn it! Just then, the system's voice rang out in Ji Chen's mind again. Friendly reminder, the host still has an unused delinquent role-playing card, which can be used to randomly obtain the experience of being an ultra-powerful delinquent once, and gain corresponding combat abilities, with an effective time limit of 15 minutes. Do you want to use it now? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ji Chen, without thinking, quickly communicated in his mind. Use it. Use it now. If I don't use it, I'll be hammered to the ground for sure. Ding. Congratulations, host. The experience card has been successfully used. Target person randomly selected, male Dear Chenmi, experience time, 15 minutes. As soon as the system voice sounded, Ji Chen felt as if he had instantly become a different person. In his mind, hundreds of times, with unparalleled ferocity and powerful tactics, he had killed all over the place, leaving countless unruly teenagers in awe and submission. The battle scenes kept emerging. In his mind. In less than 10 seconds, those memories had already been deeply imprinted in Ji Chen's mind, as if he had just experienced them, and they were still fresh. Looking again at the unruly youths in front of him, he had become a man with fierce eyes, seemingly handsome on the outside but full of violent energy. Hey, you with the crew cut! Just as the 7 or 8 unruly youths thought they had scared the other party into submission, Ji Chen suddenly looked up. The ferocity in his eyes made them tremble for a moment. Don't you feel ashamed? Bullying a weak and feeble little girl together? Chapter 15, is this boyfriend power bursting? The 7 or 8 delinquents, seeing Ji Chen's sudden change in temperament, felt only their eyelids twitch, and even doubted if they were seeing things. This kid, just now he clearly looked like a gentle, well-behaved student, and now suddenly it seems like he's become a delinquent who's worse than they are? Even Bai Lianwan, who had taken the opportunity behind the delinquents to take out her phone and prepare to call the police, was slightly startled by the movement of unlocking her phone. Did Ji Chen just say that? It sounded so fierce. Although the crew of the plane were a little surprised by Ji Chen's transformation, they quickly reacted. Although they felt that the guy in front of them had become a bit scary, they were in a group. Thinking about this, the plane head still had a face of arrogance on the surface. Kid, are you now going to meddle in our affairs? Ji Chen tilted his head slightly, and his hands instinctively wanted to go into his pockets, but he was holding a stack of damn homework books in his hands, which was quite annoying. He snorted secretly, and his cold and irritable voice was magnetic. Either you know better and hurry up and leave, or all of you come at me, I have no patience. After saying that, Ji Chen walked straight towards the few people at the front of the plane. The leader of the group, Airplane Head, subconsciously narrowed his eyes, but then saw the man in front of him look at them with a kind of contemptuous indifference, and then he bumped past their shoulders and walked over to Bai Lianwan. Airplane Head looked at the man who had bumped him and was full of disbelief. This guy, he didn't even take him seriously. Ji Chen came to Bai Lianwan's side. His expression remained unchanged, and he handed her the teaching plan in his hand impatiently, saying, "Take these for now." Bai Lianwan, who was already in a daze, heard Ji Chen's words and her mind went blank for a brief moment. What on earth was Ji Chen doing? Was he trying to scare these thugs away with his absolute aura? He must be, but these people are probably not that easily scared off. Thinking this, she quickly reached out her jade-like hand, took what Ji Chen was holding, and said with her mouth, "Let's run." However, before Ji Chen could respond to Bai Lianwan, an angry shout came from behind them. "Hey, kid! I think you're looking for death." Ji Chen heard the shout from behind him, turned his head, tilted his body slightly, and looked at the few people with the plain head with contempt and disdain in his eyes. Jitta had already walked over with his subordinates behind him, his expression hideous, his fists clenched. Damn it! Damn it! Just now, when this kid bumped into his shoulder, he didn't even have the courage to do anything. How could he? He was a notorious delinquent at Jiangcheng No. 1 Middle School. How could he tolerate a brat challenging his authority? No matter how strong he is, he must be beaten. Bai Lianwan looked at the several people who had been completely provoked and quickly reached out and grabbed Ji Chen's wrist. Ji Chen, let's run. Although the probability of running away right now was not high, if they fought head-on with these delinquents, they would suffer greatly. Bai Lianwan didn't want Ji Chen to get hurt because of her, because she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. However, to Bai Lianwan's surprise, Ji Chen did not hesitate to push her hand away. Looking at the several people approaching from the front, he said indifferently, in this situation, running away may not be useful, and it's not the way of a man. And trash that bullies women should be severely punished. After saying that, Ji Chen turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the direction of the several people with the plain head. Bai Lianwan behind him looked at his departing back, and she only felt an inexplicable surge of security. And because of what he had just said, the heart in her chest was beating faster and faster. He was angry because she had been bullied, wasn't he? Even if the other party was outnumbered, he still wanted to take revenge for her. For some reason, Bai Lianwan's already wavering heart completely fell for him at this moment. But despite her falling for him, at this critical moment, Bai Lianwan quickly took out her phone, pressed the number, and immediately called the police. Even if Ji Chen might be really capable, but against these professional delinquents, he is definitely. However, just as Bai Lianwan had just pressed the dial button and watched Ji Chen charge into the group of thugs, her beautiful eyes instantly widened, and she looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. Bang! With a muffled sound, the plain head, who first engaged in combat with Ji Chen, was directly knocked into an arch, flying several meters before crashing to the ground. Due to inertia, it rolled several times before coming to a stop, huddled on the ground with an expression of pain. The other 6 or 7 thugs were stunned when they saw this scene. In their eyes, the boss, the plain head, was the strongest being, and he was actually knocked flying with one punch from this man. Go! All of you, go! Although the plain head on the ground was in severe pain, the anger in his heart was growing more and more intense. His lungs were about to explode, so he gritted his teeth and snarled at his younger brother beside him. Hearing their boss's words, the remaining few immediately surrounded Ji Chen and pounced on him, attacking with heavy punches. However, for Ji Chen, who had now become 120% bad, these attacks were like a kitten scratching an itch. Ji Chen just punched a few times and knocked them all over. In less than 2 minutes, 7 or 8 delinquents were already lying on the ground with bruises and cuts, crying out in pain. The ones who were still unwilling to admit defeat only stared at Ji Chen, and were immediately subdued by his superb dunking skills, stunning Bai Lianwan, who was standing nearby. The call she had dialed to the police had already been disconnected long before it was answered. In the current situation, there was obviously no point in calling the police, and it would only cause Ji Chen unnecessary trouble. And these guys would never dare to call the police, so they would just have to swallow their pride this time. But Bai Lianwan never expected that Ji Chen would be so strong. Even if she hadn't sprained her ankle, she might not have been Ji Chen's match. Is this what Qingyao always meant by boyfriend power? At that moment, Bai Lianwan looked at Ji Chen's upright and broad figure and felt even more at ease. Ji Chen's mind immediately echoed with the voice of the system after he finished dealing with the unruly group. Congratulations, host. You have completed the Righteous Rescue mission. You have obtained super memory. Warm reminder, acquiring this skill may cause temporary dizziness to the host. It will fully recover in half an hour, so please do not worry too much. After all the memories of the past few decades flooded in at once, and it really made him feel an uncontrollable sense of vertigo. He felt a little unsteady, and felt like he was going to faint, so he reached out and grabbed hold of a nearby telephone pole. The next moment, Ji Chen suddenly felt the other arm being grabbed. Before he could react, his arm was placed on a warm shoulder, and his body was embraced by a soft arm. A faint fragrance also reached his nose. I'll take you to the hospital. That voice that was always cold and pleasant had become much gentler, almost as if it had become more beautiful. I'm fine, I'll be fine in a while, I just feel a little dizzy. Ji Chen knew exactly what had caused the dizziness, and he didn't want to waste time going to the hospital. Don't talk, let's go. I really am fine. Then let's go to my teacher's apartment, I'll call the school doctor to take care of you. Okay. Bad guys. Chapter 16, This Guy is So Strange. After about 20 minutes, the two finally arrived at the bottom of the teacher's apartment building. It shouldn't have taken so long, but in order to avoid any bad influence from being seen together, Bai Lianwan chose a path that was less traveled after entering the school gate. Although they encountered 1 or 2 student couples during the time, due to the dim lighting, they were unable to see their appearances, and the two were directly assumed to be a couple in love, so they hurriedly walked away on their own. When they arrived at the apartment building, Ji Chen thought that it would only take 10 minutes for the situation to calm down, so he stopped walking and looked down at Bai Lianwan, who had carried him almost the whole way. It was only from this look that he realized that the girl's beautiful face was already drenched in sweat, and her clothes were also soaked in sweat, showing off curves that were almost devilish. Drops of sweat slid down her delicate cheeks, carrying with them the fragrance of a young girl, inexplicably causing his heart to miss a beat. Feeling as if he had become strange, Ji Chen quickly averted his gaze, pulled away from Bai Lianwan, and supported himself against the wall. "Professor Bai, I'm fine, I can go back to the dormitory by myself later." Although he said he didn't plan to fall in love in his life, if he really went to the little girl's room with her later, alone together, Ji Chen was afraid that he might lose control and do something uncontrollable. It's fine with other people, but mainly this girl, whether it's her near demonic figure or her face that's so perfect it defies the heavens, is a fatal temptation for a normal man. Even a highly enlightened monk might not be able to resist, let alone him, a man in the prime of his life. However, at this moment, Bai Lianwan had no idea what was going on in Ji Chen's head, and all she could see was him, who was still pale. "Don't be brave, come upstairs with me, I'm not going to eat you." "Ji Chen. I'm fucking afraid I'll eat you myself. I still don't feel right about this." "Cut the crap. Let's go." "Fine." With no choice, Ji Chen had to continue leaning on the girl, and followed her upstairs into the elevator. If they were to linger downstairs for too long and were seen by others, it would be really hard to explain. However, at this time, he didn't notice that because of the reason he had carried him all the way, the wound on the girl's ankle, which had not yet recovered, had already begun to ooze blood, and the gauze had also been dyed bright red. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor. Bai Lianwan took Ji Chen out of the elevator and went to the door of the third room in the corridor. She pressed the fingerprint lock and opened the door. After entering the room, she changed her slippers, turned on the light, and took a pair of disposable slippers and threw them in front of Ji Chen as soon as possible. "Change them." Ji Chen nodded lightly, changed his slippers, and followed Bai Lianwan into the room. This was a standard bachelor apartment, with a simple and elegant decor. After entering the door, Ji Chen felt his dizziness ease up a bit, and it was only then that he suddenly noticed the eye-catching red circle on Bai Lianwan's ankle. "And the way she walked seemed a bit off, too? What's wrong with your foot?" Ji Chen almost subconsciously asked Bai Lianwan. He hadn't noticed before, but it turned out that the girl had an injury on her foot. And she had carried him for so long just now. Bai Lianwan looked down at the wound on her ankle when Ji Chen asked her, and only then did she notice that the gauze on her foot had been stained red by blood. It was probably because she had carried Ji Chen too hard just now that the wound had split open again, and it seemed to be bleeding. However, as for the reason for the injury, she definitely could not tell Ji Chen. "I fell accidentally yesterday, so." Before Bai Lianwan could finish, she suddenly felt a tall figure approach her, and then her body became light as she was lifted up directly. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ji Chen said, and directly carried Bai Lianwan to the bed in the room, and gently placed her on the bed. "Bai Lianwan? This guy. What is he doing?" At this time, Ji Chen, in the face of the girl's beautiful figure, had completely lost any improper thoughts. He just couldn't help but think, why is this girl's heart so big? She has a serious injury on her foot, but she still carried him, who weighs 100 or so catties, all the way back here. "Let me take a look at your wound." Without giving Bai Lianwan a chance to refuse, Ji Chen squatted down directly, took off the shoes on the girl's feet, placed the pale feet on his lap, and then gently removed the bandages one circle after another. At this point, he had completely treated the young girl in front of him as a little girl, and just wanted to see the condition of her wound. "The school nurse will be here in a while, I can wait for her to come and take care of it for me." Bai Lianwan's face flushed slightly. If someone else had done this to her, she was afraid that she would have directly kicked them away. But now the other person was Ji Chen, and she could also see that he was completely concerned about her wound, and she inexplicably couldn't feel resentment. "The wound still seems to be bleeding. Let me take a look." "No. Be good," Ji Chen said, and in a few seconds, he removed the bandage from the girl's ankle, revealing a wound that was still oozing blood. "It really is the original wound that has opened up. Do you have any hemostatic medicine and gauze at home?" After examining the wound, Ji Chen asked Bai Lianwan with a furrowed brow. Although he doesn't know medicine, he still knows a little first aid. In this situation, the dressing must be changed to stop the bleeding. However, when he looked up at Bai Lianwan, he noticed that the girl's face also seemed a little red. Could it be that she wasn't feeling well? The latter couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious when Ji Chen looked at her. Bai Lianwan quickly pointed with her white fingers to a storage cabinet in the room. The medical kit was in the cabinet, and there was gauze and medicine inside. Lin Xingya had left it there before for the convenience of coming here to change her medicine. Okay, I'll go get it. After agreeing with Bai Lianwan, Ji Chen got up and left directly. Although she wanted to ask Bai Lianwan if there was anything else that was uncomfortable, it was more important to stop the bleeding from her foot right now. Bai Lianwan let out a sigh of relief as she watched Ji Chen leave. However, she also felt really strange. Why did she feel like a little girl in front of Ji Chen more and more, blushing at the slightest thing? Damn it! And just now, she said she didn't want it, but why did she obediently do as Ji Chen told her to? Damn it! But at the same time, she also noticed that Ji Chen's current state seemed to have improved a lot. He didn't even walk unsteadily anymore, so it must be that he was really a lot better. Soon, Ji Chen found the first aid kit and returned to the bedside, redressing Bai Lianwan's wound and bandaging it up. After treating Bai Lianwan's wound, Ji Chen then put the young girl's feet back on the bed, and once again, those pale, slender legs washed into his sight. His eyes subconsciously moved upwards, and there was the girl's slender waist, her billowing breasts, her fair neck, her perfect face, and her dark hair falling from her pale ears. A pair of beautiful eyes were scrutinizing Ji Chen. Are you still dizzy? No. Looking at the beautiful, unaware girl in bed, Ji Chen felt his mouth go dry. He quickly averted his gaze from her, quickly packed up the medical kit, and put it back in the locker. I'm fine now, I'll go first. Ji Chen said hello, then bent over and ran out of the room without looking back. This girl pulled this stunt in the middle of the night, and he, as a young man with blood in his veins, definitely couldn't stand it, and he was not Lu Xiaohui. And Bai Lianwan on the bed looked at Ji Chen running away like he was escaping from a thief, and she was even more confused. Why did he suddenly run away? This guy is so strange. Chapter 17, Even after all this, are you still not in love? After Ji Chen left the teacher's apartment, the burning emotions in his body subsided quite a bit. Fortunately, he had enough self-control, otherwise if he were any other man, faced with the situation just now, he would probably risk starting a 3-year relationship and not be able to control himself from doing something to Bai Lianwan. After all, this girl is just too irritating. After his emotions calmed down, Ji Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't bought a guitar because of Bai Lianwan. And Bai Lianwan didn't seem to have brought her lesson plan when she returned. He had worked hard to copy the lesson plan for most of the night yesterday, so he should at least check it. Thinking about this, Ji Chen walked directly towards the school gate. He would go back to find the lesson plan and see if the guitar shop was closed. However, he would also pay attention to the situation outside the school in case those unruly youths from earlier came back to hang around the school. But when it came to this, Ji Chen couldn't help but recall the feeling he had when he experienced the character card. Although it was indeed very cool to feel that kind of power, Ji Chen always felt that kind of person was not himself. However, after this incident tonight, Ji Chen still felt the need to improve his self-defense capabilities, and when he had time, he could consider joining a school martial arts club. After leaving the school, Ji Chen observed the situation in the vicinity for a while, and only returned to the location where he encountered the thugs after confirming that there was no danger. The thugs he had beaten earlier had long since run away. On the sidewalk, next to the green belt, there was a stack of books scattered on the ground. Seeing these notebooks, Ji Chen let out a sigh of relief and quickly went over to pick them up one by one. However, he was also a little depressed. This girl Bai Lianwan had casually left his teaching plan here. But then he thought, perhaps the girl had seen that something was wrong with him and had thrown it here in a panic, so he couldn't blame her entirely. After picking up the teaching plan, Ji Chen then continued on to the nearby guitar shop. Since he was already out, he might as well go and see if it was closed. On the other side, in the teacher's apartment, Lin Xingya had already arrived in the apartment and had just finished examining the wound that Bai Lianwan had rebandaged. The wound was treated well. This is your student girl who bandaged it for you, right? Lin Xingya said while wrapping the gauze back around the girl's ankle. However, Bai Lianwan's pretty face was a little startled when she heard Lin Xingya's words. She didn't say that the other person was a girl? Before Bai Lianwan could say anything, Lin Xingya looked at her with a puzzled expression. Lianwan, didn't you say at the beginning that your student wasn't feeling well? How come in the end I came over here and your wound has worsened, and where is that girl? In Lin Xingya's perception, even if it was a matter of life and death, Bai Lianwan would definitely not bring a boy into her room. Not to mention letting a man move her foot. If it really was a man, she was afraid that she would have already kicked the other person flying downstairs a long time ago. Therefore, even if Bai Lianwan did not say the gender of the other person, she directly assumed that the other person was a girl. Moreover, Bai Lianwan had carefully bandaged the wound on her foot, so subconsciously, Lin Xingye had already completely regarded the other person as a girl. Bai Lianwan looked at Lin Xingye, who looked puzzled, but her face was slightly flushed. However, if she told Lin Xingye that she had brought back a male student, this woman would definitely jump up and ask questions. In the end, he simply said directly that he was fine and would go back. After saying that, Bai Lianwan was about to get up and get out of bed again. I'm going to take a shower. Today, she carried Ji Qin back, and she also sweated a lot. Now she just feels sticky. The latter saw Bai Lianwan's actions and quickly reached out and pressed her shoulders. My little ancestor, you're like this, and you're still taking a shower. Don't you think your wounds are serious enough? Lin Xingye said, but then she thought again, Bai Lianwan has always been a germaphobe, so it is definitely impossible to stop her from bathing for a day. How about this, I'll go fill the bathtub for you, and later you can just soak in the bathtub, trying to avoid getting the wound wet again. Bai Lianwan looked at the wound on her ankle and nodded without thinking for too long. She couldn't delay treating her wound any longer. She had to attend the martial arts club at school as an instructor next week, and she had to get better soon. Anyway, her elective class didn't meet every day, and it was necessary to find time to cultivate the martial arts spirit of the Jiangnan University students, as well as to pass the leisure time. And this feeling of being weak and needing protection was so uncomfortable. But thinking about this, Bai Lianwan couldn't help but recall the scene tonight that made her feel safe, and her face began to blush again. Lin Xingye, who knew nothing about it, had already gone to the bathroom, humming a little song and starting to let the water run. On the other side of the street, Ji Chen had already started walking back to school. He was carrying a guitar over his shoulder and a teaching plan in his hands, and was striding back. Fortunately, when he arrived at the guitar shop, the owner was just about to close, so he quickly bought a guitar before the owner closed. The guitar wasn't cheap, costing more than 3,600 yuan. Although it hurt a bit, a worker must first sharpen his tools if he wants to do his job well. He had decided to make his first fortune from songs, so of course he had to buy better tools. Ji Chen returned to the dormitory, and it was still less than 10 o'clock, so his roommates in the dormitory were all full of energy. Yun Duan, in particular, saw Ji Chen return and immediately came up to him with a face full of lechery. Old Ji, you're back, I missed you so much. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Ji Chen couldn't help but get goosebumps when he saw Yun Duan, who was prettier than a woman, in this lustful state. However, when Yun Duanan approached Ji Chen and was about to ask him something, he smelled a faint fragrance coming from Ji Chen. Holy shit! Lao Ji, what kind of fragrance is this on you? It smells so good. It's even better than the one on EE. Yun Duanan said, and then stuck his nose out and sniffed Ji Chen's body. Ji Chen looked at Yun Duanan, who was sniffing frantically, and without hesitation gave him a slap. What fragrance? It's just the smell of shower gel. Yun Duanan covered his face, looking suspicious. Fart, I use the same shower gel as you, come clean, have you been secretly going out with a girl? When the others in the dormitory heard Yun Duanan's words, they immediately swarmed over. Holy cow! Seriously, it's very faint, but it smells good. Lao Ji, you're not being righteous, are you secretly dating someone behind our backs? Confess and be lenient, resist and be strict. Get out of here, all of you. Even if I, Ji Chen, jumped off this 7th floor, I would never fall in love. At this time, Yin Hao, who was usually taciturn, pushed his glasses and suddenly said, in fact, everyone can secrete a hormone. Generally, we directly transliterate it as hormone to form our own unique physiological odor, which is usually called body odor, and professionally referred to as pheromone or exocrine hormone. The male body odor is a variant of testosterone, while the female body odor is related to estrogen. This kind of aromatic odor released from the human body is generally undetectable by oneself, and only others can deeply feel it, especially the opposite sex. When these odors are mixed with sweat and secreted, the effect on the opposite sex is even more wonderful, especially during the puberty stage, it becomes even more intense and attractive, and the opposite sex feels it most obviously. In the end, Yin Hao pushed his glasses again. So, according to my speculation, Lao Ji may have engaged in strenuous exercise with a girl who was going through puberty, and his body was stained with a lot of the girl's sweat. That's why we can smell the residual fragrance on him, and we can also tell by a man's intuition that this is not the smell of perfume or shower gel, but the body odor of a young girl. As Inhao finished speaking, everyone instantly had an epiphany and was shocked. Holy shit! Puberty? Heavy exercise? Sweat? Even if it's like this, it's not fucking love? Ji-Chen looked at the serious Inhao and the other people who had already gone crazy with their imaginations, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. This is fucking unclean even if you jump into the Yellow River. Chapter 18 I just wanna see you, only you, future past I just wanna see you. Under the interrogation of his roommates, Ji-Chen still didn't say a word about what happened between him and Bai Lianwan that night. After all, she was just an 18-year-old girl, and if the news of her taking him back to her apartment got out, it wouldn't do her any good. The roommates' interrogation was fruitless, and in the end they had to give up for the time being. They could always wait until the day Ji-Chen let his guard down. Next, the group went one by one to the school bathhouse to collect soap. Ji-Chen, on the other hand, had something important to do, so he took an especially quick shower today and returned to the dorm alone in no time. He had to record a song and post it on TikTok before the others returned. But what song should he sing today? Just as Ji-Chen was pondering, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his head. Trigger Quest officially released the first short video about missing singing and get 2 million likes. Reward: gain the ultimate learning talent for fighting skills. Ultimate fighting skills epiphany talent, have an extraordinary talent for learning all fighting skills. Ha! A talent for learning fighting skills. What a coincidence. He was just thinking about learning self-defense, and the system gave him an ultimate fighting learning talent. This made Ji-Chen, who had just tasted the sweetness of the ultimate learning state, feel a surge of joy. If the ultimate learning state rewarded by the system before was to develop the brain, then this fighting talent was to develop the dual functions of the brain and body in fighting skills. Then if he really learned those fighting martial arts and the like, he would definitely get twice the result with half the effort. However, this task required by the system this time was really a bit difficult. What song about missing someone should he post in order to have a hope of getting 2 million TikTok likes? At least it should be a song that is well known and suitable for guitar accompaniment. Fortunately, Ji-Chen now has super memory, and quickly found a suitable song from the song library in his mind, Xiangjian and I. Although this song is not as well known as other classic songs, it is very suitable for guitar accompaniment, and it is also quite popular in another world. Once he had decided on the song, Ji-Chen quickly prepared his guitar and planned to record a self-accompanied performance without showing his face. He went to the dormitory balcony and found a clean and simple location as a backdrop. Dressed in a clean and simple white shirt, he showed off his nice and three-dimensional collarbone. After adjusting the strings and clearing his throat and emotions, he began recording the performance. A lyrical guitar melody sounded. When love is left as ruins, engraved as memories in hieroglyphics. Missing you for centuries is unforgettable. I want to see you, I only want to see you, in the future and the past, I only want to see you. Crossing through thousands and millions, in the timeline, in the sea of people, we are together. His unique and highly recognizable magnetic voice and soulful singing style make the whole song seem exceptionally tender. The song also incorporates rap, which adds a sense of layering and is very different from the traditional style of guitar ballads. Even Ji-Chen himself couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia after singing. After singing, Ji-Chen seemed to have been completely transported into the song, inexplicably recalling a past life in which he had been in a relationship that had lasted 10 years, ever since his sophomore year of college. In the end, however, he let out a relieved laugh and said, "This is a song I composed on a whim, I want to see you. I hope you like it." Although it's a bit cheeky to say so, there really aren't these songs in the world, so he's reluctantly made a contribution to the rise of the world's cultural entertainment. After the song was recorded, Ji-Chen re-registered a TikTok account as soon as possible and uploaded and posted the video. To be on the safe side and get 2 million TikTok likes, Ji-Chen also splurged and spent 5,000 yuan on a push. The system only said to get 2 million likes, but it didn't say you couldn't pay for likes. System. Rash. Here, Ji-Chen had just finished uploading the video, and Yun Chuan and the others returned to the dormitory like a swarm of bees. They said hello to Ji-Chen and continued the conversation they had before entering the door. Yun Chuan, Lao Ji, there's a catwalk show at Jiaodong University tomorrow afternoon, do you want to go together and appreciate the charm of the young ladies? Cough cough. I've already finished writing the draft. It's not easy to get a chance to see the little sisters, and Fanjua definitely won't let it go. But tomorrow afternoon is Professor Bai's elective class, and I still want to see Professor Bai. Zhao Ran rubbed his chin, a little conflicted on his face. Zhao Qian grabbed him by the neck and said, "Wake up, buddy. No matter how much you like to see Professor Bai, it's not yours. It's better to go to Jiaotong University to see the little sisters, and maybe you can bring back a girlfriend. Isn't that right, Yin Hao?" Yin Hao pushed his glasses up his nose, his face turning a mysterious shade of red. "I'm not going. Women will only affect the speed of my studies." "Yin Duan, you're fucking shy, aren't you?" "Ha ha ha ha. Yin Hao, please leave in a graceful manner." "Yin Duan, why should I leave in a graceful manner?" "Jichen, how's he is just being polite when he tells you to fuck off?" "Yun Duan, oh, come on. Fuck off. Dog Hao Z, offer me your asshole. Kill you in 1,000 years." After a while, Ji Chan and a few of his roommates, who were also tired, went to bed. It was 11:30 p.m. A video of a heartbreaking love song was spreading on Douyin at a terrifying speed. In just 1 hour, it had already received nearly 200,000 likes and was still climbing. The comments in the comments section were even more lively. "Oh my god, it's so beautiful. What a heavenly voice. I've never been in love before, but I can feel my heart breaking just listening to this song. Yes, the voice is so familiar too. And those seductive collarbones and well-defined fingers. I'm getting all wet just listening to it. Holy shit. You girls in front, behave yourselves. I can't sing, but I can help you with the wetness problem Omega. Hey, you. Get lost. You stinking man. Yes. You scumbag. Yes, you shameless jerk, but I really feel like the voice of the young man is so familiar. Ha! I remember now, the young man who sang that man has a very similar build and voice. Ha! It's not like they're unrelated, they're practically the same. Wow. Young man. I've finally found you. Wow. It really is the young man. Just hit like and comment to share. Me too. Me too. Soon, the singing video of Jichen was quickly pushed to the top by netizens, and the private message area was constantly exploding with messages asking for contact information at a terrifying rate. At the same time, in the capital, Feinyao Film and Television Culture Company, Ltd. Although it was already early in the morning, Zhou Sungwen at his desk still had no intention of going home from work. After nearly a year of hard work, the movie Time Travel to See You, produced by their company, had already been filmed and was about to be released. In addition to being personally directed by him, the leading man and woman are both popular young stars that the company is pushing. Yang Qianqi and Zhou Dongyu. This is a movie with such a heavyweight lineup. The theme song definitely has to be the best and most suitable. Unfortunately, there is not a single song in the music scene today that Zhou Sungwen can look up to. His movie is mainly about two protagonists who like each other and finally go through time to see each other. But the songs those assistants found for him are all nonsense. When he thought about it, Zhou Sungwen's head was spinning. Just as Zhou Sungwen sighed for a while, the phone he had on the table suddenly popped up 2 messages. This was sent by his assistant Su Yu. "Director Zhou, I just found a song on Douyin that feels very suitable for the theme of our movie. I'll send you the link right away, listen to it quickly." Below the message was a link. Seeing Su Yu's message, Zhou Sungwen immediately frowned. This Su Yu is really desperate. What good songs can there be on Douyin? Even many gold medal composers in Kyoto can't give him a satisfactory theme song, let alone these amateur singers on Douyin. Although he didn't hold out much hope, Zhou Sungwen still clicked on the link. After all, the person had sent it over, so he might as well give it a listen. However, when he clicked on the video, the clean and pure melody of the acoustic guitar came out of his phone, and it instantly made Zhou Sungwen's expression freeze. Chapter 19, My little brother sings so beautifully, it must be to please me. This melody is a bit interesting. Zhou Sungwen had intended to just listen to it, but unexpectedly, the prelude of the song instantly piqued his interest. His initially somewhat restless mood also instantly settled down quite a bit, and he listened attentively. When love is left as ruins, engraved into memories with hieroglyphs, missing for centuries is unforgettable. If I could go back to the Ice Age, I would like to hold you tightly handle. Your smile is so healing, it brings life back to me. The scenery without you is like a ruin. The lyrics are a little sad and a little regretful, and the emotional voice reveals a glimmer of hope and expectation, which suddenly makes Zhou Sungwen tremble. It's so sad. But Jo Sungwon is not afraid of sad, on the contrary, what he wants is to be sad enough. Only the more sad it is, the more it will move the audience. As long as you earn the tears of the audience, are you afraid of not making enough money at the box office? At this moment, the light in Jo Sungwon's eyes grows brighter and brighter. And as the climax of the song approaches, the overall rhythm of the entire song suddenly changes. The emotions that were previously a bit suppressed are instantly released. In the video, the young man playing the guitar in a clean white shirt faces the camera. The blue veins on his neck stand out. The slightly hoarse voice suddenly intensifies the emotions at this moment. I want to see you, I only want to see you. Future past, I just want to see you. Through a million timelines in a sea of people. Using up all the logic and ingenuity to reason out the hardest mystery of love. Will you also be like me? Waiting for the words I do. The original straightforward lyrics, coupled with the deeply emotional singing voice, make people feel the kind of loss and confusion of wanting to see someone but not being able to see them again, and the sudden appearance of a kind of hope that can transcend time and space, and the fantasy of meeting the person you love. This moment, Jo Sungwon was completely overwhelmed by the music that kept coming into his ears. The kind of feeling of extreme longing and love that cannot be obtained simply tortured his entire body. The song ended. Jo Sungwon was unable to extricate himself from the emotions of the song for a while. He wiped away his tears and directly clicked on the video user's avatar. When he saw that there was only one work in the entire account, and it was still posted tonight, he obviously froze for a moment. It was actually sung by a newcomer? Then, he looked at the account name again, which was also 4 simple characters. It was also a name he had never heard before. However, even if the other party seemed like a newcomer, it did not affect Jo Sungwon's liking of him or his approval of the song at all. Moreover, the style and mood of the entire song, and even the lyrics, fit the theme of his movie almost perfectly. Then, Jo Sungwon returned to the video viewing interface and was even more surprised to discover that the number of likes, which had originally been 52W, had suddenly increased to 54W in less than a minute. It was still a little after 1 a.m., and the number of likes had increased at such a terrifying rate, so it was clear how popular the song would become in the next few days. By then, I'm afraid that many producers and directors will scramble to buy the copyright to the song in order to ride the wave of popularity. Thinking about this, Jo Sungwon did not hesitate and directly dialed his assistant Suyu's phone. Once the call was connected, Jo Sungwon immediately spoke sternly. Xiaosu, you immediately contact the singer who gave you the link, get his phone number, and I want this song. Ha? Director Jo, you like this song too? But this young man seems to have gone to bed. Suyu was a little surprised, and then weakly said. TikTok has so many likes and comments, but the young man hasn't replied to any of them. She has already sent several private messages, but the other person still hasn't responded. It's almost midnight now, and such a good-looking young man must be asleep already. Jo Sungwon heard Suyu's words, looked at the time on the computer, and couldn't help but frown. Soon, he continued to say to the other person, then you must contact him as soon as possible tomorrow. I'm afraid that by then there will be even more film and television production companies interested in buying the rights to his song. Some people are afraid that they will throw money at him to lure him, so we must contact him first and get the song. Director Jo, you like this song so much? It was the first time Suyu had seen Director Jo so enthusiastic about a work. Stupid. Jo Sungwon scolded the other person with a smile. Would I randomly arrange a song as the theme song in my work just because I personally like it? If I can get such an excellent song that is also suitable as the theme song for this movie, I will be confident of making at least 100 million in box office revenue. Suyu? A theme song can make 100 million in box office revenue? It's terrifying. Don't dilly-dally, you hurry up and contact the other assistants, and be sure to contact this young man before he wakes up tomorrow. Jo Sungwon seemed a little anxious and urged. Okay. I'll notify the others right away. Suyu hurriedly nodded, ended the call with Director Jo, and began to contact her friends who, like her, needed to work for Director Jo in the middle of the night to wait on the young man. Although it was already late at night, for netizens who must check Douyin before going to bed every night, this night was destined to be a night when they collectively went crazy over a man and their ears were pregnant. Many netizens kept going in and out of the account called Never Sleep at Midnight and liked it like crazy. Among them were also producers, show directors, and music company agents who were startled out of bed. After all, this song that suddenly exploded on Douyin has surpassed the previous TikTok hit that man in terms of both quality and artistic conception, as well as the lyrics. The popularity is still rising at a terrifying rate, and they also want to be the first to contact the author himself, purchase the copyright, or sign him to their own music company to focus on training him. There are really too few singers with such talent in the Xia country music scene right now. Soon. The night passed. As soon as Ji Chen opened his eyes, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of getting 2 million likes on your video. You have been rewarded with the ultimate learning talent in combat skills. I got it. Hearing the system's voice, Ji Chen immediately perked up and sat up straight from the bed. When he had no classes in the afternoon, he went to the school's martial arts club to sign up and experience this ultimate learning talent skill. Before getting out of bed, Ji Chen picked up his phone and opened Douyin to take a look. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. In just one night, the number of likes on his video had reached 2.1 million. The comments section was even more lively. Brother, you sing so beautifully. Brother, you sing so beautifully, just to please me blush. I'm 60 years old, and my family has so much money that I can't count it. Could you come to my house and sing a few songs for me and help me count the money? If you need money, I can give you some. I don't have anything, just a hookah from Chao County innocent. Little brother, do you want to think about it? Holy shit. Here I found a Chao County local tyrant little sister. Ji Chen looked at the comment that had been pushed to the front row and couldn't help but laugh. Although the world is lacking in cultural entertainment, there is no shortage of funny netizens. Then, Ji Chen opened the background and read the private messages. In addition to the messages from some uninteresting young ladies asking to add WeChat, Ji Chen was surprised to find that there were also private messages from the official accounts of many film and television dramas. Hello author, I am the producer of The Legend of Everlasting Song. Our producer thinks that your song is very suitable for the theme of our TV series and is willing to pay a high price to purchase the full copyright of your song. Hello author, I am the assistant director of the movie The Origin of Werewolf Killing. Our director. I am Youth Travel Diary. I am Supreme God Anime. Ji Chen looked down at the message and the private message and his face grew darker and darker. Most of them knew it was a bad movie just by looking at the lineup and names. Although his original intention was also to sell the copyright and make money, he didn't want his good songs to be buried in those bad dramas. However, after scrolling down for a while, Ji Chen quickly found the names of 2 movies that made him shine. Chapter 20. If a company really agrees to Ji Chen's request, He Chen Hai's name is written backwards. Although these 2 movies are slightly different from what Ji Chen remembers. Just by looking at the cast and director, Ji Chen can tell that these 2 movies will set off a wave at the box office. The first of these movies is directed by Ping Wuluan, starring popular actress Lu Yifei, popular idol Wu Yifan, and actor Jin Shijia, who has recently become popular for a gangster movie, as well as some equally well-known actresses. The name is You Are Still Here. The film also contacted Ji Chen's production company very cleverly, and the main cast was revealed in a private message, which was indeed very exciting. Lu Yifei, Wu Yifan, Jin Shijia, and Li Jin are all actors that Ji Chen is familiar with, and just by their own popularity, the box office will not be low. The second movie he is eyeing has an equally impressive cast, the young actor Yi Yang Qianxi, who will soon captivate audiences with his acting skills, and Zhou Dongyu, who is also a talented young actor. Ji Chen is very impressed by Yi Yang Qianxi and Zhou Dongyu. In his original world, the 2 would have already had a place in the film industry by now. But in this world, this is Jackson Yi's first movie since his transition from singer to actor. However, with his strength, it is very likely that he will become popular with this movie and embark on the path of a talented actor. Ji Chen felt that both movies were good, but he only has one song that can be used as the theme song, so he plans to get to know the producers of the 2 movies better before making a decision. So, he quickly sent a message to both of them, asking the other person to add him on WeChat to get in touch. Fortunately, there was only one class this morning, so Ji Chen had plenty of time to deal with the song copyright. The other people in the dormitory also got up one after the other, and Yun Chuan also greeted Ji Chen and went out to bring him breakfast on his own. While Ji Chen was greeting his roommates, one of the people in charge of the 2 films and television dramas he contacted also very quickly replied to his message. This person was none other than Chen Hai, the producer of the movie You Are Still Here. Soon, the 2 plus Wei Xin got the other person's phone number and called him. When the call was connected, a man's voice came through. Hello, I'm Chen Hai, the person in charge of you are still here. I was previously in contact with your assistant, but now I'll talk to you personally about cooperation. Hello, my name is Ji Chen, as in season and morning. Okay, Mr. Ji, our company is very interested in the song Xiang Jian and I that you released on Douyin yesterday. I wonder how much you are willing to sell it to us for. Don't worry, just name your price, our company can show you the utmost sincerity in purchasing it from you. Ji Chen heard what the other party said, but he didn't think about it for too long. He said directly, I want to get a feel for your movie's script first, or the effect of the filming, and I want to see how it fits with the style of my song. Although the other party sounded like he had a lot of money to spend, Ji Chen would not sell his work casually because of these temptations. At least he had to think about the script carefully to see if it was suitable for the style of his song and what the plot was like. Although Wu Yifan and Lu Yifei could both bring in a lot of traffic, if the script was not good and the acting was not good, there was a very high possibility that it would become a bad movie. After Ji Chen made this request, there was a noticeable silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Chen Hai never would have imagined that Ji Chen, a newcomer, would have such a request. After he contacted him, would he still think that his song and the theme of the movie don't match? Although it is true that they don't quite match, with the song's rapidly exploding popularity, using it as the movie's theme song will definitely bring even more heat and attention. You have to understand that the video with more than 2 million likes on Douyin has probably already had 50 to 60 million views. And the heat of this video is still only rising. Thinking about this, although Chen Hai was a little dissatisfied with Ji Chen's demands, he still spoke with patience. Sir, I don't think you need to know so much about this. Our director really likes your song, so just tell us how much and we'll buy it from you. And our director is very confident about the script and the results of the movie. And as you can see from the cast, if you sell us the rights, you'll make a lot of money and gain a lot of fame. You can really reap both financial and personal rewards. Even though Chen Hai emphasized the benefits of Ji Chen letting his company acquire his copyright, Ji Chen showed no sign of wavering. He smiled and said, if you are not willing to show me the script and the results of the filming, I'm sorry, I will not sell you the copyright to this song. Chen Hai on the other end of the phone could not help but be a little surprised when he heard Ji Chen's words. He raised an eyebrow and asked, aren't you going to ask how much we are willing to pay you? This kid can't be unaware of how much a movie theme song can sell for, right? Since we can't even talk about the first step, I'm not interested in how much it can sell. If you don't know enough about the quality and genre of the movie, then selling the song's copyright is not a good idea. Whether the song doesn't fit the theme of the movie or the movie flops, it's not good for Ji Chen, and his intention is not just a simple buyout. Of course, he has to look at the long term when it comes to fighting for his own interests. Chen Hai on the other end of the phone already started to twitch at the corner of his mouth. He is the producer of a famous film and television company in Kyoto, and has created such a heavyweight movie with a strong cast and a Hall of Fame director. He should feel honored to be contacted by Ji Chen on his own initiative. Young people nowadays are easily swayed. After becoming famous with one song, they really think they are some kind of gold medal composer? Chen Hai was angry, but when he thought about the heat and benefits that Ji Chen's song could bring to their movie, he continued to speak calmly. Mr. Ji, you're still a student, I won't beat around the bush, 1.5 million. You sell us the copyright to this song. Chen Hai was very confident. Ji Chen was just an ordinary student, and he was afraid that he had never seen so much money before. 1.5 million would at least allow him to struggle for less than 10 years in the future. However, when he heard the answer on the other end of the phone, the confident look on his face instantly froze. I'm sorry, but I won't sell the copyright to this song in such a buyout manner. I prefer a profit-sharing arrangement, and I won't agree to a collaboration without a deeper understanding of the project. Upon hearing Ji Chen's words, Chen Hai's eyes twitched furiously. He even doubted if there was something wrong with his ears. Refusing a buyout and demanding a profit-sharing arrangement? And he is only willing to collaborate if he is satisfied with the script? This kid. So arrogant. Although he was furious, Chen Hai still tried his best to restrain himself. Mr. Ji, I don't think there is any film company that would let you make so many unreasonable demands. Please reconsider my demands. For a newcomer like Ji Chen, he should have unconditionally agreed to the demands of his company. They would never negotiate with a newcomer over the theme song of a movie. Ji Chen only responded indifferently to Chen Hai's words. In that case, there is no need for us to continue talking. Since the other party is unwilling, he doesn't mind considering other film and television companies. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. The call ended, and Chen Hai in the office directly slammed the phone in his hand on the table. He tugged at his tie and glanced at the phone on the table again. Humph. What an arrogant brat. If there is really a company that will agree to Ji Chen's demands, he, Chen Hai, will write his name upside down. The other side. Ji Chen had just finished talking to Chen Hai and went to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. In a moment, a message also flashed in the other dialog box that was pinned to the top of his Douyin private message. Little brother, I'm sorry. I've been guarding your private message all night yesterday, and I fell asleep just now. I'll add you right away. Right away. Chapter 21. This young man is really arrogant, isn't he? Ji Chen came back from brushing his teeth and washing his face. As soon as he turned on his phone, he saw the message in his private message and contacted Su Yu. As soon as he got in touch with the other person, Ji Chen informed them of his intention to learn about the script and the content of the movie. Compared to the previous film and television company's secrecy, this company readily agreed and sent the script and film clips to Ji Chen. He immediately entered the ultimate learning mode and read the script, and was very satisfied with the plot design. Moreover, both the main storyline and the plot were a perfect fit for his song Xiangjian and I. After reading the script, Ji Chen took advantage of breakfast to spend about half an hour re-watching the emotional scenes between the two leads, Yi Yang Qianqi and Zhou Dongyu. Yi Yang Qianqi and Zhou Dongyu's performance in the movie did not disappoint him. After considering all factors, Ji Chen contacted Su Yu again and told her that he agreed to cooperate, but he didn't want a buyout, he wanted a cut. This, I can't make the decision, can you wait for a moment? I need to ask Director Zhou. Su Yu was shocked when she heard Ji Chen's request and almost couldn't speak. This young man. So arrogant. Ji Chen heard Su Yu's words and smiled. Okay, I'll wait for your reply. Okay. After ending the call, Ji Chen realized that Yun Duan, who looked confused, was standing next to him. Ji, what are you doing? What split? Yun Duan noticed that Ji Chen had suddenly been acting strange in the past 2 days. I'll tell you when I've succeeded. I need to look something up now. Hey, tell me. Shut up. With no choice, Yun Duan could only make a zipper closing motion with his mouth. Ji Chen, on the other hand, sat down at his desk and opened his notebook. Although he had agreed to split it, he didn't really know much about the film industry, so while he still had time, he needed to figure out how much a movie cost to make and how much it would make. If it had been him before, it would have taken him a long time to research. But when he was in the ultimate learning mode, a few minutes was enough. Kyoto. Fruit Pictures. Zhou Sungwen, who had been overjoyed at learning that Ji Chen was willing to sell the rights to the company, hadn't been able to keep his smile on his face for more than 2 minutes. Hearing what his assistant said next, his smile instantly froze, and he couldn't help but sit up straight. What? This kid actually wants a cut? No way. Zhou Sungwen's face suddenly turned pale, and he snapped, even Kyoto's top composer wouldn't dare make such a request. I'd be lucky to pay him 2 million for the theme song, let alone a cut. Su Yu saw Zhou Sungwen's reaction and subconsciously shrunk her neck. She took a few steps back and then continued in a low voice, that's what the young man, Mr. Ji Chen, said. He only wants to sign his share of the profits. Zhou Sungwen sighed when he heard Su Yu's words and looked at the young girl in front of him. He couldn't help but feel a bit of hatred in his eyes. Sure enough, this young girl is still too young and not assertive enough, which is why she is being held hostage by the other party. However, Zhou Sungwen was very tempted by the copyright of that song. And if they don't buy it, there are other companies that will be eager to buy it. After all, this song is already very popular on Douyin. Behind his desk, Zhou Sungwen looked at Su Yu after a few minutes of slight pondering on his face, and said, give me his contact information, I'll contact him myself. No matter what, the other party's request was too much, and he felt that he needed to talk to the other party personally. Su Yu frowned slightly when she heard what her boss said, but she still nodded and said, okay, Director Zhou, I'll give it to you right away. It wasn't long before Zhou Sungwen got Ji Chen's phone number and dialed the number. In the dormitory. Ji Chen had just finished organizing his materials when his phone on the table rang. I'll take this call. After saying hello to Yun Xuan, Ji Chen slid his phone to the answer button. Ji Chen, right? Hello, I'm the director of Fruit Pictures, Zhou Sungwen. After all, Zhou Sungwen's tone was unprecedentedly polite when he wanted to buy the rights in Ji Chen's hands. Hello, I'm very happy that my work has attracted your attention. Ji Chen also greeted the other party with a smile, after all, this big director was calling to give him money. Soon, after a little pleasantries, the two got straight to the point. Jen, I actually called mainly to ask you if you are sure you want to sign a profit-sharing contract with our company? If you are considering a buyout, I can offer you 60% above market price. Upon hearing Jo Sungwon's words, Ji Chen smiled and said firmly, Director Zhou, I have already made up my mind. If we sign a contract, it will be a profit-sharing contract. Jo Sungwon was still not convinced and persuaded, saying, if you sign a buyout contract, you will get 2.1 million immediately. If you sign a percentage deal, after the movie is released, if it loses money, you may not get a penny. You don't need to worry about me, Director Zhou, that's my own choice. Ji Chen's attitude remained clear. Jo Sungwon wanted to say something else, but couldn't find the words. After all, the other party had already said what they wanted to say. After a moment of silence, Jo Sungwon continued, asking, how much do you want? Not much, 0.5% of the movie's profits will do, Ji Chen replied. This split price is something he has calculated, and it is very reasonable for both him and Fruit Pictures. If the movie has a box office of 1 billion, after taxes and fees, there will be 910 million left. Of the remaining 910 million, the cinema will take about half. That leaves just over 400 million. After deducting the 50 million production and promotion costs from this 400 million, so he can probably earn about 20 million from this song. However, this is based on a $1 billion box office. Ji Chen also analyzed the market feedback from major cinema platforms on the movie Nichu in the end. The final predicted box office for this movie from major platforms is only 200 million yuan. Although there are many variables in this prediction, when calculated this way, Ji Chen's price request doesn't seem so outrageous. Jo Sungwon also thought this way after hearing Ji Chen's request, and suddenly his heart didn't feel so upset. He also thought that this kid would ask for 20-30% of the box office revenue. If that was the case, no matter how much he liked the song, he would have to give it up. Jo Sungwon didn't think about it for long, and nodded, saying, Ji, let's do it as you say. I will prepare the contract and sign it with you as soon as possible. Ji Chen laughed happily and said, good, then it's settled. I believe this movie will do very well. Combining the memories in his past life with his own personal analysis and calculations, he was confident in his heart that this movie should be able to gross 500 million yuan at the box office. Jo Sungwon, on the other end of the phone, however, laughed and said, kid, I'm not going to lie to you. This movie is the first time I've tried this style, and it's also Xiaoxi's first transformation, so the risks are very high. If we lose money, don't come crying to me. Jo Sungwon wasn't trying to scare Ji Chen with these words. This kind of film with a more artistic style was also his first attempt. Many directors had made them before, but most of them didn't make much at the box office. The most successful one only made 500 million yuan. But with Ji Chen's perfect theme song, Jo Sungwon was confident that even if the forecast was only 200 million yuan at the box office, he could make it to 300 million. In the end, it will be more profitable than not buying Ji Chen's rights. Finally, the two people who hit it off quickly made a decision. After ending the call, Jo Sungwon immediately instructed Su Yu, who was standing nearby, Su, you immediately draw up a contract for the split, and I want to sign with Xiao Ji as soon as possible. Su Yu was a little surprised when she heard her boss's instructions, and she stuck out her tongue. She said, Director Zhou, didn't you just say that you didn't agree to the split? Su Yu still remembered the look of hatred in the boss's eyes when he looked at her just now, and he even called over there aggressively. Jo Sungwon, who was smiling happily, also reacted instantly when Su Yu said this. Yes. He was originally going to negotiate a buyout. How did it end up being a composition? When he thought about this, Jo Sungwon felt that his old face couldn't hold up for a moment. Unexpectedly, at this age, he was actually being manipulated by a young kid. Chapter 22, this guy doesn't want to just take her in his arms and confess his love to her again, does he? After handling the song copyright matters, Ji Chen went to class with Yun Chuan. In the afternoon, the two of them went to the school martial arts club and signed up. And luckily, the martial arts club would be getting a fighting instructor next week, who was rumored to be the champion of the last Huaxia fighting competition. Ji Chen never would have imagined that such a cocky character would come to the university to work as a club instructor. But no matter what, he's made a fortune. If he can be trained personally by a professional fighting champion, coupled with his talent for martial arts, it is estimated that it won't take long for him to make great progress in fighting. He is so happy. Yun Duan, who has nothing to do, also signed up. He also plans to learn some kung fu, otherwise someone in the dormitory can push him over at will, which is too embarrassing. After the two men had signed up for the club, filled in some information, and learned a bit about the club, it was already past 3 p.m. and almost time for elective class. So the two men walked out of the club, went back to their dormitory, and got the things they needed for class. Ji-Chun also remembered that he still had to show Bai Lianwan his lesson plan 500 times, so they went to the classroom together. Today, as usual, there were many people taking elective courses. Even though there was a young lady performing at the neighboring school, Bai Lianwan's elective course was still full. After class, when everyone saw that stunning and graceful figure walking into the classroom, they instantly felt that they had made the right choice not to go watch the young ladies at the neighboring school. She was wearing a long, pure white dress, showing off the girl's slender, white legs like jade. Her long hair, like seaweed, fell naturally and loosely, highlighting her already snow-white skin and making it even fairer and more delicate. Her eyes were calm and serene like the sea, her nose was straight and beautiful, and her lips were a light red. It was obvious that she was simply dressed, but she was still so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her. Even Ji-Chen, who was sitting in the seat, couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he saw the figure of the young girl on the podium. I don't know if he's having a hallucination, but it feels like Bai Lianwan is even more beautiful today than she's ever been. Just as Ji-Chen thought this, Yun Duan, who was sitting next to him, also exclaimed in a low voice, "Lao Ji, have you noticed that Professor Bai seems to have dressed up today? In the past, she never let her hair down in class, and this is also the first time she's worn a skirt to class, right?" Ji-Chen heard Yun Duan's words and suddenly realized. No wonder he felt that this little girl seemed to be different in some way today. After being reminded by Yun Duan, he realized that this was indeed the case. However, before Ji-Chen could say anything, Yun Duan touched his chin and pondered, "Professor Bai's behavior today is a bit unusual. In the past, when she attended class, Professor Bai never dressed up so nicely. Could it be that she has someone she likes?" Thinking about this, Yun Duan suddenly remembered that when Bai Lianwan first came into the classroom, she glanced over at him. He suddenly had a moment of enlightenment and experienced one of the 3 major delusions in life. Holy shit, could it be that Professor Bai has fallen for me? Ji-Chen. Ji-Chen looked at Yun Duan, who was beside him, shocked and gleefully beside himself, and was at a loss for words. This guy is a bit too narcissistic, isn't she just teaching a different style of class, and why is his mind making up such a story? And Bai Lianwan is such a stubborn girl that she would never like a guy. Bai Lianwan on the podium has already started calling roll. Yun Duanan. Here. Yun Duanan in her seat is even more excited when she sees Bai Lianwan seem to glance over at her while calling roll. In the past, when Professor Bai called roll, she never looked up at anyone. Lao Ji, Lao Ji. Professor Bai is looking at me again. Ji-Chen. Bai Lianwan has finished calling the roll and the class has already started. But her head is a bit confused. Today, she doesn't know what's going on, and she can't help but keep looking over to Ji-Chen. And she also feels that Ji-Chen's gaze on her today seems a bit different from before. He wouldn't misunderstand that she's wearing something nice today just to show it to him, would he? She just suddenly felt like wearing a skirt today, and she also suddenly felt like letting her hair down, but it's not like she's doing it on purpose to show him. Although she was crazy with thoughts of Ji-Chen's secret intentions towards her, Bai Lian, the talented young girl, was still able to remain logical and calm during the evening class. She explained the topic to the students in the most simple and understandable way, making the most of her ability to multitask. Ji-Chen did not waste this golden opportunity either. He was in the ultimate learning state throughout the whole class, and never took his eyes off the girl on the podium. In his eyes, there was only learning. Okay, that's it for today's class. The homework I assigned at the end, please finish it as soon as possible and send it to my email address. Class dismissed. Yes, Professor. I will finish it as soon as possible. Me too, I can finish it tonight. I'll get started as soon as I get home. Hearing Bai Lianwan's schedule, many male students and a few female students in the classroom hurriedly nodded and responded positively, including Yun Duanan, who was next to Ji-Chen. Facing the enthusiastic students, Bai Lianwan only nodded lightly, gathered up the teaching plan on the desk, and then strode out of the classroom with her slender legs. Ji-Chen was also preparing to leave with Yun Duanan, but when he got up, he realized that he hadn't handed Bai Lianwan his teaching plan to check yet. Thinking about this, Ji-Chen greeted Yun Duanan, picked up the lesson plan on the table and hurried out of the classroom. In the corridor, Bai Lianwan was hugging the lesson plan and preparing to go back to the office. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of many passers-by and students, and they still looked at her back with envy and whispered when she was far away. Professor Bai is even more beautiful and hot today. I love it. She's really pretty. I'm a girl and I feel my heart flutter. If my girlfriend looked like that, I wouldn't go out at all. What the hell are you saying, Yuan Kai? What are you doing here? I didn't see you just now. Die. Ji Chen had already rushed out of the classroom and into the corridor. When he saw Bai Lianwan's figure, he strode over to her. Professor Bai, wait. The latter heard a familiar voice behind her and subconsciously stopped, her heartbeat inexplicably accelerating. Damn it! And it's after class, what does this guy want with her? Although her heart had already begun to feel uneasy, Bai Lianwan froze slightly for a few seconds, and then slowly turned around, raising her eyes, and instantly colliding into Ji Chen's smiling eyes. The young man stood in the backlight, his features handsome and refined, and her image was fully reflected in his translucent eyes. Bai Lianwan's heart inevitably trembled fiercely. Thoughts of the past few days between the two of them flooded her mind, and two blushes rose to her face. Still, she asked as calmly as she could, is there something the matter? Ji Chen was about to tell Bai Lianwan about the lesson plan, but his gaze suddenly fell on the girl's hair. As someone with slight OCD, Ji Chen didn't think twice and reached out directly towards Bai Lianwan. Bai Lianwan felt Ji Chen's movement and instinctively wanted to take a step back. A trace of panic also appeared in her originally cold and beautiful eyes. What is this guy going to do? He's not going to be so bold as to give her the head-patting kill move from some TV show, is he? Or is he going to take her in his arms and make a passionate confession? Although she appears to be a cool older sister, Bai Lianwan usually spends her free time watching romantic soap operas that teenage girls love so much to pass the time. So when she saw Ji Chen make that gesture, her little head instantly filled with many blushing, heart-pounding images. But she wanted to, but there were so many students here. If he were to confess or something, the school would blow up. Just as Bai Lianwan's heart started to wildly fill in the blanks, she was about to decide whether to quickly give the other person a shoulder throw to stop his impulsive behavior. Ji Chen had already reached down to her head. Then, he gently picked up the fallen leaves that had landed in her hair, waved them in front of her face, and laughed, saying, there was a wind earlier, and the leaves blew into your hair. Bai Lianwan. It's just leaves. She thought. There was something else, so she quickly said, hurry up, I'm busy. After she reacted, Bai Lianwan pretended to be cold again. But for some reason, her mood suddenly wasn't very good. Ji Chen looked at the stern-looking young girl in front of him and immediately put on a serious face. He handed her the lesson plan in his hand and said, Professor, you forgot that you asked me to copy the lesson plan 500 times and you haven't checked it yet. Okay, I'll take it back and check it. After saying that, Bai Lianwan directly held out her small hand, took the lesson plan from Ji Chen's hand, and turned around, stomping her feet, and left. Ji Chen looked at the girl's back as she strode away, a little confused. He wasn't sure if he was imagining things, but it seemed to him that the girl was angry. The thing was, he hadn't done anything to offend her. Even when he had just picked up the leaf on her head, he had tried not to touch a single hair on her head. Why was she suddenly angry? Women really are fickle, no matter how old they are. Chapter 23, we are most enthusiastic about things like going to the movies. After delivering the teaching plan, Ji Chen went to the cafeteria for a meal, and then returned to the dormitory alone. It so happened that in the afternoon, he was contacted by the Fruit Pictures side to go back and talk about signing the contract. Yin Duan, who had always been inseparable from him, also returned from her beautiful dream to reality, and honestly followed Li Yi to drink milk tea and chat. When Ji Chen returned to the dormitory, the only person in the entire dormitory was Fan Zhua, who was still desperately typing at the computer desk. Table, are you on fire? I've been watching you type all day. Ji Chen walked over to his desk, pulled out a chair, and casually asked Fan Zhu. The latter's hand, which had been tapping away at the keyboard, suddenly paused, and a trace of bitterness appeared on his somewhat handsome face. He said depressedly, forget it, the book just took off, there were too many cars, and I was ordered by the editor to change the preface. Ji Chen was a little surprised when he heard Fan Zhu's words. Table, your driving skills are not good, you even flipped the car. You've noticed this. Fan Zhu was about to cry. Ji Chen gave a meaningful smile, a true veteran driver, even if you drive a rocket, you won't flip it over. Ji Chen remembered that in the fiery novels he had read in his previous life, there was almost constant car racing, which was addictive. If you read too much of it, it can also cause malnutrition. It can go all the way to millions of words with green lights. Therefore, Fan Zhuo must not have enough driving skills to get past the test. It seems that when he has time in the future, he might as well impart some experience to the table. It just so happens that he now has a super memory, and as long as he thinks about those driving scenes casually, thousands of them can pop up instantly. But right now he doesn't have much time, as he has to first deal with the signing of the theme song. After consoling Fan Zhuo a little, Ji Chen opened his laptop and found the contract sent to his email inbox by Fruit Pictures, and browsed it. In no time at all, Ji Chen had finished reading the contract, which was no different from what he had discussed with Zhou Sungwen. He then contacted the other party directly, confirmed his identity, and signed the contract online, which was convenient and fast. After all, the movie would be officially released in 2 days, on Saturday, and the theme song had to be edited into the movie as soon as possible. Signing the contract online would save a lot of time. In the evening, the dormitory has already turned off the lights, and Ji Chen is also getting ready to rest. After all, he has a full day of classes tomorrow, and he needs to be well rested. Just before going to sleep, Ji Chen is about to put down his phone when 2 messages suddenly pop up in the WeChat chat box. They are from Suyu of Fruit Pictures. Mr. Ji Chen, our movie will be released on Saturday night at 8 o'clock. Director Zhou asked me to order 6 tickets for you at the nearest cinema to Jiangnan University, DreamWorks. If you have time, you can take your friends to watch it together. I guess the e-ticket information will be sent to your phone soon, so please check it. Sure enough, before Ji Chen could reply to Suyu's message, he received a text message on his phone with the redemption code for the movie tickets. Ji Chen was a little amused when he saw the message and the text message on his phone. In fact, he was not very interested in this kind of romantic art film. Even the 2 songs he sang about love before were tasks assigned by the system. So he had no intention of going to this movie, but since the other person had already bought it, he would give it to someone in the dormitory who needed it at the time. However, just then, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Ji Chen's head. Triggered task: watch a movie with any girl within 3 days and promptly hand over a tissue when the other person is in tears. Reward: God-level clothing designer skills. God-level clothing designer, proficient in all the professional knowledge of a clothing designer, with extraordinary design talent and creativity for clothing. God-level clothing designer skills? That sounds pretty good. But what the hell is handing over a tissue when watching a movie with a girl? I'm afraid the nature of this system is not a dog licker. Although he really wanted to refuse this unreasonable task from the system, Ji Chen thought again that he couldn't waste such a good skill and not fight for it. After all, it is already a god-level clothing designer skill, and maybe he can really make a little money with this in the future? But he definitely couldn't ask a girl to go to the cinema with him within 3 days. After all, if he asked someone to go to the cinema, wasn't the meaning obvious enough? If you flirt with someone and then don't take responsibility after getting a reward, what's the difference between that and being a scumbag? Thinking about this, Ji Chen also thought of a detail in the system mission. Just go to the movies with any girl and, when she cries, hand her a tissue. What this means is that he doesn't even need to make a special date with a girl, he just needs to go to the movies with a girl and watch a movie that's more tear-jerking, and then just hand a tissue to any girl who's moved to tears. When he thinks about it like this, the mission doesn't seem too difficult. As for tear-jerking movies, not to mention the fact that he just co-starred in the movie Meet You in the Time of Love, it has many tear-jerking moments. Moreover, its theme song is quite sad, and it should be able to make many girls with low tear thresholds cry. Upon thinking of this, Ji Chen suddenly felt enlightened, and he was the first to reply to Suyu with a thank you emoji. Then, he turned to the group of people in the dormitory who had not yet fallen asleep completely and said, "Hey, bitches, I'm going to the movies the night after tomorrow. I just happen to have movie tickets here, the kind of movie that a lot of girls like to watch." At first, the group of people were all unanimously uninterested when they heard Ji Chen's opening words, but when they heard the words "a lot of girls," they immediately became excited. Yun Duanan said, "Such a good movie, I definitely want to go." Fan Zhuo, who had just lain back on the bed, got up again. "Anzi, you're so fake, Ji Chen hasn't even said what kind of movie it is, and you're already saying it's good." Inha was trying to figure out how to say yes to Ji Chen without it looking like he was only going to see the girls, when he suddenly saw a dark figure coming down from the top bunk. "Desk, didn't you just lie down on the bed? Why are you up again?" Zhao Ran, must have been so excited to hear that they're going to see the little sisters that he couldn't sleep. Fan Zhuo arrives at the desk and opens his laptop. "Am I that kind of person? I just want to save some drafts in advance, so that I can go with Lao Ji to see a girl on Saturday. No, to watch a movie." Zhao Qian, What a bunch of hypocrites. I despise you all. Lao Ji, I have a part-time job on Saturday, so I want to ask what time it starts, so that I can take leave on time to go see a girl. No, to watch a movie. Ji Chen, 8 p.m. Don't be late. No problem. We'll be there on time. We're most enthusiastic about things like going to the movies, so don't worry. Classroom apartment. It was already close to midnight. Bai Lianwan was wide awake. Because whenever she closed her eyes, she couldn't help but see Ji Chen's face, and she simply couldn't sleep. Human thinking is sometimes very strange. When you try to control yourself from thinking about someone, the image of that person in your mind just keeps popping up, and it won't go away. It's like someone telling you not to think about an elephant. Then the only thing you can think about is an elephant. This uncontrollable feeling was the first time in the past 18 years that Bai Lianwan had experienced it. Just as she tossed and turned in bed unable to sleep, the mobile phone on the bedside table suddenly vibrated twice. Bai Lianwan brought the phone to her face with her small hands and scanned the message on the screen with her beautiful eyes. It was from Lin Qingya. Lianwan, let's go watch a movie with me on Saturday. I've already bought the tickets. Although Lin Qingya occasionally acts impish in front of Bai Lianwan, she is also a true literary girl. Upon seeing her message, Bai Lianwan instantly guessed that it must be about some literary film that had recently been released, probably the kind that is very sad. Although Bai Lianwan was not very interested in this kind of film, she happened to be a bit distracted by the student Ji Chen these past few days, and thought that watching a movie would be a good way to distract herself. Thinking about this, Bai Lianwan simply replied with an okay to the other person. Throwing down her phone, her perfect and graceful body sank back into the soft bed, and she continued to force herself to sleep. Then, the image of that handsome and delicate face popped back into her mind. Damn it. Chapter 24. I heard you have someone you like. Is that true? Time flies. It's Saturday in the blink of an eye. 7:30 p.m. Ticket collection point. Ji Chen is collecting tickets at the automatic ticket collection machine, while Yun Duan and the others are looking at the couples in front of them and fall into a short period of contemplation. Where's the girl? Where's the girl? Where's the single girl we were promised? I suddenly want to go back to playing basketball. I suddenly want to go back to writing. I suddenly want to go back to my part-time job. I didn't realize that Ji would also lie to people. Due to its proximity to Jiangda University, at this point in time, the people watching movies are usually young couples in love. Today is Saturday again, and after the movie is over, they can just go to a hotel room and do other things to enhance their relationship. So now Ji Chen and his friends have become the most eye-catching presence in the movie theater, which is actually something Ji Chen never expected. It was at this moment that Yin Hao, who was usually quiet among the group, inadvertently glanced at the crowd and saw two beautiful figures coming towards the ticket counter. Just a slight glance in the corner of his eye, and the sight of her graceful figure and temperament made his heart thump. Turning his head to look, he was momentarily stunned when he saw who it was. Is that Professor Bai Bai? Where? Clouden muttered, and also followed Yin Hao's gaze to see the two silhouettes walking towards them, his eyes wide. Especially when he saw that familiar, stunning face, and her completely refreshing style of dress today, he was simply shocked. In the crowd, there was a beautiful girl with long hair naturally draped over her shoulders, wearing a pale pink form-fitting t-shirt with a pleated skirt. She was walking towards the ticket collection counter, arm in arm with a girl of similar appearance, with long, slender, pale legs. Her beautiful face, snow-white skin tinged with a light pink, and her graceful figure and youthful aura made her look like a perfect girl right out of a comic book. It attracted the attention of passers-by, who couldn't take their eyes off her. The people around Yun Duan also shifted their attention to the girl and the girl next to her, wide-eyed. Holy shit! Is this really Professor Bai? And who is the young lady next to her? Holy shit! It's Dr. Lin. Ha! Dr. Lin? The young lady next to Professor Bai? Yes, she is the school nurse at Jiangda University. She treated me when I got injured playing basketball a few times before. Zhao Ran stared at the two girls walking towards him and said. Yun Xuan looked at the girl whose appearance was only slightly inferior to Bai Lian's, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Zhao Ran. No wonder you went to the infirmary 3 times last Friday. It turns out that the school nurse is so pretty. Yin Hao pushed his glasses up his nose, blushing slightly. She is indeed quite pretty. But is the girl next to her really Professor Bai? I think so. Although she is dressed in a youthful and girlish manner, there is still a coldness on her face. I like it. Me too. Me too. Just as the few of them were discussing this in low voices, Bai Lianwan and Lin Xingya also noticed them. Seeing the two girls looking over here, Yun Chuan and his group quickly took the initiative to go over. Professor Bai, Dr. Lin, good evening, you're also here to watch a movie. Good evening, Professor Bai, I've already finished the homework you assigned. Dr. Lin, my knee has also improved a lot, thank you for helping me deal with it in time. The several people greeted the two people with great enthusiasm and initiative. Facing the several people who suddenly came over, Bai Lianwan and Lin Xingya obviously froze for a short while, but quickly reacted and immediately nodded politely to them. After all, there were so many boys around them, and they had just started teaching at Jiangda University, so even if their memories were good, they couldn't recognize every student they came into contact with at a glance. Although Lin Xingya had almost no recollection of the boys in front of her who called her Dr. Lin, she still asked with a smile, "Did you all come to the movie together?" Hearing Lin Xingya's words, the boys hurriedly nodded. Yes, after class we also watch movies together to enrich our lives. That's right, sometimes we watch them together in the dormitory, and sometimes we come out to watch them. It's more interesting to watch them out in the open. I feel the same way. Dr. Lin and Professor Bai, which movie are you watching? Yun Duan asked the two of them with a smile. In fact, this was the first time he and Professor Bai had been this close to each other, and it was only now that he realized that Professor Bai's skin was really good, and there were no flaws at all even when viewed up close. At this moment, Bai Lianwan, who had not spoken much, saw Yun Duan's somewhat familiar face and reacted. She subconsciously asked him, "You are Ji Chen's classmate, Yun Yun." After all, there were too many students in her class, and it had only been a short time since the start of the semester. For a moment, Bai Lianwan could not think of Yun Duan's name. It was fine for her to study one book a day, but it was difficult to remember a person's name. However, she remembered that this student seemed to always be inseparable from Ji Chen. Could it be that this guy Ji Chen? Just as Bai Lianwan had this thought in her mind, a familiar voice suddenly entered her ears. "Hey guys, the tickets are ready. Why don't you go get some popcorn and watch the movie? You're just standing here." Ji Chen walked over to the group with the tickets in his hand, and only then did he notice the young girl next to him. He also froze for a moment and said, "Professor Bai? You're also here to watch the movie?" If it weren't for Bai Lianwan's cold eyes, Ji Chen would have almost not recognized her just by looking at the way she was dressed today. And when Bai Lianwan saw this familiar face, her heart in her chest suddenly lost its rhythm again. Damn it! How could I run into him just by watching a movie? But before Bai Lianwan could say anything, Lin Xingya, who was standing next to her, suddenly exclaimed, You are the student that Wan was talking about, the one who sang that man's song, Ji Chen." Lin Xingya had asked Bai Lianwan about Ji Chen's name and had seen his photo on the school forum, so she recognized him at first sight. Although they were in the same school, she usually had no time to go to Bai Lianwan's class to see Ji Chen. Now that she could see Ji Chen in the flesh, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Ji Chen himself was even better looking in person than in the soap opera. Yun Chuan and the others were hurt and withdrawn when they saw Lin Xingya call out Ji Chen's name at first glance. Yun Chuan in particular had previously thought that Professor Bai was interested in him, but it turned out that she couldn't even remember his name. Ji Chen looked at the somewhat excited Lin Xingya and smiled indifferently, replying, "Yes. It really is. I really like that song you sang. I was just singing it casually, and I didn't expect it to cause such a big reaction." The roommates, as soon as he opened his mouth, it was the damned old Versailles. After exchanging greetings with Lin Xingya, the movie was about to start. Ji Chen was also about to greet his roommates and quickly take them into the movie theater. However, at that moment, Lin Xingya suddenly asked a question that made him freeze. "Classmate Ji Chen, I heard that you have someone you like. Is that true?" Chapter 25 Why is it this guy again? Lin Xingya remembered that every night, she was told that Ji Chen had someone he liked. Why was he watching a movie with his roommates today? If not, doesn't that mean she has a chance? Omega. Although she is 3 years older than Ji Chen, she doesn't look old. She is also pretty, so if she goes after Ji Chen, she will definitely get him. And a woman is worth more the older she gets. She doesn't want to hold back anymore, love can't wait. When Ji Chen heard Lin Xingya's words, he subconsciously glanced at Bai Lianwan next to him. He remembered that he had said that when he rejected those girls in the classroom that time. So Lin Xingya must have heard it from this little girl Bai Lianwan. I didn't expect her to be so nosy, even though she usually seems cold and indifferent. Bai Lianwan couldn't help but feel a little guilty when Ji Chen looked at her like that, beneath her aloof and elegant exterior. Why is this guy suddenly looking at me? What if someone realizes that he likes me? Ji Chen looked away from Bai Lianwan and quickly looked at Lin Xingye, smiling and saying, "Yes, I have someone I like." "Ah, really?" Lin Xingye's face visibly fell when she heard Ji Chen's reply, but she quickly looked back at Ji Chen again. "So, the person you like is also from Jiangda University?" Lin Xingye was curious. What kind of girl could make Ji Chen fall so deeply in love? In terms of appearance, apart from Wan Wan, she should be the one at Jiangda University. Otherwise, every day a group of young boys would find all kinds of reasons to get sick and the doors to the infirmary would be bursting at the seams. But before Ji Chen could answer, a small, white hand took Lin Xingye's arm and dragged her away. The movie was about to start soon, so they had to hurry and get their tickets. Bai Lianwan felt that if she didn't drag Lin Xingye away, Ji Chen would probably say that he liked her if he didn't hold back, regardless of whether she agreed or not. But if word got out, it would definitely affect Ji Chen's studies. If his mother and grandfather knew, it would be even worse. And Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan dragging Lin Xingye away and was instantly relieved. He was worried about how to come up with a heartthrob out of thin air to deal with Lin Xingye. After the two left, Ji Chen hurriedly greeted his roommates and checked in together to enter the movie theater. However, before entering, he was unable to avoid being questioned by several people about who his sweetheart was. And when Ji Chen entered the screening room, his originally pretty good mood disappeared in an instant. He had previously overlooked one thing: this literary film was on the unpopular side, and since it had just been released, no one knew the reputation yet, so there wouldn't be too many people watching a single screening. Now there were only about 20 people in the entire screening room, including them. The most important thing is that, apart from the few single guys, the entire screening room, at a glance, is full of couples and pairs. This is outrageous. What kind of mission is this? At the time, do you hand tissues to the girls whose boyfriends are by their sides? Is this something a normal person can do? Yun Duan and the others, looking at the little couples in the screening room, were even more desperate to cry, and cast a plaintive look at Ji Chen. They came to see their girlfriends, not to eat dog food. Although a million thoughts raced through their minds, they had already come, so they could only accept the reality and find seats to watch the movie. Ji Chen felt the same way. They were already here, and they always had to watch the movie. Maybe they could even meet some single girls later? Just as Ji Chen had this thought in his mind, Yun Duan, who was standing next to him, suddenly touched his arm and whispered excitedly, "Lao Ji, Professor Bai and Dr. Lin are coming in." Hearing Yun Duan's reminder, Ji Chen subconsciously looked towards the entrance of the projection room. Even in the dim light of the projection room, Bai Lianwan and Lin Xingye's tall and graceful figures were still very recognizable, and they could be recognized at a glance. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the two figures quickly drew closer to Ji Chen. In the end, they arrived directly at the 7th row where Ji Chen and the others were sitting, and took their seats at the position they had chosen. Since the movie had already started, the two didn't really pay attention to the people around them. Although Yun Chuan and the others were excited, they didn't feel like greeting them aloud. However, when they saw Bai Lianwan sit next to Ji Chen, they couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Ji Chen looked at the young girl sitting next to him, and the unique fragrance of the young girl came from the tip of his nose, but his heart was not completely happy. Bai Lianwan, the girl, knew at first glance that her heart was as hard as a stone. Could a literary film make her cry? The whole cinema was crying, but she wouldn't cry either. Thinking about this, Ji Chen couldn't help but clutch the small pack of tissues in his pocket, wanting to cry but unable to. At this moment, Bai Lianwan extended her jade hand, brushed her hair aside, and inadvertently noticed the familiar face next to her in the corner of her eye. Immediately, she slowly turned her head, and in an instant, her eyes met with the eyes of the boy looking in her direction. Even in the dim light, she could still see the extremely good-looking face of the other person. Why? Why is it this guy again? Chapter 26, A smile can win the city, and another smile can win the country. Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan looked at each other for 2 seconds, when suddenly the sound system in the cinema emitted a harsh screeching noise, instantly pulling their thoughts back and shifting them back to the big screen. In the movie, after a fierce collision, there was a scene of a tragic car accident. And one of the wrecked cars was sitting the male lead of this movie, Yi Yang Qianqi. And judging from his situation, it looked like he was finished? For a moment, the audience in the cinema couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The movie had only just started a few minutes ago, And the male protagonist had died in a car crash? Holy shit! What kind of plot is this? No way, no way, the male protagonist just got on screen and he's dead? He can't be dead, can he? If he is dead, how can we watch the movie? As soon as someone in the audience finished speaking, the scene in the movie instantly switched to the scene of the male protagonist's memorial service. Everyone! The movie had only just started a few minutes ago. Yang Qianxi, the male lead who played a high-level white-collar worker, died after a car accident caused by drunk driving after an argument with the female lead, Zhou Dongyu. The audience in the entire cinema was shocked when they saw the scene. Then, the camera panned again and focused on the female lead. Zhou Dongyu plays the girlfriend of the protagonist, who pretends to be fine after the death of her boyfriend. But in fact, she has always missed him, and she will still send text messages to her boyfriend's phone as usual, even though she knows that no one will reply to those messages. She also often appears in every place where the two of them have been together over the past 10 years, remembering all kinds of things from the past and crying heartbreakingly in the middle of the night. Zhou Dongyu's acting skills did not disappoint either. When it comes to crying, some people may only be able to show a sad expression and then drip eye drops. Zhou Dongyu, however, can use one scene, 3 shots, and no lines to perform several levels. Seeing this, Ji Chen felt even more that his choice to collaborate with this movie was completely the right one. Influenced by the plot and Zhou Dongyu's acting skills, many girls in the cinema, who have low tear points, already had red eyes. The plot is still progressing. Zhou Dongyu, who can't forget her boyfriend, falls asleep on the bus listening to music. When she wakes up again, she has arrived in another time and space, waking up in the body of a girl who looks exactly like her. And the first thing she sees is a boy who looks exactly like her late boyfriend, Yang Qianxi. At this point in the plot, the low mood of the audience in the cinema was lifted again, and it seemed that they instantly understood the meaning of the movie's name, Time Travel to Meet You. However, it was regrettable that the young man standing in front of Zhou Dongyu completely forgot about her and kept treating her as the female classmate she was before time travel. This was very annoying. However, as the plot continued to develop, Zhou Dongyu, who had a completely changed personality after time travel, directly began to woo the young man, and kept mentioning things from the past to test him. Yang Qianxi also quickly fell in love with Zhou Dongyu, who had changed her personality, and even when the female protagonist was testing him, certain familiar scenes would vaguely appear in his mind. Seeing this, the hearts of the audience members began to stir, looking forward to the moment when the male protagonist would fully recover his memory. Even Bai Lianwan, who had originally been uninterested in the film, had become completely engrossed in the plot, her dark eyes intently following the images on the screen. As the male and female leads interacted more and more, the sweetness index continued to rise. Zhou Dongyu and Yang Qianxi's natural acting skills even brought almost all the audience members into the sweetness of the plot. Even Bai Lianwan, who always had a cold face, had an unprecedented sweet curve at the corner of her mouth, which was exceptionally moving. This stunning scene, which is rarely seen in a century, was precisely captured by Ji Chen, who glanced slightly sideways at her, making him lose his mind for a moment. It was at that moment that Ji Chen seemed to understand the profound truth behind the famous saying, "One smile can win the city, and another can win the country." If this girl smiled at him like that every day, he was afraid that he might really lose his principles and abandon all caution to flirt with her. Ji Chen felt his thoughts dancing dangerously again, so he quickly shifted his attention back to the movie. The movie continued for a while longer, and the plot seemed to be about to enter a high-sugar scene. Yang Qianxi awoke a deep memory in his mind. He called Zhou Dongyu to ask her out, and the two set off at the same time, rushing to each other regardless of everything. However, just when the two were less than 100 meters apart, an accident suddenly struck, causing Zhou Dongyu to faint on the spot. When the girl woke up again, the soul from another world in her body had already returned to its original world. So, the two people who loved each other, knowing that the other was still loving them in another time and space, were trapped in their respective time and space. Then the high-tension part of the movie followed, and the hearts of all the audience members in the theater suddenly fell from the clouds to the bottom. Especially watching the male and female protagonists miss each other even more, but no matter how hard they try, they are unable to see each other. The sense of powerlessness pervaded the entire movie theater. A melodious tune was quietly inserted, and the unique singing voice of a smoky baritone naturally blended into the movie. When love is left as ruins and carved into memories with hieroglyphs, missing for centuries, is unforgettable. The passionate singing voice, hoarse with emotion. The boy's singing voice seemed to have a very magical power. With his singing voice, with the increasing high-tension plot of the movie, the song and the final climax of the movie officially arrived. All emotions were also poured out at this moment. I want to see you, I only want to see you. In the future and the past, I only want to see you. Through thousands of timelines and among millions of people, we are dependent on each other. The last note falls. The movie ends. The huge cinema is silent, so quiet that not a sound can be heard. Finally, some audience members can't hold back any longer. 1, 2, 3, 4. Without a sound, almost all the audience members in the theater burst into tears, covering their faces with their hands. At this moment, Ji Chen also feels a little uncomfortable for some reason, his eyes red and watery. He subconsciously looks away, but inadvertently notices the girl next to him, who is already in tears. At this moment, Bai Lianwan was completely immersed in the emotions of the male and female protagonists in the movie, who regretted and longed to meet again, and she could not accept the ending that they could no longer meet. The tears in her eyes were like broken pearls, constantly falling, her small mouth slightly deflated, and her face was full of sadness and grievances. Completely gone was the shadow of the previous cold and aloof young lady. At this moment, Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan's tearful appearance, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly arose in his heart. After coming into contact with Bai Lianwan these past few days, it was impossible for him not to have a crush on her. It's just that this feeling of affection is so hurtful that he can only try to control himself. But now, watching the girl beside him crying like this, he, for some reason, took out the tissue paper in his pocket and handed it to Bai Lianwan, his voice much gentler than usual. Bai Lianwan, who was crying like a pear blossom, looked slightly surprised at the extremely good-looking hand that suddenly reached out to her, and the small packet of tissues in his hand. She looked at Ji Chen, whose red eyes and nose made her even more pitiful to see. However, the next moment, a voice with a crying tone but an arrogant tone came out of the girl's mouth. You brought these tissues to the cinema on purpose to woo girls, didn't you? Bai Lianwan said, and she didn't forget to extend her small hand to take away the tissues in Ji Chen's hand. Ji Chen. Chapter 27, Holding Each Other. Hearing Bai Lianwan's words, Ji Chen wanted to refute her, but she seemed to be right. But it wasn't him who was trying to pick up the girl, it was the system that gave him the task. But mainly, it was also Bai Lianwan's state just now, which would inexplicably make people feel an uncontrollable desire to protect, and the tissue paper was naturally handed over to her. Bai Lianwan, who had just taken the tissue from Ji Chen, had actually noticed Ji Chen's gaze just now. At that time, she didn't feel so sad. Even if she knew that Ji Chen liked her, she couldn't give him any response in her current identity. However, this subconscious action of Ji Chen seemed to have caused some subtle changes in the relationship between the two of them. The few people around her, who had already become super electric light bulbs without knowing it, were still in the midst of stormy crying. Even Zhao Ran, the silly guy who was almost 190 centimeters tall, couldn't control his emotions and covered his face in tears. Yun Chuan also felt very ashamed at this moment, crying and yelling at the same time. I never cry, but I really couldn't hold back this time. Yin Hao was holding his glasses in one hand and wiping his tears with the other. In fact, I could have held back, but as soon as that song came on, I just couldn't hold back anymore, and it made me cry. Me too. I never cry either, unless I can't hold back any longer. Ji Chen also felt a little helpless when he heard what everyone around him was saying. But the movie was also quite sad enough, and the quality was beyond reproach. It was estimated that within 2 days, the word of mouth for this movie would be trending on major film review websites. If nothing unexpected happened, it should become a dark horse and achieve decent box office results. Just as Ji Chen was thinking to himself, a system prompt sounded in his head. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of watching a movie with a girl and handing her a tissue. Reward for being a master costume designer. It's done. Feeling the flood of information in his mind, Ji Chen looked again at the girl next to him, who was blowing her nose and wiping her tears without any sense of form. He inexplicably felt that the girl seemed to be getting cuter and cuter. Before, he had always thought that Bai Lianwan was a cold and aloof little professor. After spending these past few days together, he realized that she was actually just an impressionable little girl. And at certain moments, she would inadvertently reveal her terrifying automatic flirting nature. Fortunately, he was sitting next to her today. If it had been any other man, he would have been heartbroken and completely lost himself. It was a long time after the movie ended before everyone's emotions eased slightly, and they left the cinema one after the other with red eyes. Ji Chen and the others also got up and left. Since they were going the same way and it was getting late, the boys also volunteered to escort the two girls, Lin Xingya and Bai Lianwan, back to school together. Jianda was not far from the cinema, just a 10-minute walk. As the group walked along, Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan inexplicably ended up next to each other again. Although it was already past 10 o'clock at night, there were still many people walking on the street. Many people saw this and were simply overwhelmed by the beauty of the two people, who had a strong sense of CP, and directly regarded the two as a couple. Occasionally, groups of 2 or 3 girls would pass by and, upon seeing the two, would directly whisper to their friends in amazement, "Wow, both the young man and the young lady are so beautiful. They're so perfect together. My goodness, this couple is also so beautiful." Yun Duan and the others also turned to look when they heard the surrounding young ladies talking. Sure enough, the two of them looked so good together that it made you want to cry. The boy was tall and handsome, and although he was only wearing a simple white shirt, he still looked full of youthful energy. The young girl next to him is even more of a natural beauty, with long waist-length hair, a beautiful face, soft jade arms like snow lotuses, and graceful and round slender legs that catch the eye even under the pleated skirt, but also make people afraid to look directly. Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan also sensed that something was not quite right, and they wanted to break away several times. In the end, as they walked along, they kept coming together again, once again attracting bursts of exclamations from passers-by. When they reached an uphill section, Yun Duan also started talking about the movie, and the group chatted as they walked. Lin Xingya, who was already quite at ease in the group, got carried away and moved over to Yun Duan's side, chatting away. The group had been so traumatized by the movie that they started talking about the theme song. Ji Chen, on the other hand, had no interest in joining in on the conversation. After all, he was the one who sang the song. And it was obviously not a good time to bring it up, because the group was currently talking angrily about how they had been abused and made to cry by the song. To bring it up would be tantamount to drawing hatred. Bai Lianwan, who was standing next to Ji Chen, did not participate in the conversation, but she also acted very interested, quietly listening to their discussion. As she listened, it was as if she suddenly realized something. At that moment, 2 boys on bicycles were approaching from behind Bai Lianwan and Ji Chen. When they saw the slender figure of the young girl, they could not take their eyes off her. After all, beautiful things are always very attractive. The boy in the front had completely forgotten to look at the road and had just passed by Bai Lianwan. He turned his head to look at the girl's face, completely ignoring a small stone in the road in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the small stone directly hit the tire, which was already not riding fast, and the distracted boy's body also lost its balance in an instant. With a cry of alarm, he directly fell towards Bai Lianwan. Bai Lianwan had just thought about the song and was in a state of surprise, so she didn't notice the sudden danger at first. When she reacted, the huge bicycle rear wheel had already fallen towards her, and her face suddenly paled. And just when everyone didn't react, a pair of hands suddenly reached over from the side and firmly encircled Bai Lianwan's slender waist. "Be careful!" Ji Chen's voice came from above. Then, before Bai Lianwan could react, she was already in Ji Chen's arms. The beautiful figure collided with the upright figure in an instant, and her face also hit the sturdy chest due to inertia, feeling the other person's rapid heartbeat, and her beautiful eyes instantly widened. Her face began to burn at a terrifying rate. Pop! Ouch! The boy on the bicycle fell to the ground along with the bicycle, and the wheels in the air kept spinning. Lin Xingya and Yun Duan, along with a few others, were even more stunned for a long time, looking at the scene in front of them with their mouths wide open and their eyes wide. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! They're hugging each other. Chapter 28, I want to protect my girlfriend like Lao Ji. This student, when riding a bike, you should pay attention to your surroundings, you could easily get into danger like that. Ji Chen's voice rang above Bai Lianwan's head with a hint of anger. It carried the unique hormones of his body. At this moment, Bai Lianwan didn't say anything, and her breathing became extremely slow. It seemed like the only sound she could hear was the sound of her own heart beating frantically. Just now, there was danger, and Ji Chen actually hugged her first. At this time, the little boy on the ground heard Ji Chen scold him, and quickly helped himself up unsteadily while holding onto his bicycle. He bowed apologetically, "I'm sorry, big brother, I really didn't notice the road just now, and almost hurt your girlfriend. I'm sorry." The little boy's apology was sincere, but the words "three girlfriends" made both Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan freeze for a moment. Ji Chen also reacted at this moment, and suddenly felt the almost devilish curves of the delicate body pressed against his own. An electric current spread rapidly throughout his body, and in the first instance, he let go of the young girl in his arms. If he hugged her any longer, she would die. After Bai Lianwan was released by Ji Chen, a tingling sensation spread from the waist that he had just held. Although her heart was a little flustered, she bit her moist pink lips and regained her composed demeanor in an instant. Looking at the young boy, she said, "It's okay if you know you were wrong. Just be more careful in the future. He's not me." "Thank you, young lady." The young boy bowed his head and thanked her frantically as soon as he heard her words of understanding. His companion also hurriedly stepped forward and said, "We'll definitely pay attention in the future." "It's too late, big brother. We have to go back right now, young lady," the boy said, quickly touching the little boy's arm. After all, Ji-Chen is such a big group of people. The boy just wanted to quickly take his buddy away, otherwise if the little sister's boyfriend still cares later, they will definitely die a horrible death. Just now, listening to her boyfriend's tone, it felt like he wanted to eat people, it was too scary. So, after the two boys bowed their heads again to apologize, they looked at Bai Lianwan to see if she would say anything, and then quickly got on their bicycles and left at high speed. Ji-Chen also felt a little helpless as he watched the two young boys escape. Did they look that scary to a group of people? But for a moment just now, he was really angry at the young boys for almost hurting Bai Lianwan. Especially when he saw Bai Lianwan in danger, his body reacted as if it were faster than his own brain, and without thinking, he directly scooped her into his arms. After a minor accident, the group continued walking, and they were only a few minutes away from school. Yun Duan and the others had already changed the subject, talking about how they had just seen Ji-Chen saved by Lianwan with such fluid movements. Lin Qingya, who was standing nearby, was full of envy. Just now, Ji-Chen's boyfriend's skills were really overwhelming. He was really super handsome. When Bai Lianwan heard Lin Qingya's words, a little light pink color appeared on her face again. She directly reached out her jade hand and pinched Lin Qingya's waist, giving her a look to tell her to shut up quickly. After being pinched a little bit, she quickly shut up obediently, otherwise when she went back later, she was afraid that this girl would make her eat her words. And just as Lin Qingya had shut her mouth, Yun Duan and the others started picking up the conversation again. "I also need to work out hard so that I can protect my girlfriend like Lao Ji in the future," Yun Duan said, raising his arm and squeezing his slightly bulging biceps. "I'm going to join the martial arts club at school next week, and I'm going to train really hard." "Anzi, what are you talking about?" Just now, Lao Ji was protecting Professor Bai, who was not his girlfriend. Yin Hao pointed out Yun Duan's problem seriously. Yun Duan scratched his hair and looked at Ji-Chen and Bai Lianwan again, smiling and saying, "To be honest, I actually think that Ji-Chen and Professor Bai look quite good together." Ji-Chen looked at Yun Duan and couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by the lesson plan again, as he caught sight of the guy's running mouth and couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by the lesson plan again, as he caught sight of the guy's running mouth and couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by the lesson plan again, as he caught sight of the guy's running mouth and couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by the lesson plan. Again, as he caught sight of the guy's running mouth and couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by the lesson plan again, as he caught sight of the guy's running mouth and couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by the lesson plan again, as he caught sight of the guy's running mouth and couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by the lesson plan again, as he caught sight of the guy. Before running away, he gave Ji-Chen a look that said, "I thought you were my brother, but you're trying to sleep with me." Ji-Chen. The people around them were amused by the scene. "Lao Ji, look at how you scared Anzi." "Lao Ji, draw your sword." "Anzi is mine." "Rizhao incense burner produces purple smoke, there's a gay guy next to me." "Ji-Chen, don't talk nonsense, I'm straight." "So Lao Ji, what you're saying is that you like Baijiao. Dog food at the table? Are you itching for a beating?" "Stop right there." Zhao Ran quickly caught up. Hey, Ji, don't get excited, there's a brick by the roadside. You can give it to Fan Zhuo on behalf of his readers." Yin Hao pushed his glasses up his nose. Violence cannot solve fundamental problems. "I suggest Ji finish watching the entire Conan series." Ha ha ha, is this the way guys get along with each other? Lin Qingya looked at the several people fighting and laughing, and she was beaming. Bai Lianwan didn't say a word, but her beautiful eyes never left Ji-Chen's figure. The group of people fought and laughed all the way, and after a few minutes, they returned to school and went back to their dormitories. The dormitory. Ji-Chen finished showering. Lying on the bed, he took out his phone and searched for content related to Meet You in the Time of Love. Sure enough, as he had expected, the word of mouth for this movie had already begun to spread online. Many netizens from all over the country who had watched it had even posted lengthy reviews on major film review platforms. This movie is really good, but it does use up a lot of tissues. When you go watch it, please bring your own. Especially when you hear that song, it makes you cry like crazy. Plus, I'm giving it a 10/10 rating. The acting by the male and female leads was great, and the theme song is still my favorite on TikTok, Xiangjin and I Want to See You. The combination of the two almost made me, a 1.9-meter hunk, cry my eyes out. After watching this movie, I just want to say, cherish the people in front of you. I'm currently listening to the theme song, hoping to also travel through time and meet her. The film review area is almost full of perfect scores and positive reviews, quite similar to the comment area of Douban.com, and it is constantly refreshing at a frightening rate. I'm afraid that tomorrow morning, the name and clips of this movie will be posted on Douyin, Weibo, and other major platforms in large quantities, and it will definitely be a box office hit, relying on its strength and quality to attract viewers. Thinking about this, Ji Chen only felt that the future was bright. If things continue to develop at this pace, he will be able to get at least 10 million yuan in fees. By then, he can pay off the millions of debt owed to his parents, and he can also buy a factory building in Shika village. After all, the demolition won't start for another 2 years, so he can rent it out and collect the rent during those 2 years. If this time's income is even better, he can also try his hand at entrepreneurship. Since he has been reborn and returned, he has an advantage, and he can't just live his life aimlessly like he did in the last life. In the last life, his parents got tired and sick, but they didn't have the money for treatment, and they passed away early. At that time, because of that woman, he neglected the two elderly people. It wasn't until after they had passed away that he learned from relatives and friends about the things they had done for him, and he regretted it. So in this life, he strives to be a simple and unadorned person with freedom from wealth, so that he can let the two elderly people, who have worked hard for half their lives, have regular physical examinations, grow flowers and raise fish, and live a comfortable and pleasant old age. Chapter 29. The young girl in front of him is the new instructor of the martial arts club. 2 days later. The movie Meet You in the End has a high rating on major movie platforms, attracting a large audience to the cinema. Most of the audience wants to go to the cinema to try the high-tier segment of the movie where they cry along to the theme song. Online. The film distributor Yida Pictures also noticed the partner, the Dark Horse Literary Film Fruit Pictures, and immediately paid a lot of money to buy several big searches, once again increasing the popularity of the movie. Listen to the movie theme song someday or one day from Someday or One Day and cry your eyes out. Hashtag the singer of Someday or One Day is famous for his song I Can't Sleep at Midnight. Hashtag the Dark Horse Literary Romance Film of the Year Someday or One Day is promoted to the Best Dark Horse of the Year. Hashtag. Several hot searches quickly rushed to the top 10 on Weibo. The top one, hashtag I Can't Sleep at Midnight by Een, became famous with one song. Hashtag is firmly at the top of the list. The number of likes soared, and the comments section was even more lively. My aunt hasn't come for 2 weeks. Today, I went to TikTok to watch the younger brother's singing video, and finally it came out of my nose. May good people live in peace. Thank you. Licking the screen. Gmay upstairs, what a coincidence. So am I Omega, so I decided to go to the cinema again to listen to it once, and take a look at the movie. Me too. Wow, but what does it really look like for a younger brother to stay up past midnight? When will the new song be released? Will he show his face? Does he only have a Douyin account and not a Weibo account? If anyone knows his accounts on other platforms, I would be very grateful for any clues. Little sister upstairs, if I have clues about Xiaogu, how will you thank me? I actually happen to be lacking a girlfriend. Funny. Get lost. Shameless. Very quickly, the movie and its theme song received increasing attention from netizens. The film distributors Yida Pictures and Guochu Pictures benefited greatly, with the level of attention rising sharply. In less than a day, the number of fans alone skyrocketed by more than 100,000. With the rising popularity, many microblogging KOLs and bloggers from small broken stations began to actively ride the wave, greatly increasing the film's exposure. 3 days after the film's release, the cumulative box office has reached a whopping 200 million, and is still soaring upward at a terrifying rate. Before, the major movie platforms had estimated the box office for Meet You in the Time of Love at 200 million, and immediately made an adjustment, directly estimating it at 700 million. And this is just a literary romance film. Zhou Sungwen also didn't expect to achieve such outstanding results, and he was simply overjoyed. Of course, it has to be admitted that the young man who sang the theme song was instrumental in his movie achieving such good results. So as soon as he heard the result, Zhou Sungwen personally called Ji Chen. At that time, Ji Chen was on his way to the school martial arts club with Yun Duan. They had a lot of classes the previous 2 days, and finally had some free time this afternoon, so they hurried to the club. There was another main reason. Today was also the first day that the very famous martial arts master from Huaxia came to the club to teach, and Yun Duan and Ji Chen also wanted to see the master's style. Our Jiangnan University is really something. We can even invite the Chinese martial arts champion to be our coach, don't you think so, Ji? Yun Duan spoke, following Ji Chen. Ji Chen was about to speak when his phone suddenly rang in his pocket. Let me take this call. Okay, I'll go buy 2 Red Bulls, drink them and I'll have more energy later. Okay. Yun Duan ran off, and Ji Chen also connected his phone and held it close to his ear. Immediately, a hearty laugh came from the other end. Gigi, I have some good news for you. Ji Chen asked with a smile, is it about the movie? That's right, the box office for the first 3 days was tallied today, and it's already exceeded 200 million. And the popularity of your song on all major platforms is also unprecedented. Ji Chen wasn't too surprised when he heard Zhou Songwen's words, and laughed. That's also thanks to director Zhou, the quality of your movie is really very good. Ji Chen was not just paying commercial flattery to the other party. The film was so good that it had even made the girl by Lianwan cry. The two men then chatted for a while, and Ji Chen also took the opportunity to ask about his song royalties. Normally, royalties are not settled until at least a month after the film has finished its run. But Ji Chen really needed the money now, and if he could get a portion of the royalties in advance, he could pay off his parents' debts. Zhou Songwen did not think long about Ji Chen's request and directly agreed to pay him in advance after the box office receipts had accumulated a bit more in the next 4 days. After all, without Ji Chen, his movie would not have been such a hit. After the call, Ji Chen let out a small sigh of relief. In a few days, he would be able to pay off the family debt, so that his father would not have to work 2 jobs every day at his age. At this point, Yun Duan also returned with 2 Red Bull cans. The two of them finished 1 can each, and in less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the entrance to the martial arts club. As soon as they entered, they saw a number of boys in uniform practicing in the martial arts hall. In the center of the martial arts hall, 2 people were sparring. One of the 2 was a tall, muscular man at first glance. The other person, although wearing a loose martial arts uniform, could still faintly see her graceful figure, and a ponytail tied high on the back of her head, clearly a girl. At first glance at the girl's back, Ji Chen inexplicably felt somewhat familiar. But before he could react, the man sparring with the girl noticed Ji Chen and Yun Duan, and seemed to say something to the girl on the opposite side. The 2 stopped moving and looked over to Ji Chen and Yun Duan. When Ji Chen and Yun Duan looked at the girl's appearance, they were stunned. Her long hair was completely tied up, revealing a full and smooth forehead. The pupils under her willowy eyebrows looked calm and clear. Her appearance was still very delicate, but inexplicably, she had a few more heroic and valiant feelings. Why did Professor Bai come to the martial arts club? Yun Duan looked at the young girl not far away, who made people feel awe-inspiring and admire her beauty, and exclaimed in surprise. Ji Chen suddenly recalled the incident a few days ago when Bai Lianwan encountered some punks outside the school gate, and he immediately understood. She probably wanted to learn some kung fu so that she could deal with any danger in a timely manner. Upon hearing Ji Chen's words, Yun Duan immediately felt that they made a lot of sense. Indeed, for a pretty girl like Professor Bai, it would be extremely dangerous if she didn't learn some combat techniques. At this moment, Bai Lianwan and the boy also cut through the crowd and walked over to Ji Chen and Yun Duan. Professor Bai, good afternoon. I didn't expect such a coincidence. You also signed up for the martial arts club to learn martial arts. Yun Duan looked at Bai Lianwan as she walked over and quickly greeted her. Ji Chen also smiled and nodded at her. Bai Lianwan's face suddenly inexplicably flushed when she saw Ji Chen smile. How could it be such a coincidence? She had just come to the martial arts club today to serve as an instructor, and this guy, Ji Chen, came over. But before she could say anything back, the boy next to her immediately stepped forward and said to the 2 of them seriously, 2 students, have you misunderstood? This is the instructor who has just taken office at our martial arts club, not a student. I am the new president of the club, Li Qing. May I ask what brings you here to the club? Huh? What? Ji Chen and Yun Chuan were shocked when they heard Li Qing's words, and looked at the young girl in front of them in disbelief. Did they hear it wrong? The young girl in front of them was the new instructor of the martial arts club? Chapter 30 Professor Bai is so terrifying. Is Professor Bai the legendary champion of the Xia country fighting competition? Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan in front of him and still found it hard to believe. Even though the first time he encountered danger was when this girl had an injury on her foot and couldn't fight back, she obviously didn't react immediately to the dangerous situation the other night. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, this little girl would have been hit by a bicycle and injured a long time ago. Bai Lianwan looked at Ji Chen's incredulous expression and her face slightly displeased. She said lightly, "Is classmate Ji Chen questioning my abilities?" The first 2 times she was saved by Ji Chen, the first time was because she had an injury on her foot, and the second time was because she thought about the theme song of the movie and his affairs and got distracted for a moment. And it was only this guy's affairs that made her get so distracted, otherwise Bai Lianwan had never fallen off a bike in anyone's hands over the years. Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan's serious expression on her little face, thought about it for a moment, and then smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, how could I question Professor Bai's abilities? After all, she's come to work as an instructor at the martial arts club, and in light of the teacher-student relationship, he should not undermine Bai Lianwan." However, Ji Chen was curious as to whether this girl's title of fighting champion was obtained through special means, or whether her opponents were all bewitched by her beauty, and she was able to defeat them with her little pink fists. Has the fighting world fallen to such a state? When Bai Lianwan heard Ji Chen's very unconcerned reply, the little villain in her heart already jumped up and hit him in the knee, despite her expressionless face. This guy just doesn't believe in her strength. "Tell me, why did you come to the martial arts club?" A moment later, Bai Lianwan still remained calm and asked the two. "We signed up with the previous president and originally wanted to come here to learn combat," Ji Chen said, looking around at the new faces, and then his gaze fell on Li Qing and Bai Lianwan. The more he thought about it, the less he felt that this club was reliable. It had only been a few days, and even the president had changed. He hadn't seen any of the students he had seen when he signed up before. And they let this girl come over and be the instructor. No wonder Jiangda's martial arts club has never been popular. It turns out to be a decoration. "Then are you here to report today?" Bai Lianwan frowned slightly, crossed her arms, and looked at Ji Chen in front of her. Ji Chen scratched his hair a little unnaturally, and suddenly felt a little hesitant. If this club is so unreliable, he wouldn't waste his time here. It would be a good choice to use this time to go outside and find a reliable boxing gym or something to learn. However, just then, Yun Duan, who was standing nearby, hurriedly came forward and said anxiously, "We definitely came here to report for duty." "Right, Ji Chen," Yun Duan said, quickly tugging at Ji Chen's arm and frantically hinting at him. Ji Chen is still hesitating when there are more opportunities to get close to Professor Bai. Ji Chen naturally knew what Yun Duan was thinking, so he immediately slapped his hand away and was about to refuse, but the girl on the other side spoke first. "Okay, then you two come with me, and I'll try your fighting skills to see what level they are." Although she had personally witnessed Ji Chen fighting 7 people at once, Bai Lianwan didn't want Ji Chen to underestimate her, thinking that she was just the type of weak and feeble girl. She had to show him her strength today, no matter what. This. Ji Chen just wanted to say something, but the young girl in front of him had already turned around and left, and the unique fragrance of the young girl came from her nose. Helplessly, Ji Chen could only follow behind Yun Duan, who was so excited that he was about to drool. Since the girl had said that, he would cooperate for now, and then just find some reason to quit the club, like it was too difficult. As for Yun Duan, he would take him with him too. He doesn't want to learn martial arts, he just wants to get into someone's pants. After a short while, the group arrived at the center of the martial arts hall. Ji Chen was also very honored to be the first person to test with Bai Lianwan. In the sparring area, the beautiful-looking girl and the tall boy stood facing each other. "Classmate Ji Chen, in order not to affect the effectiveness of the test, please be sure to show all your strength." Bai Lianwan exhaled deeply, looked at Ji Chen across from her, and her expression on her face was particularly serious. After all, she had seen Ji Chen's strength with her own eyes, so she would take this competition seriously as well. Ji Chen looked at the serious little girl not far in front of him, and felt only cuteness in his heart. On the surface, he cooperated and nodded seriously. Although this girl might have some strength, those small hands that looked harmless would not cause any substantial harm, even if she beat someone up seriously. Yun Duan, who was watching from the side, looked at Ji Chen with envy, and was even more looking forward to the next part of his test. "Get ready!" Li Qing, who was acting as the referee, signaled for the two to perform the fist-bending salute, and then stepped aside. After all, this was Ji Chen's first time sparring with someone, and it was only after seeing Bai Lianwan's movements that he followed suit and performed a fist-bending salute. "Start!" As Li Qing's voice fell, the two people in the center of the training area quickly drew closer. However, Ji Chen didn't have any basic skills, and planned to just lie on the ground and admit defeat after taking a couple of punches. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Bai Lianwan already regarded him as an opponent of similar strength. Although Bai Lianwan looked at Ji Chen's movements and thought that something seemed a bit off, she was battle experienced and immediately thought that it must be some kind of blind technique. So when the two of them got close, Bai Lianwan directly followed Ji Chen's movements, grabbed Ji Chen's arm with a sudden force, and then executed a beautiful over-the-shoulder throw. Ji Chen hadn't done anything to defend himself, and the entire person had already left the ground. What was happening now was clearly completely beyond his imagination. Such a soft and graceful young girl, with such slender and round beautiful legs, and such fair and slender jade arms, how could she just come up and execute an over-the-shoulder throw directly? He was a man of 1.8 meters, and he was killed by a little girl in seconds? Every time Ji Chen tried to think clearly, his entire body turned over in the air under Bai Lianwan's strength. With a loud thud, he fell hard to the floor. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lianwan behind him had already taken control of Ji Chen's entire arm, with her single knee pressing dead on against his waist. However, at this moment, Bai Lianwan's originally extremely serious face also froze slightly at this instant. How did this guy Ji Chen get knocked out by her in just one move? Li Qing, who had just sparred with Bai Lianwan, looked at Ji Chen, who had fallen heavily to the ground, and was even more terrified. Luckily, Instructor Bai had shown leniency towards him just now. Yun Duan looked at Ji Chen's face, which was already contorted in pain, and reached out to cover his mouth, terrified. Lao Ji was actually defeated by Professor Bai in seconds. Professor Bai is actually so terrifying. Chapter 31, they also really want Professor Bai to beat them up. Martial Arts Gym Rest Area. Ji Chen was sitting in a chair, propping his hand on his waist, slightly frowning due to the constant pain. Fortunately, his physical fitness was still quite good, otherwise after Bai Lianwan's fall today, he was afraid that he would not be able to get up for a few days without going to the hospital. However, he had to admit that Bai Lianwan's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. Just from that shoulder throw earlier, it was fast, accurate, and ruthless. It was so professional. If it weren't for the fact that this little girl seemed to react to him as a scumbag when she held him back, he would probably still be disabled and unable to get out of the hospital for 2 months. Lao Ji, you should go to the infirmary to have a look, it's safer. Yun Chu sat worriedly next to Ji Chen. Since he saw Ji Chen being defeated by Bai Lianwan in one move, he suddenly didn't want to test it anymore. Ji Chen was beaten up like this, and with his small frame, he was afraid that he would be beaten to pieces directly. No, it's just a little injury, you can recover after sitting for a while. Ji Chen would never run to the infirmary unless he had no other choice. He still had to hurry and learn combat from Bai Lianwan here. With such a powerful teacher at school, he doesn't need to go to a martial arts school outside the school. Perhaps the masters at those martial arts schools outside the school are actually not as strong as this girl. Oh, it smells so good. At that moment, a familiar figure walked up to Ji Chen, and a faint but familiar fragrance drifted into his nose. Ji Chen looked up, and the delicate face of the young girl instantly came into view. Those beautiful eyes were staring at his hand rubbing his waist. Yun Duan, who was standing nearby, saw Bai Lianwan arrive and was even more nervous than Ji Chen. His body instantly tensed up, and he felt inexplicable fear, so he quickly greeted her. Professor Bai. Get away from me. Bai Lianwan looked at Yun Duan and said coldly. Okay. I'll immediately respond to Bai Lianwan's voice. Yun Duan gave Ji Chen a look of care and immediately got up from his chair, retreating to 10 meters away at a terrifying speed. Ji Chen watched Yun Duan flee at lightning speed and couldn't help but twitch his mouth corners. She's just a girl who can fight a little, why is he so scared? He muttered to himself, then looked at Bai Lianwan in front of him, slightly shrinking back, and asked with a smile, Professor Bai, is there anything I can help you with? Bai Lianwan looked condescendingly at the young man in front of him for a long time before speaking, turn around, let me take a look at your injury. Ji Chen was slightly taken aback when he heard Bai Lianwan's words, and quickly refused, saying, no, it's just a small wound. Don't talk nonsense, turn around. I will turn around. Fine. Reluctantly, Ji Chen could only obediently lean sideways, resting one hand on the back of the chair. When she saw Ji Chen turn around, Bai Lianwan's face began to flush slightly. Although she was a little shy, she squatted down and gently lifted the clothes on Ji Chen's waist. Sure enough, a large area had turned red. Then, she extended her white and delicate hand and gently pressed on the reddened area of Ji Chen's waist. A man's waist can be considered a very sensitive area. Ji Chen only felt a tingling sensation immediately spread from the place where the small, delicate hand had been pressed. His heartbeat followed suit, inexplicably skipping a beat. He glanced slightly to the side and looked at the young girl beside him. It was only from this glance that Ji Chen realized that this little girl's originally white and tender ears had become a completely rosy and tender color. Is this girl shy? This girl can be shy? No way? Hiss. Just as this thought popped into Ji Chen's mind, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, which made him gasp. Seeing Ji Chen's reaction, Bai Lianwan immediately determined the location of the injury, removed the cap of the small bottle of spray brought with her, and sprayed it directly at the injury. Immediately, a cool and refreshing feeling spread over the skin, and a light medicinal fragrance accompanied the sensation. This spray is very effective for this kind of injury. I'll rub it in for you, it might hurt a little, bear with me. Although Bai Lianwan's voice was pretending to be calm, the color on her earlobe was even more red. After all, she was just an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and she was still a little shy when she came into contact with a boy like this. Ji Chen looked at the girl's red, almost bleeding earlobe, and still just found it unbelievable. He thought that the word shy was not even in this girl's dictionary. Why don't you let Yin Chuan help me rub it? Ji Chen kindly reminded. It's not like just rubbing it will have an effect, just lie still. After Bai Lianwan finished speaking, she began moving her hands. With her palms exerting pressure, she made circular rubbing motions around Ji Chen's waist. For her, who had started learning various fighting styles since she was young, getting injured was inevitable. And it was precisely because she got injured so often that she had come up with her own set of treatments to quickly relieve pain. This set of treatments was even more effective than those hospitals that specialized in treating injuries. In a case like Ji Chen's, with this treatment, he can basically recover the next day. Ji Chen, who was lying on his stomach in the chair, felt a constant pain and tingling in his waist, and the whole person was refreshed. Although sometimes the pain made his scalp numb, he still clenched his teeth tightly to prevent himself from making any strange sounds. The crowd training not far away in Yin Chuan saw this scene and suddenly felt that everything in the world was fucking tasteless. They all cast envious glances at Ji Chen. At this moment, they suddenly wanted a beating from instructor Bai Tu. It felt like the new member had received a very worthwhile beating. Envy. Envy +1, I want a beating too. Envy +2, I'll go spar with instructor Bai later. Tell her to abuse me. Me too. Me too. At this moment, Zheng Yisan, who was treating Ji Chen's wound, completely ignored the stares of the people around her. She was just feeling very puzzled. Ji Chen was obviously so strong, but how did she manage to defeat him with just one move today? And she even hurt her back, which was really not good. After thinking about it for a while, Bai Lianwan suddenly reacted, and the movement in her hands subconsciously stopped. Could it be that Ji Chen was afraid that his strength was too strong and he would hurt her, so he simply didn't fight back? After all, she had watched Ji Chen fight 7 people at once and come out unscathed. How could she be defeated by just one move? Damn him! Can't you stop looking down on her? Although she was thinking this, Bai Lianwan's gaze on Ji Chen grew even more fervent. Ji Chen felt the movements on his waist stop, and he turned to look at the girl behind him. Are you done? No. Bai Lianwan's face turned slightly red. After responding to Ji Chen, she began moving her hands again. After a moment, she looked at the boy's broad back and asked seriously, do you think I'm weak? Ji Chen heard the voice behind him and couldn't help but think of the scene when he was killed in seconds today, and quickly shook his head. No, no, you are indeed very strong. This time, he meant it from the bottom of his heart. Since you think I'm strong, why don't you show me your true strength and spar with me? Ha? Ji Chen was slightly confused, but he quickly recovered. This little girl is probably still remembering what happened at the school gate last time, and thinks he is still the same man who beat up 7 people at once. No wonder she was so rude to him today, it turns out she really thinks he is a master. Thinking about this, Ji Chen hurriedly spoke up, are you talking about the last time I fought those delinquents? It was just an emergency where my body's potential exploded and I improvised. In fact, I really know nothing about fighting. The more Ji Chen emphasized, the less Bai Lianwan believed. As a professional fighter, how could she not see that when Ji Chen faced off against those people, it was obvious that he was battle-hardened? But why did he have to tell her that he knew nothing about fighting when he was obviously very strong? Just as Bai Lianwan began to doubt again, Ji Chen suddenly leaned over and looked at her with a serious expression, saying, Professor Bai, I've decided that I will do my best to learn fighting from you in the future. Ji Chen felt that there was no better instructor than Bai Lianwan in the whole of Jiangcheng. And when Bai Lianwan heard Ji Chen's words, she suddenly understood. Could it be that Ji Chen's reason for pretending to be cute and new is to be by her side and be her student? Even if he can't be with her openly, he has to silently protect her in every way possible? Looking at Ji Chen, who was full of determination, her originally suppressed feelings, which she had been actively resisting, were like a blazing flame, rising up again like crazy, beneath her cold exterior. Damn it! She seems to be getting more and more attracted to this guy in front of her. Chapter 32, This Little Girl, No Martial Arts Ethics. In the afternoon, Ji Chen and Yun Chuan both stayed in the martial arts club. Although Ji Chen had a small injury, it did not stop his heart from learning. After all, he had the talent to learn ultimate fighting, and even just sitting and watching Bai Lianwan spar with the trainees, he could learn a lot about martial arts. Yun Duanan and the other students, who had already been thinking of quitting, saw Bai Lianwan treating Ji Chen's waist injury and volunteered to be tested by Professor Bai one after the other. Even Li Qing, the club president, asked her not to go easy on her subordinates. Bai Lianwan did not refuse the students' requests and nodded in agreement one by one. Next, in less than half an hour, all the students in the martial arts school were lying on the ground in various positions, each one moaning in pain. Yun Duan was lying on the ground, clutching his chest, his face a painful expression. He looked at Bai Lianwan and said, "Instructor Bai, my chest hurts." The students lying next to him heard Yun Duan's words and quickly followed suit, grimacing, my waist hurts so much." The others around them were unwilling to be outdone. "My head hurts. My knees hurt. My hip joint hurts. Foreigner, the position of your pain is a bit excessive." Bai Lianwan calmly swept her gaze over the group of trainees on the ground with exaggerated expressions, and then said lightly, "Since you are all injured, go back and rest. Today's class is over here, and we will continue tomorrow." After saying that, she turned around, glanced in the direction of Ji Chen, her face slightly red, and then walked away. The trainees on the ground were stunned when they saw her walking away. What? Instructor Bai has actually left? They were devastated and heartbroken when they watched Bai Lianwan's figure disappear. They had been beaten up for nothing. After Bai Lianwan left, Ji Chen also stood up from the chair in the rest area, walked over to Yun Chuanan, and kicked him in the butt. "Stop pretending, let's go." The latter was kicked by Ji Chen, and he hurriedly got up from the ground, covering his chest. "Lao Ji, I really have a fucking chest pain. Then let's go back to the dormitory later, and I'll massage it for you myself," Ji Chen said, throwing a very loving smile at Yun Chuan. The latter's scalp suddenly went numb, and he hurriedly said, "It's not really that painful." "Then hurry up and go." "Okay." So the two of them, after saying goodbye to the other trainees, left the martial arts hall. Ji Chen naturally could also see that today, when Bai Lianwan sparred with the other trainees, the force she used was not even half of what she used when sparring with him. These guys did get hurt to a certain extent, but it wasn't that exaggerated. How could Bai Lianwan, that girl, not be able to see through their little minds, and just beat them up to teach them a lesson as they wished? This girl, she is. And she will treat his waist injury today, so she must feel bad about beating him up like this. But the girl's massage technique is really good, and now even walking doesn't hurt as much. Teacher's apartment. Bai Lianwan has returned to the apartment, walked into the bathroom, looked at her face in the mirror, which is still slightly red, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, her expression a little lost, and she let out an inaudible sigh. Idiot. In the past 30 minutes, she could feel Ji Chen's burning gaze never leaving her. He is so amazing, he definitely doesn't need to study, so he must like her to the bone. But she must not waver. And their relationship is so special, she must not. Absolutely not. Soon, after the bathtub was filled with water, she took off her clothes, revealing her slender, white body like white jade. She casually rinsed herself off in the shower and then got into the bathtub. She submerged her mouth and nose under the water and blew a series of bubbles. Her beautiful eyes expressed a complex range of emotions, from calm to inexplicable loss. It's just that Bai Lianwan herself didn't expect that, one day, when she couldn't suppress the emotions in her heart that had become more and more intense, just how passionate and crazy it would become. Ever since Ji Chen joined the martial arts club, every day as soon as class let out, he would head straight to the martial arts hall. And the news that Bai Lianwan had joined the martial arts club as an instructor quickly spread throughout Jiangda. So within just a few days, the martial arts club went from having no students to being full. Today is Ji Chen's third day of training at the martial arts gym. His waist injury has completely recovered, and he has learned a lot in the past few days. He is increasingly impressed with Bai Lianwan, this girl. After all, at only 18 years old, she has already trained mixed martial arts to a level that is difficult for ordinary people to reach. She is proficient in a variety of techniques, including boxing, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, wrestling, taekwondo, karate, judo, and sanda. Ji Chen, who has a natural talent for learning the ultimate fighting skills, absorbs all the knowledge that Bai Lianwan teaches each student every day like crazy. Occasionally, he will also ask the other person for advice personally, but in the end, every time this little girl sparred with him, her face would inexplicably turn rosy. Coupled with her absolutely beautiful face, it always made Ji Chen lose concentration subconsciously, and he was KO'd by one move many times. This little girl has no sense of martial ethics. Although he can't beat Bai Lianwan, Ji Chen can easily defeat most of the other trainees. In sparring, whether it's attacking first or defending against an attack, he can always get results before his opponent does. Although he learns quickly, Ji Chen sometimes finds that his body still can't keep up. After all, he used to only exercise occasionally, and without a basic body, learning so much at once sometimes makes his reaction slower than his mind. But even if his reactions are a little slow, he can quickly deal with some of the trainees who have been practicing taekwondo or judo for a few years. And every time Ji Chen sparred with a trainee, Bai Lianwan's attention would always be drawn to him, and sometimes she would be a little puzzled. Ji Chen was obviously a professional level taekwondo player, so why did he still act like a diligent and studious person every day? And the way he consulted a lot of fighting techniques didn't seem like an act either. However, in just 3 short days, the various fighting skills he has revealed have almost reached the level of a professional who has trained for at least 5 years. How can such progress not seem like that of a newbie? It's much faster than the progress she made when she first started learning fighting. It's really puzzling. Chapter 33, Ji Chen should not lack the courage to spar with me, right? Another sparring session had ended. Wu Chang, the senior sparring with Ji Chen, sat on the ground with his back arched, panting heavily. Looking at Ji Chen, who was only slightly out of breath, he swallowed hard. Had Ji Chen really never practiced taekwondo before? He also has 5 years of taekwondo experience, but just now, when sparring with Ji Chen, no matter how he dodged and defended, he was always attacked by Ji Chen and hit in the back. He could only cower and dodge around the field, and he didn't even have a chance to block. Ji Chen's breathing gradually stabilized, and he smiled lightly and extended his hand towards the senior. The senior's taekwondo skills were indeed not bad, but I just have a bit more strength. Let's move around a bit before sitting down to rest. The latter was quite surprised to catch Ji Chen's outstretched hand. After standing up, he looked at the handsome man in front of him and sincerely praised him for the first time, saying, "Taekwondo itself is a sport. Whether you have strong physical fitness or talent, it is an advantage. So I have to admit, you are really strong." This is true. Bai Lianwan's voice suddenly came from behind Ji Chen. Ji Chen turned around and saw the person coming, smiled and nodded to her, "Instructor Bai." Seeing the smile on his face, Bai Lianwan couldn't help but feel a little thump in her heart. However, she quickly said seriously, "Student Ji Chen is indeed a talented player, and his progress has been amazing. I don't think it will be long before he surpasses me in this area." In fact, Bai Lianwan believes that perhaps Ji Chen's fighting standard has already surpassed hers. But this guy may not want to show it, so she can only say this, and it can also encourage and motivate the enthusiasm of the other trainees. Coach Bai is too kind. Ji Chen smiled and was about to leave the sparring area to make way for the other trainees. However, just then, a loud voice suddenly came from the crowd. "Junior Ji Chen, since Wu Chang is not strong enough, let me spar with you." The tone was slightly provocative, and the most burly and tall boy in the crowd walked over to Ji Chen with a serious expression. This is a junior student who just joined the martial arts club yesterday, Chen Jin. His level of taekwondo is already an elite senior black belt 4th dan. He has also participated in many competitions and won many good rankings. If the instructor of this martial arts club were not Bai Lianwan, he would look down on this kind of small-time martial arts club in college and would not participate. Junior student Ji Chen, I am a junior student, Chen Jin, a 4th dan black belt in taekwondo. Chen Jin came to the sparring center, pushed away the male student Wu Chang who had just sparred with Ji Chen, and came to Ji Chen's side. "Even Professor Bai praised you for your talent, and I am also a little curious, just how good are you? You should not even have the courage to spar with me, right?" Ji Chen glanced at Chen Jin with some displeasure. He was about to speak when he saw Bai Lianwan frown slightly and stare at Chen Jin with a cold gaze. "Classmate Chen Jin, Ji Chen has only just started learning taekwondo, and you are already an elite in the taekwondo world. It is obviously unfair to spar with him." Bai Lianwan looked at Chen Jin with a harsh tone. It wasn't because she was biased towards Ji Chen, but Chen Jin's bullying of the younger was particularly disgusting. The latter heard Bai Lianwan's words and became even more dissatisfied. He almost looked at Ji Chen through his nose. Instructor Bai, don't worry, I won't be aggressive either. As long as Ji Chen can get 1 point from me, I'll consider it a draw. Facing Chen Jin's kind of boring challenge, Ji Chen wanted to refuse directly. He is not a young man who gets hot-headed when provoked. However, just then, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in his head. Triggered mission: accept the challenge of an elite taekwondo fighter within 5 minutes and win. Reward: Gene Improvement Potion. Gene Improvement Potion, after taking it, it will improve all aspects of your physical fitness, increase strength, stamina, and strengthen your body. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ji Chen suddenly felt a surge of joy. The Gene Improvement Potion, this is a good thing. Right now, he is worried that his body cannot keep up with the speed of his studies. If he has this potion, then his learning progress will definitely improve even more rapidly. At this time, Chen Jin in front of Ji Chen saw that the other party did not respond for a long time, and then with a hint of mockery in his voice, he said, "Classmate Ji Chen, you're not afraid, are you?" Bai Lianwan looked at Chen Jin's aggressive appearance and was just about to say something when Ji Chen on the side smiled and spoke, "No problem, senior." Although Ji Chen knew that there was still quite a gap between his own strength and that of the other person, he was very confident in the taekwondo skills he had learned from Bai Lianwan in the past few days. Although his physical fitness was not strong enough, it would not be too difficult to deal with an opponent who was only slightly stronger than him. Moreover, taekwondo skills were, at the end of the day, only a matter of skill level, not his actual combat ability. Especially since the guy in front of him is very arrogant, getting a point from him is like losing. As long as he can hit the opponent's body or head later, he can end the fight instantly. Ji Chen, are you sure? Bai Lianwan originally wanted to refuse for Ji Chen, but when she saw that he had agreed, she turned her head and looked at him and asked. Ha, since you've agreed, there's no reason to back out, cut the crap and let's go. Chen Jin was afraid that Ji Chen would back out, so he immediately walked to the side and set up his stance. Ji Chen also threw a glance at Bai Lianwan to reassure her, and then walked across to Chen Jin. Seeing that neither of them were going to stop, Bai Lianwan stopped trying to dissuade them. She spoke lightly, just enough to get their attention, and said, "I will act as the referee." Both sides, bow. As soon as Bai Lianwan finished speaking, Ji Chen and Chen Jin bowed according to the rules of the competition and took up their fighting stances. 3, 2, 1. Begin! At the sound of Bai Lianwan's order, Chen Jin suddenly rushed to Ji Chen, rotated his body 90 degrees, rotated his feet 180 degrees on the balls of his feet, shouted, and swung a powerful backspin kick from right to left towards Ji Chen's face. Chapter 34, You Are the True Genius. Chen Jin had been practicing for a few years, and his skills were definitely there. This side kick even wrapped around a little wind, blowing the loose training clothes on his body ruffling. Taekwondo itself is based on leg techniques. Chen Jin's stance was standard, his movements sharp, and it looked very eye-catching, also showing the audience his strength. Although Ji Chen has only started learning Taekwondo in the past few days, his extreme learning talent has also given him a fairly fast reaction speed. The moment Chen Jin started, Ji Chen already understood what the opponent was thinking. Looking at the leg wind rushing towards the front, he quickly took a step back, narrowly avoiding the fierce kick and immediately starting his own movement. Chen Jin's face showed slight surprise as he swept his leg into the air. Ji Chen is just a newbie who has only learned for a few days, and he has so easily avoided his kick? However, before Chen Jin could react, Ji Chen's stance had already rapidly changed, while his right foot pointed forward, and the sound of a whip snapping through the wind could be heard. Ji Chen's sudden kick opened up Chen Jin's attack like a whip, rolling back like the Milky Way, slashing back in the opposite direction, flicking back from bottom to top, with the tip of his foot straight, just stomping on Chen Jin's chin. Chen Jin saw Ji Chen's swift and powerful attack and was shocked. He quickly retreated. Ji Chen took advantage of the situation and, with one foot firmly planted on the ground, used the momentum to leap into the air. He swayed from side to side like a lotus leaf in the wind, and then launched a flurry of kicks towards Chen Jin. The next moment, there was a loud crack. Ji Chen's leg swept outwards and struck Chen Jin's right leg, which was already in the process of retracting for defense. According to Chen Jin's earlier statement, he had already lost this match, but as a 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, he simply could not accept that he would lose to a novice who had only been learning for a few days in just a few moves. He was furious, his eyes wide with anger, his expression hideous, and he let out a loud yell as he quickly struck back. Ji Chen naturally knew that this guy definitely would not keep his word, and seeing his movements, he immediately took 2 steps back to a safe position. Chen Jin naturally did not want to let it go, and despite Bai Lianwan having already raised the flag to indicate a score for Ji Chen's side, he continued to charge straight towards Ji Chen. Chen Jin, please observe the rules of the game. Even though Bai Lianwan had already warned him sternly, Chen Jin still ignored her and continued his momentum. This time, Ji Chen did not sit around and wait for his death either. As Chen Jin approached him, his body suddenly lurched forward. Chen Jin is very experienced in sparring. He can tell from Ji Chen's skill but still somewhat stiff movements that Ji Chen is thinking of using a kick attack. A sneer of derision appears at the corner of his mouth, and he is directly preparing to deliver a horizontal kick attack to Ji Chen. He is secretly pleased in his heart, and he is thinking that as long as he can deliver a horizontal kick preemptively before Ji Chen can make a kicking movement and before Ji Chen can react, he will be able to kick Ji Chen directly and send him flying. Kid, you're still very inexperienced in Taekwondo. However, at the moment Chen Jin made the horizontal kick, his face turned pale with shock. He only had time to look up and saw that Ji Chen had quickly raised his knee and lifted his leg. Oh no! Chen Jin's thoughts had not yet been transformed into action when Ji Chen made a downward slash and slammed it hard on his sweeping right leg. Pop! Compared to the previous leg, this time Ji Chen's leg was fierce. Accompanied by the crisp sound coming from the side of Chen Jin's calf, a sharp pain immediately spread from the calf. Chen Jin's originally shocked expression immediately changed, and he instantly lost his fighting power, falling to the ground, hugging his knees, gritting his teeth and moaning. Holding his knees, Chen Jin was practically grinning in pain. Ji Chen, who had already retracted his leg, looked at Chen Jin, who was hugging his leg and rolling on the ground, but his face showed no expression. If he hadn't reacted a little faster, just the first leg that guy charged straight at his face would have probably kicked him half to death. The outcome of the fight was already decided a long time ago, but this guy still wouldn't take no for an answer. If it wasn't for catching him off guard and using a fake move to deal him some substantial damage, he could have kept on fighting with him all day. Moreover, the opponent's moves were vicious, and at any time, he might suddenly become careless, and Ji Chen could be sent to the ICU by this guy. It was also the first time after the battle ended that Ji Chen heard the voice of the system in his head. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. You have obtained a bottle of genetic potion. Yes. I got it. Although Bai Lianwan also disliked Chen Jin, as the instructor of the club, she was obliged to have someone take Chen Jin to deal with his leg injury as soon as possible. So she quickly called a few tall and strong classmates to take Chen Jin to the infirmary for treatment. When the surrounding classmates saw Chen Jin being carried away, they swarmed around Ji Chen. Junior, you're so cocky. You beat Chen Jin, and I've actually been unhappy with him for a long time, I just couldn't beat him. Indeed, and Chen Jin got what he deserved today. He was too arrogant and deserved to be taught a lesson. You're so cocky, Junior. You've only been here a few days and you've already beaten a Taekwondo expert. Maybe in a while, you really will surpass all the others. Ji Chen heard what everyone was saying and waved his hand, laughing. Coach Bai is a martial arts champion, so it's not that easy to surpass him. Besides, I'm learning martial arts just to defend myself and exercise my body. At this moment, Bai Lianwan, who was standing nearby, heard what Ji Chen said in the crowd and, recalling Ji Chen's performance over the past few days, a bold idea popped into her mind. So she pushed her way through the crowd and walked up to Ji Chen. Ji Chen, I have something to tell you, come with me. Ji Chen froze slightly when he heard Bai Lianwan's words, but he quickly recovered and nodded. He greeted his classmates and then left with Bai Lianwan. At the same time, he wondered if he had gone too far and caused Bai Lianwan trouble. So as soon as he arrived at the entrance to the martial arts gym, Ji Chen took the initiative to speak up and apologize to the coach, saying, "Sorry, coach, I went a little too hard today and caused you trouble." You don't need to apologize to me. A rare smile curved the corners of Bai Lianwan's mouth, and her skin, which was as translucent as if it could be blown away by the wind, was even more exceptionally fair in the sunlight. Chen Jin did not follow the rules of the competition, and this time it was all a lesson for his arrogance and conceit. And it was also my dereliction of duty for not stopping him in time to suspend the competition. Why did Coach Nian ask me to come out? Ji Chen was a little confused and looked at the young girl in front of him. My master used to tell me that although I have a lot of talent, I still have a way to go before I can be considered a true genius. Bai Lianwan looked at Ji Chen with a pair of beautiful eyes, not hiding her admiration for him at all, and continued. I wasn't convinced by this statement before, but after seeing you, it's as if I suddenly understood the meaning of these words. whether Ji Chen was deliberately hiding his strength, or if he had just started learning a few days ago. After spending these past few days together, Bai Lianwan could almost feel it from Ji Chen sparring with others or with her. He must be a terrifyingly talented genius in combat. It would be a shame if such a genius were to be wasted like this. Ji Chen heard Bai Lianwan's sudden praise and was stunned for a moment. He quickly waved his hand and said, "No, you are the genius. At the age of 18, you have already achieved what I have only just started to do." Ji Chen knew very well in his heart that he was not gifted, and that he had relied solely on himself to achieve his current success. However, after Ji Chen finished speaking, he noticed that the young girl in front of him seemed to be looking at him with a strange expression in her eyes. Before Ji Chen could think of anything, he saw Bai Lianwan turn around and come closer to him. Her expression on her face was serious and earnest, and she said solemnly, "In fact, in the world of mixed martial arts, there has been a lack of Chinese faces on the world stage. I believe that with your talent and training, you may be able to eventually stand at the top of the world stage and become the world champion. Do you have any interest?" Ji Chen, huh? Chapter 35. This person will have to endure a lot of beatings before they can stand at the top. Ji Chen heard Bai Lianwan's words, looked down at the serious little girl in front of him, and asked with a smile, "Are you serious?" Although the expression on Bai Lianwan's face seemed very calm, her eyes were still burning with enthusiasm as she looked at Ji Chen. "Of course I'm serious. With your strength and talent, ordinary martial arts training will at best only cultivate you into a martial artist who can just casually fight in a few competitions. But if you can spare some time, come to my master's fighting gym, and my master and I will take turns giving you professional training. We can definitely help you on your way to becoming world champion." World champion? Ji Chen felt a little headache in his head, and he was a little skeptical about life. But the girl in front of him was rarely eager, and it didn't seem like she was pretending. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that he wasn't really that interested in fighting. His main goal was to be able to fight back, so that he would not be beaten up by people like Bad or Chen Jin. If he wanted to become the world boxing champion, he would have to endure a lot of beatings before he could reach the top, so it would definitely not be easy. But he really liked learning combat from Bai Lianwan. After all, this girl was really good. Ji Chen pondered for a moment, looked at the young girl in front of him, and smiled bitterly. If it was just about learning combat from Coach Bai, I would really like it. But I have a lot of other things on my hands right now, and I'm afraid I won't have much time to train. And becoming the world boxing champion and all that, I'm not particularly interested in that right now." Bai Lianwan heard Ji Chen's words and instantly understood what he meant, especially the first two sentences. Her fair and rosy face suddenly flushed. This guy. Trying to flirt with her again. It's better not to say certain things, and I won't be impressed. Bai Lianwan didn't expect that Ji Chen would suddenly be so straightforward just now, confessing that he had only joined the martial arts club because of her. If he likes to learn combat from her, then he is just like those trainees who have signed up in the past few days, because he likes her. Damn it. This guy is getting more and more audacious. At this moment, Ji Chen was a little confused. What did he say? Before Ji Chen could speak, Bai Lianwan's voice came again. But my offer is still valid, you can go back and think about it. I just think it's a pity to waste such a talent. Although Ji Chen felt like he was in a different channel with this girl, he nodded and smiled when he heard her last sentence. Don't worry, if I want to achieve something in martial arts in the future, I will definitely let you know first. Bai Lianwan still didn't turn around, nodded lightly, and said, "Okay, that's it for today. If you're free during lunch break tomorrow, you can come to my place to practice." "Okay, I'll go back first." Ji Chen really did thank her. After all, she genuinely admired his abilities. After saying goodbye to Bai Lianwan, Ji Chen left the martial arts studio alone. Bai Lianwan watched the back of Ji Chen's departing figure, her cheeks still slightly flushed. Presumably when she said that sentence just now, this guy's heart must have been just as sad as hers. But now it was impossible for her to be with him. After all, their relationship was special. If she really did something outrageous and her grandfather found out, his blood pressure would definitely keep rising like crazy. After all, her grandfather had doted on her since she was little and supported her studying martial arts despite her father's objections. She didn't want to upset the old man. Thinking about this, Bai Lianwan suddenly remembered that it seemed like her grandfather had said a while ago that he was going to come back and stay in the old courtyard in Shika village for a while. When she had time, she would have to go and clean it herself. After all, her grandfather didn't like it when other people touched his old things. It wasn't until Ji Chen's back disappeared from view that Bai Lianwan turned around and returned to the martial arts school to dismiss the students. After leaving the club, Ji Chen went outside and ordered 2 fast food meals to go before heading back to the dormitory. Yun Chuan was supposed to go to the club with him today, but the training at the club the past 2 days had exhausted him. So as soon as class ended today, Yun Chuan went back to the dormitory to lie down and rest. He was still lying in bed, waiting for Ji Chen to feed him. Bed. Yun Duan was reading Fan Zhuo's novel, which often gets turned over, live broadcast, My Leisurely Village Life, and was laughing his head off at the content. This dog of a fool, he often writes himself into the story, what a pain in the ass. At this time, the door to the dormitory was suddenly opened from the outside. Ji Chen entered the dormitory with 2 boxes of fast food, and the first thing he saw was Yun Duan, who was lying on the bed holding his phone like a salted fish. Hey, Lao Ji is back. Yun Duan, spotting Ji Chen's figure, immediately got ready to sit up from the bed, but the aches and pains in his body made him grit his teeth. Ouch, 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 I've had the day off, but my arms are still sore. Ji Chen put the fast food on the table and looked at Yun Duan, who was gritting his teeth. It's just that you lack exercise in your daily life, and I guess you'll get used to it after a while. Yun Duan was a spoiled little rich kid who hardly exercised either. He definitely couldn't handle learning martial arts at first. If I had known that in the past, I would have gone with you when you went part-time running errands or exercising, and I would have missed Ji's class today. Yun Duan said, getting up directly from the bed and walking over to Ji Chen's side. Since the last time they went to the movies, the few people in the entire dormitory had switched from calling Bai Lianwan Professor to Ji's wife in private. Although they knew that it was impossible for Professor Bai and Ji Chen to be together, they still liked to call her that. Ji Chen heard this guy start to talk again, so she turned around and gave him a kick on the butt. You idiot, I told you to stop. The main reason was that Ji Chen was afraid that these guys were used to calling her that, and if they ever called her that when she wasn't thinking straight next to Bai Lianwan, there was no way that a few hundred times of correcting their lesson plans and a beating wouldn't solve the problem. Yun Duan's butt was suddenly kicked, and he winced in pain. He quickly reached down and rubbed his butt, and for the time being, he shut up. Ha ha. He'll still be screaming when the other roommates get back. As long as everyone screams at the same time, Ji Chen's leg won't be able to reach him that fast. Before long, the 2 of them started eating. Ji Chen also took the opportunity to prepare to open Douyin to see how many followers he had gained over the past few days. Originally, when he created the new Douyin account, he was going to send the account to Tang Ziyu. But when he thought about how just one song, that man, had attracted so many girls to gather outside the classroom every day waiting for him, Ji Chen decided not to reveal his true identity yet, and let Tang Ziyu notify those fans on his behalf that he wanted to focus on his studies. Otherwise, if too many people knew his true identity, and if he was even a little famous, there would definitely be a bunch of crazy girls gathering outside the school to stalk him, seriously affecting his normal life. Ji Chen also has no intention of entering the entertainment industry. In fact, it's pretty good to be a behind-the-scenes singer, you can make money, and your private life won't be affected. He won't expose his identity until it's necessary. But I don't know how many more followers Douyin has gained these past few days. Thinking about this, Ji Chen directly opened the Douyin app, and there were once again several rows of 99+ message follow reminders. And when he opened his own homepage interface and saw the number of fans on it, he couldn't help but flinch slightly. Shocked. His number of fans has already reached. Chapter 36, This is not learning how to fight. This is fucking plastic surgery. Ji Chen never expected that just a week after releasing his song, the number of followers on Douyin had already exceeded 8 million. You have to understand that the Douyin celebrity who has been a sensation for a year, called Yitiao Xiaotuan, only has 40 million followers. He never expected that just by releasing a song, he would gain 8 million followers in just 1 week. It seems that the hunger for entertainment in this world is even more serious than he had imagined. Ji Chen then read a few private messages, and already quite a few advertisers had contacted him about commercial collaborations. However, most of the brands and apps that contacted him were unknown to him, so after briefly replying to a few, he exited Douyin. After all, when it comes to taking advertisements, one must have a certain understanding of the other party, otherwise one's reputation can be ruined in an instant. If he could just concentrate on posting songs and the like, he would definitely make more money than answering advertisements, and there would be no risk involved. But he couldn't post too often. If he wanted to establish himself as a high-value figure in Douyin or the music industry, he would inevitably have to engage in a wave of marketing. Once the craze for this song had completely died down, he would ponder releasing his next song. After eating, Yunchuan volunteered to take out the trash and get some exercise. Ji-Chen stayed in the dormitory and took out the gene potion from his backpack. The pale green potion was in a small glass bottle, and it was cold in his hands. Without thinking too much, Ji-Chen gulped the potion down. It tasted light and sweet, and at the same time a cold feeling spread from his throat to his stomach. In less than a minute, Ji-Chen felt his whole body start to heat up, and he felt a little drowsy. Unable to resist the drowsiness, Ji-Chen fell straight onto the bed and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already pitch black in the dormitory, and a thin blanket was covering him. Ji-Chen quickly picked up his phone next to him and looked at it, and was surprised to see that it was already past 3 o'clock in the morning. He was also surprised to find that at this moment, it seemed as if his entire body had endless energy. He felt much stronger. His vision and hearing had both improved tremendously. Even though the light in the dormitory was very dim, he could almost see every item inside. His thinking and logic had also become clearer than ever before. However, he felt sticky because he had probably sweated a bit and had trained in the club for a few hours in the afternoon. When he arrived at the bathroom to take a shower, Ji-Chen discovered that he seemed to have grown at least 3 centimeters taller, and a certain part of him had also grown a lot. His original height of 183.5 centimeters had now probably reached 186.5 centimeters. It was truly an immediate effect, as expected from a product made by the system. After taking a shower, Ji-Chen felt much more refreshed, and returned to the dormitory to continue sleeping. The next day. Holy cow! Holy shit! In the dormitory, Ji-Chen, who had woken up early, had just returned from buying something outside. As soon as he opened the door, the people in the dormitory were stunned when they saw him, and several holy shits came one after the other. After closing the door, Ji-Chen placed 5 portions of large intestine blood on the table in the dormitory and looked at the several people who had already frozen in place. It was still early in the morning, so what were they all freaking out about? Hurry up and come have breakfast. Lao Ji, I feel like you've grown taller. Zhao Ran said, coming up to Ji-Chen and holding out her hand for a comparison. Holy shit, you really have grown taller. Before, you were a little below my eyes, but now you're at my forehead. Yun Chuan also hurriedly came over, patting Ji-Chen on the back. Holy shit, you've also gotten a lot stronger. Fan Zhu immediately got up from in front of his laptop, unable to type a word. Holy shit, Lao Ji, this is not martial arts training, this is practically plastic surgery. After all, these days, Ji-Chen has been running to the martial arts club as soon as school lets out, and he trains very hard. Seeing him grow taller and stronger, Fan Zhu subconsciously put himself in his shoes. Yin Hao, on the other hand, pushed his glasses up his nose and looked grave. This is not scientific. Zhao Qian, I don't care if it's scientific or not, all I know is that learning to fight will make you taller and more handsome. Then Xiaomei won't refuse to go out with me just because I'm 179 centimeters tall. I want to go too. Although I'm a reader, and there are already over 100 girls in the group, I always feel that my figure is a bit saggy, and I'm afraid to flirt with them. When I get stronger, I'll definitely grab the first one to be my girlfriend. Add me. If I could be taller, I would definitely play basketball better. Although it's not scientific, add me too. Ji-Chen looked at the crowd, who suddenly looked like they had been pumped up with energy, and opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain. These changes in him have little to do with martial arts, they are all thanks to the genetic potion. At this time, Yun Duan, one of the few people, suddenly slammed the table, glanced around at the people around him, and his mouth twisted. Everyone, you don't have a chance, because the martial arts club is already full. Ha 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 ha. Shit. Ji-Chen looked at the disappointed group and frowned, saying, guys, it's actually pretty good to be of average height and appearance, otherwise you'll always be surrounded by girls whenever you go out, and that's also quite distressing. He really just wants to get stronger. Being too popular is also quite distressing. Listen, are these words of a human? Every time I encounter someone like Versailles, I'll beat him up. I'll let it go today, I can't beat him up. Damn it. When will I have half the looks of Lao Ji? I want to share some of his suffering. Ji-Chen. Everyone started eating breakfast after a bit of chatter. Those with classes went to class, and those without classes just stayed in their dorms and played games. Before they knew it, it was 1 p.m. After lunch, Ji-Chen went to the martial arts club as soon as possible, eager to spar with someone. But when he arrived at the club, he realized that there weren't many students there. After all, many students have to take a nap at this time of day. And Bai Lianwan hasn't arrived yet. So he found a few seniors with some experience to spar with, but almost everyone couldn't last 3 minutes before they were panting with exhaustion and quickly conceded defeat. Even Li Qing, the president of the martial arts club, who had a few years of experience, quickly fell to the ground, out of breath, and sat down. Ji Chen, you've improved really quickly. Fighting with you, every moment requires offense and defense, the rhythm simply cannot stop. Ji Chen let out a breath and laughed, saying, then I'll slow down the rhythm a bit later. Do you want to continue for a few more minutes? Ji Chen discovered that as long as he sparred with someone, he could quickly accumulate a lot of experience, which he could then integrate and apply in the next sparring session. His body's response was also able to keep up with his thoughts. With more practice, he would definitely be able to quickly improve his strength. Li Qing on the ground looked at Ji Chen, who was a little impatient, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Junior, let me go. He can't stand being tossed around like this by Ji Chen. At this moment, a very pleasant voice suddenly came from behind Ji Chen. Why don't I accompany student Ji Chen in practicing? Chapter 37. She actually threw herself at him. Ji Chen heard the voice behind him and turned his head to look, and Bai Lianwan, dressed in a practice uniform, had already come up behind him. Her long hair, like seaweed, was tied up, and with her training clothes, she looked both dashing and beautiful. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Ji Chen smiled faintly and said, then please Coach Bai to teach me more. At this time, Bai Lianwan also noticed that something seemed to have changed in Ji Chen today. She stared at him intently with her beautiful eyes for a few seconds, and she just felt that today this guy seemed to have grown taller, and his physique also seemed much stronger. Especially when he smiled at her, the whole person looked like he was glowing. Feeling like she was having an illusion, Bai Lianwan quickly shook her head to shake off the illusion in her head. With a serious face, she said, this time we don't need a referee. Classmate Ji Chen will take the initiative to attack, show your strength, and just treat me as your real enemy. Ji Chen nodded upon hearing this, and also said seriously, then Coach Bai, be careful. After Ji Chen finished speaking, the unrelated personnel quickly left the venue. Ji Chen, greeted by Lianwan, took up his stance, and quickly rushed over to her. When he reached Bai Lianwan, Ji Chen did not hesitate, and directly reached out and grabbed her arm. He quickly cut in, pulling the other person towards him, and then, with a slight force, prepared to throw her over his shoulder. The throw over the shoulder is a deadly technique in judo. Strictly speaking, the throw over the shoulder emphasizes using one's own back as a fulcrum to throw the opponent. The moment Bai Lianwan's arm was grabbed and her body cut over, there was no panic on her face. There was even a flash of excitement in her usually indifferent eyes. This guy's movements and speed are getting faster and faster. Immediately, she felt her arm being pulled by Ji Chen, and she bent her knees and inserted them between the opponent's legs. The other arm, which had not been grabbed, quickly passed under his armpit and wrapped around him, while the grabbed arm was bent at the same time and thrust in. In the blink of an eye, Bai Lianwan had already switched from being passive to active. Before Ji Chen could react to the change in tactics, she pulled his arm hard and pulled him forward. So fast. A flash of shock crossed Ji Chen's eyes. The next moment, Ji Chen flipped over in the air and landed firmly on the ground with a thud. Bai Lianwan's backhand was even faster, more ruthless, and more accurate than Ji Chen's. The surrounding trainees' eyes widened at this sight. Ji Chen was obviously so strong, but he was still able to be defeated by Coach Bai in seconds. Coach Bai is awesome. Coach Bai is the best. Wow, I finally saw a junior student get KO'd. Haha, this is so cool, Coach Bai took out our anger for us. The surrounding trainees had almost all stopped, excitedly watching the sparring between Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan. It was rare to see Ji Chen get beaten up, so they couldn't miss it. Again. Bai Lianwan ignored the voices of the people around her, and looked at Ji Chen on the ground, speaking coldly. Soon, Ji Chen got up from the ground, looking at Bai Lianwan in front of him, and a hint of excitement also appeared in his eyes. She is truly an outstanding fighting genius. Only sparring with her can quickly accumulate experience. Just getting up from the ground, Ji Chen let out a deep breath, his body leaning slightly to the side, and he kicked towards Bai Lianwan with one leg. In the past, when sparring, he did have some concerns about the opponent being a girl, and was afraid of hurting her. But over time, Ji Chen only felt that his worries were completely unnecessary. This girl only seems innocent and harmless on the surface, but in reality, she is very strong. In the face of Ji Chen's attack this time, Bai Lianwan seemed to have foreseen it, and she just retreated slightly without taking a single step back. Ji Chen's leg instantly kicked in vain, and at the same time, Bai Lianwan's white hand clenched into a fist, targeting Ji Chen's face, and she punched rapidly. However, at this moment, she vaguely felt some pain in her previously sprained ankle, but she didn't care too much about it, and she had no intention of withdrawing her fist. At this time, Ji Chen's dynamic vision, which far exceeded that of ordinary people, finally took advantage. In Bai Lianwan's eyes, the trajectory of the punch, which most people cannot avoid, was clear. His left arm was slightly bent, and he moved precisely to Bai Lianwan's attack position. Pop! The small but powerful punch like a sandbag hit Ji Chen's elbow directly, sending waves of pain. If this punch had landed on his face, he would definitely have been beaten into a pig's head by this little girl. Bai Lianwan's attack was so fast that it was blocked, and a trace of doubt appeared on her usually calm face. It seems that this guy, Ji Chen, has improved his overall strength a lot today. Continue. The next two people exchanged nearly 10 more moves, and Ji Chen's body also thudded on the ground of the sparring center 3 or 4 times. The surrounding spectators were really enjoying the show. Professor Bai is awesome. Professor Bai is the best. This is so exciting. I feel like I'm watching an action movie. Damn it, watch what you say. This is called martial arts blockbuster. Compared to the students in the audience, Bai Lianwan was staring at Ji Chen, who was constantly sparring with her, and she was increasingly shocked. Because this guy's progress was really amazing and a little scary. It was clear that they had only been sparring with each other for less than half an hour, and from the beginning she was able to easily counterattack, but now it was becoming more and more difficult. Even, in the constant sparring, some beads of sweat had appeared on her fair face, and some of the hair on her forehead had been wet. Sweat was dripping from the side of her face and had already begun to slowly seep into her loose training clothes. The wound on her ankle was also beginning to hurt more and more. But looking at Ji Chen's face, which was full of excitement and a willingness to learn, she decided to grit her teeth and take a few more moves with him. And she had to admit, she herself also really liked the feeling of sparring with Ji Chen. At this moment, Ji Chen also noticed Bai Lianwan's face, which was covered in a few beads of sweat, and immediately said softly, "Are you tired? Why don't we stop here for now?" When Bai Lianwan heard Ji Chen say this, her beautiful eyes slightly showed some displeasure, and a fist shot straight at Ji Chen's face. "Fight seriously. I can do it." However, just as this punch went out, Bai Lianwan felt another wave of pain in her ankle, and she couldn't help but frown. Sure enough, Jingya's words were really accurate. At this time, Ji Chen also didn't notice Bai Lianwan's expression, because a small fist was constantly magnifying in front of his eyes at a terrifying speed. So he quickly leaned back, and his right leg, like a lever, swung over to Bai Lianwan's left foot. Now to avoid this punch, he could only attack her lower body and force her away. What Ji Chen didn't expect was that Bai Lianwan, who was a little distracted and uncomfortable at the moment, didn't notice his movement at all. Pop! Ji Chen kicked, directly and unexpectedly, at the spot where Bai Lianwan was feeling a vague pain, and the latter instantly lost her balance on one foot. Since he was not prepared for a moment, his body suddenly fell forward, his beautiful eyes instantly widening, and he instantly pounced on Ji Chen. Ji Chen originally just wanted to attack Bai Lianwan's lower body to make her pull back and close her fist, but he didn't expect the girl to be distracted. His body, which was already leaning, was directly pounced on by the other party. Bang! Chapter 38, he actually embraced her in public. Holy shit! Holy shit! What's going on? Holy shit! Did the junior deliberately do that? There was shock all around. Ji Chen and Bai Lianwan in the center were already pressed tightly together, looking at each other's faces, which were very close together, and it seemed that their breathing had instantly frozen. Compared to the back that had collided with the ground, Ji Chen could now more clearly feel the soft and beautiful body on his body. There was also a light breath that slapped against his face, which even carried a faint fragrance. Even Ji Chen, at this moment, inexplicably lost his mind a little, and his Adam's apple subconsciously rolled a little. However, in the next moment, the extremely delicate face in front of him became pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The usually cold and beautiful eyes also carried a hint of panic and embarrassment, and she quickly rolled away from Ji Chen and sat down to the side. Feeling the stares of the other trainees around her, her face turned even redder. At this moment, Ji Chen also came back to his senses and immediately sat up from the ground. Only then did he notice that the girl's ankle, which was revealed under the pant leg because of her slightly bent knee, was red in a large area. Was this the foot she sprained before? Suddenly, Ji Chen reacted. No wonder she didn't notice her own movements just now. It must be because she was distracted by the injury on her foot. But why is this girl so stupid? Obviously her feet hurt, but she kept sparring with him all these days. Ji Chen frowned, immediately knelt down on one knee, took Bai Lianwan, who was standing next to him, into his arms, and walked up to the rest area in big strides. Bai Lianwan, who had been a little flustered and embarrassed, reacted after realizing what had happened when Ji Chen hugged her. Her body suddenly froze, and it was as if a fire had exploded in her head, leaving her momentarily blank. He actually hugged her? Does this guy know what he's doing? Bai Lianwan's beautiful eyes widened, and her entire body turned pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ji Chen. Perhaps because she was a little nervous, her voice also inexplicably carried a hint of trembling. Feeling that she could not deter Ji Chen in this way, she tried hard to adjust her breathing. You. What are you doing? Bai Lianwan said, swinging her dangling calves, trying to hurry Ji Chen to let her down. But Bai Lianwan's movement made Ji Chen hold her hand a little tighter, so that she couldn't move at all. Don't move, your foot injury has recurred. Don't you know? Ji Chen's voice carried a trace of rare mild anger. For some reason, ever since he had learned that this girl had obviously not yet recovered from her foot injury, but had been accompanying him in his high-intensity training every day, he was now filled with both anger and heartache. The unsuspecting trainees around them looked on in shock, not knowing what kind of reaction to make. Hugged by Ji Chen in front of so many pairs of eyes, Bai Lianwan was on the verge of tears with anxiety. Ji Chen. Although she tried her best to sound tough, she ended up giving an inexplicably non-intimidating, but rather babyish and fierce feeling, like an angry kitten. Her already watery big eyes glared at Ji Chen even more angrily. At this point, Ji Chen had already carried her to the rest area. Seeing this babyish and fierce little girl in his arms, the anger in his heart inexplicably dissipated in an instant, and he only felt cute. He wanted to tease her again. But soon, he put Bai Lianwan down on the chair in the rest area. After all, the most important thing now was the little girl's foot. Then, Ji Chen squatted down in front of the girl and reached out to grab her foot. The latter instantly reacted and immediately huffed and puffed, shrinking her little foot under the chair. I can handle it myself. Don't move, I'll show you. Ji Chen said, and grasped the restless jade leg. I already said it's not necessary. Bai Lianwan said, and she tried to push Ji Chen's hand away. After all, there were so many pairs of eyes watching. But as soon as she exerted force, she felt a burst of pain in her ankle, which made her gasp in pain. Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan's little face, which was trying hard to bear the pain, and he felt both angry and wanted to laugh. If you move around anymore, I'll carry you around the Jiangda campus later. He naturally knew what the little girl was shy about, and threatened her. Don't you dare. The latter suddenly blushed when he said this. You'll see if I dare or not. In the end, Bai Lian still blushed and obediently let Ji Chen examine her foot. Ji Chen took off the shoes on Bai Lianwan's little feet, placed her pale feet on his lap, rolled up his pants, and at a glance saw the ankle that had become red and swollen beyond recognition. His brows instantly scrunched together again. At this moment, the trainees, who were dumbfounded, suddenly had an epiphany. It turned out that Coach Bai was injured. They had just thought that Ji Chen was going to do something inappropriate to Coach Bai. Some of the righteous and bold ones were already halfway to running to help. Seeing this scene, they honestly shrunk back, as if their mouths had been stuffed with something. Chapter 39, Relax, it's tiring to hold you like this. Ji Chen realized after examining Bai Lianwan's foot injury that the severity had far exceeded his ability to handle. After all, she already had a foot injury, and he had just kicked her, so it seemed to have gotten a lot worse. Then, very gently, he put her shoe back on her pale little foot, looked at her, and said sternly, You can't walk right now, I'll carry you to the infirmary. Upon hearing his words, the latter hurriedly shook her head. I can walk on my own. Saying this, Bai Lianwan hurriedly stood up from beside the chair, but as soon as her injured foot touched the ground, a piercing pain instantly made her scalp tingle. Even though Bai Lianwan was already forcing a calm expression on her face, a few fine beads of cold sweat inevitably appeared on her forehead. Ji Chen looked at this stubborn little girl and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Without thinking, Ji Chen came up behind Bai Lianwan, leaned slightly, put one hand on the slender, soft waist, and directly carried the girl horizontally into his arms. Bai Lianwan suddenly felt weightless, and while her beautiful eyes widened, her body almost instinctively reached up with her pale hands and climbed onto Ji Chen's shoulders. Realizing that she had fallen into Ji Chen's arms, she quickly shook her legs, her face flushing red. You hurry up and put me down, so many students are watching. Ji Chen felt the young girl in his arms struggling, so he tightened his grip and turned to the group of people who had already eaten too much. Seniors, Coach Bai has hurt her foot, so I'll take her to the infirmary first. When many trainees heard Ji Chen's words, although they were jealous and purple, they still nodded quickly to show their understanding. Go ahead, little brother, we'll practice on our own first. Professor Bai's injury is more important. That's right, we can train on our own. Go quickly. After all, Bai Lianwan's injury looks really serious now, and it really needs to be dealt with in the infirmary first. Of course, they would also like to carry Coach Bai to the infirmary like Ji Chen did. But they dare not. Perhaps if they were in Coach Bai's shoes, they would be bitching right now. After all, with their strength, even if Coach Bai can't move one of his legs, they can still beat him in seconds. Thinking about this, the fighting spirit in many of the trainees' hearts suddenly flared up. They will train hard. They will strive to one day be like their junior, overflowing with boyfriend power. After greeting everyone, Ji Chen walked away with a big smile, hugging Bai Lianwan. The latter had already blushed, unable to resist. Once they left the martial arts club, she buried her little head in Ji Chen's chest, hoping that this way, fewer people would recognize her. But when she recovers, she must make this guy eat his words. Let's take the shortcut. Since she couldn't defeat Ji Chen now, and she was afraid that he would really hug her and go to a crowded place, Bai Lianwan could only speak softly. Ji Chen looked down at the small, furry head in his arms, his mouth slightly upturned. He simply followed Bai Lianwan's request and chose a place with fewer people to walk towards the infirmary. If it weren't for her badly injured leg, Ji Chen wouldn't have chosen to take her around the school in this way. After all, this girl was still just an 18 or 19-year-old girl, and she would definitely be shy. But what time is it now? He doesn't care about that, he just wants to take care of her foot injury first. Fortunately, it's relatively hot outside today, and it's the time of day when the sun is strong, so they hardly met anyone along the way. The occasional encounter was just one or two cleaners cleaning up. Relax, it's tiring for me to hold you like this. Along the way, Ji Chen could feel Bai Lianwan holding her body taut the whole time. It didn't really affect him much, but she was tensing up the whole time, so she must be tired. Bai Lianwan's little head was still leaning against Ji Chen's chest, but she stubbornly insisted, I'm not relaxing. You're the one who can't carry me, so you might as well let me go and walk by myself. No. Ji Chen looked at the little arrogant girl in his arms and said without hesitation. Fine, you can die of exhaustion then. Although she said that, her body soon began to relax very honestly. That is to relax. It was only then that Bai Lianwan suddenly felt that Ji Chen's embrace was very strong, and it was as if she was wrapped in a strong scent of male hormones, full of security. Damn it. This feeling is so strange. While Ji Chen felt the small body in his arms that had relaxed, he smiled indifferently and continued to hold Bai Lianwan as they walked towards the school infirmary. After 10 minutes of walking, they finally arrived at the door of the school infirmary. After a few twists and turns, Ji Chen arrived at the door of Lin Xingya's consultation room according to Bai Lianwan's instructions. Since it was now break time, Bai Lianwan asked Ji Chen to put her down on the chair in front of the consultation room before she called Lin Xingya. Less than 2 minutes after the phone call ended, Lin Xingya arrived at the door of the consultation room in a hurry. After checking Bai Lianwan's wound for the first time, she was so angry that she almost jumped up. Oh my god. It's even worse. It's even more swollen than last time. I told you, Lianwan, to rest for a while before going to the martial arts club, but you didn't listen, and now you're fine. It's relapsed. Huh? But even if it relapsed, it wouldn't be this serious. Did you engage in high-intensity, long-duration combat today, and get hurt on the foot? In the consultation room, Lin Xingya asked angrily while treating Bai Lianwan's foot injury. Bai Lianwan was about to lie when she heard Lin Xingya's question, but unexpectedly, Ji Chen had already stepped forward. Dr. Lin, I was careless and didn't notice that Professor Bai had a wound on her foot. I sparred with her for too long today and kicked her wound. Lin Xingya, who was already angry, immediately turned around when she heard Ji Chen's words. It turned out to be you. If our Lianwan becomes lame in the future, you will be responsible. Although Lin Xingya really likes Ji Chen, in her heart, of course, she still thinks that Wanwan is number one. So when she found out that Bai Lianwan's injury was made worse because of Ji Chen's injury, she couldn't help but get a little emotional. Bai Lianwan heard what Lin Xingya said and immediately blushed, saying haughtily, Xingya, don't talk nonsense. And it was also my own fault for sparring with her head on, I didn't pay attention to restraint. When Ji Chen heard Lin Xingya's words, his heart tightened. Do you think she'll be crippled? Lin Xingya folded her arms under her breasts and said sternly, if she doesn't stay in bed and rest properly for the next few days, there's an 89% chance she'll be crippled. It's that serious. Ji Chen looked at Bai Lianwan's red and swollen ankle again, and couldn't help but feel more and more guilty. If the girl becomes crippled, he'll definitely be largely responsible. Lin Xingye snorted, continuing in a serious tone, as the old saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. This brat has been training with you for less than a week, and now you've made it worse. If you don't take good care of it, it's only a matter of time before she's crippled. As she spoke, Lin Xingye's face grew a little distressed. But my partner has been on leave for the past few days, and I expect it to be very busy, so I won't be able to take care of this girl around the clock. I don't need to take care of her. Bai Lianwan didn't think it was that serious, and mostly thought that Lin Xingye was just trying to scare her by saying she had to stay home because she was afraid she would go back to the club. After all, she knew her best friend's mind like the back of her hand. But she would be staying home for a few days, and she really needed to rest. Then I'll take care of her for a few days. Ji Chen didn't hesitate, and spoke directly. After all, Bai Lianwan's injury was more serious, and it was mostly because of him. So it is only right that I take care of her for a few days. Lin Xingye and Bai Lianwan were momentarily stunned when Ji Chen said this. Although Lin Xingye's impression of Ji Chen improved a lot because of this, she still shook her head. Although your proposal and awareness are good, you are also handsome and of course upright, but our Lianwan is a germaphobe and would never let the opposite sex into her room. If she did, she would definitely go in standing up and come out lying down. Ji Chen, really? How does he remember the last time he was forced by this girl to go back to her apartment? Lin Xingye, do you think I'm bluffing? My own brother was beaten up when he entered her room as a child. Later, seeing the kind that she had to hide from every night, it caused a lifelong psychological shadow. Ji Chen. Bai Lianwan. Chapter 40, she doesn't want to wear those kinds of cute clothes. In the end, Ji Chen still left Lin Xingye a phone number, telling her to call him if she was too busy to take care of Bai Lianwan. Since he still had classes in the afternoon, he left the infirmary after a short while. As soon as Ji Chen left, Lin Xingye, while treating Bai Lianwan's wound, praised, Lianwan, to be honest, this guy Ji Chen is quite responsible, and I feel that she seems to be treating you particularly well. Occasionally, Lin Xingye would overhear some students discussing that Ji Chen completely avoided other girls in order to be with the person he liked. Why does he treat her, this little girl in front of him, feel a little special? Bai Lian's face flushed when she was asked this by Lin Xingye. Don't make wild guesses, it's just that he feels it's his fault because of my injured foot. Okay, but you guys really look good together. Huh? Bai Lian's gaze was not kind as she looked at Lin Xingye in front of her. Under the pressure of her lewd gaze, Lin Xingye could only say with a laugh, No, I was just talking casually. Then she suddenly remembered something, her eyes brightening, and she continued, Lianwan, the National Day is in a few days, and there's a comic convention at the Jiangcheng Convention and Exhibition Center. Shall we go and have some fun? Lin Xingye said, looking at the stunning girl in front of her with a smile of ingratiation. Although Lin Xingye was already 23, she was also a veteran second yuan. And her most passionate thing was to let Bai Lianwan, who had the perfect body, cosplay with her as various popular anime characters. Especially with this girl in front of her who is a perfect fit for the second yuan, she can easily handle any style, whether it's a maid, cat ear girl, JK, or even Lolita. Every time she takes a picture of Bai Lianwan, she carefully collects it and then uses it as a screensaver. But she had previously cajoled Bai Lianwan into participating with her twice. Sure enough, this time Bai Lianwan heard Lin Xingye's request and directly refused without hesitation, saying, I'm not going. That's all girly stuff, she doesn't want to go. Lin Xingye opened her eyes wide, with a pleading expression, Wanwan just say yes, I've even thought of the character you want to cosplay as for you this time, a soft and cute spicy seed, you'll love it. I don't want to wear that cute outfit. Wanwan, I feel like you're the perfect fit for that character, please, if you're willing to go with me, I'll say yes to anything in the future. No. The other side. After returning to class, Ji Chen entered the ultimate learning state and studied hard. He studied until 5:30 p.m. After class, he and Yun Chuan went to the cafeteria to eat together, and they met Li Yi. After ordering their food, the few of them had just taken their seats when Ji Chen's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. When he took out his phone and saw the caller's note, he couldn't help but feel happy. This person was none other than Zhou Sungwen, the director who had contacted him a few days ago. Soon, the phone connected, and Zhou Sungwen's voice came from the other end. Little Ji, do you know why I'm calling you? Ji Chen smiled, knowing it must be good news. Yes, it's good news. The box office statistics for this week are in. Guess how much it is? Jo Sung-gwen said mysteriously. It should be over 500 million, right? Ji Chen replied. He has been paying attention to it occasionally recently, and the movie's box office has indeed been rising quickly. Jo Sung-gwen laughed twice and said, yes, it's now over 600 million. It's completely exceeded my expectations. Jo Sung-gwen had originally expected the box office to total just over 300 million. But he didn't expect it to break 600 million in just 1 week. A lot of the credit goes to Ji Chen. The company conducted a survey on major websites 2 days ago, and more than half of the people chose to watch his movie, all because of Ji Chen's theme song. Some people also heard that the theme song and the plot fit perfectly. The rest are for Lee Yang Qianxi and Jo Dongyu. So Ji Chen can be said to be the biggest hero of his movie. Ji Chen laughed when he heard Jo Sung-gwen's words and said, congratulations. Haha, thanks to you, Ji, for the next movie, I will definitely continue to work with you on the theme song. Then my next fee may be higher, can you accept it? Why not, not to mention 0.5, I can give you 20-30% directly. Jo Sung-gwen was not speaking lightly. If the theme song of Ji Chen's next movie satisfied him, he would definitely give a high price. Ji Chen was worth it. Then the two men chatted for a while before Jo Sung-gwen mentioned the main purpose of his call today. Ji, I've already had your share of the profits prepared. After deducting taxes and costs from the 600 million box office, your share of the remaining profits will be around 14 million. This is only a rough estimate. After all, our normal procedure is to settle the box office with the cinema about a month after the film has finished. You're in a hurry for the money, so I'll transfer it to you from the company first. Although 10 million is not a small amount of money for Fruit Pictures, it's not too much either, and it's what Ji Chen deserves, it's just being paid to him in advance. Okay, thanks, Director Zhou. When you come to Jiangcheng someday, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Although he knew that the two were only in a mutually beneficial relationship, Ji Chen still felt a little warmth in his heart when Jo Sung-gwen was willing to advance such a large sum of money from the company to him as an emergency. Ha, I should be the one treating you, little Ji. You can be considered the little god of wealth for my movie. The two men then exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Ji Chen was the first to open WeChat and send Suyu his bank card account information. After taking care of that, he finally started eating. Finally being able to settle the family's debts and still leaving behind a considerable amount of income, Ji Chen felt that the food tasted much better today. Yun Duan, on the other hand, was having a lively conversation with Li, who was sitting across from him, and had no idea that his buddy next to him was about to have 1/10 of his wealth. The AG comic book exhibition is going to be held at the Jiangcheng Convention and Exhibition Center during the National Day holiday. How about we form a couple CP? Yun Duan spoke as he picked up a chicken leg from his bowl and placed it in Li Yi's bowl. Who wants to form a CP with you? We can go together though. I heard that this year's comic book exhibition has invited many cosplay masters, and there will also be a Hanfu culture theme. Li Yi thought that the two of them might feel a bit awkward, so she looked at Ji Chen and asked, Ji Chen, do you want to go together? Ji Chen heard Li Yi's words and smiled indifferently, saying, I'll pass, I'm not really interested in that. That's all stuff for young people, and he's a 40-something old man, so he's not interested. Go ahead, Lao Ji, the comic book convention is a lot of fun, and you can't be tense all the time, you should relax occasionally. Yun Chuan also understood what Li Yi meant, so he went along with her. At the same time, he didn't forget to wink crazily at Ji Chen. Lao Ji, my happiness is in your hands. Ji Chen looked at Yun Duan, who was winking and smirking, and rubbed his chin. After a moment of thought, he said, then I'll take care of your breakfast this semester. Ji, we're like brothers, even closer than real brothers. I'll take care of your breakfast this semester. Seeing Yun Duan's sincere attitude, Ji Chen could only reluctantly nod and say, okay. After all, in his previous life, this guy had helped him a lot even after graduation. Now it is only right to do what he can to help him woo a girlfriend. After all, there are so many days in the National Day holiday, so it is fine to take one day to relax. Thank you, Lao Ji. I love you. Seeing that Ji Chen had agreed, Yun Duan quickly took the other chicken leg in the bowl and gave it to Ji Chen. If I put it back, it'll be covered in your saliva. Oh, we're so close. We're sleeping in the same bed, why do we need to be so careful? Li Yi covered her mouth and laughed, looking at the two boys who looked so good together. I feel like you two can cosplay Wu Xin and Wang Ji. What's that? Yun Duan asked, confused, and lifted the bowl of soup. Ah, you don't know these two? They're a super popular male couple. Li Yi said, and the image of the two of them in ancient costumes, blowing up the entire act scene, already appeared in her head. And Yun Duan, who had just taken a sip of soup and hadn't had time to swallow, couldn't hold back when he heard the words male couple, and the soup in his mouth directly sprayed out. Li Yi, who was sitting opposite him, suffered instantly. Yun Duan. You bastard. Die.